Chapter 333. Gang leader soon a refined and cultured youth was escorted by the young masters to the second floor. The 30-year-old youth had a dashing appearance. From seeing his faint smile, one would have received a greatly favorable impression of him as if they had felt a spring wind. Those near-silent footsteps came from him. The youth and the young masters were bantering with one another as they swept their gazes across the second floor. As Han Li's common appearance did not catch their attention, they headed up to the third floor. It seemed that this youth was the so-called esteemed guest. Just as they arrived to the third floor, a stream of servants carrying fine delicacies followed. Afterward the food was delivered, the servants and guards descended. It seems they didn't want others to hear their conversation. Having seen this, Han Li's interest was piqued, and he secretly extended his spiritual sense upstairs, allowing him to clearly hear their conversation. "Senior brother Li, it is fortunate that you've come, or else we would have suffered a terrible fate. You've given us face by agreeing to come here. Come, let us drink a cup in honor of brother Li." The thin youth's voice was filled with appreciation. "It's nothing. Those outsiders dared to see someone underneath the eyes of our rainbow sect. Thus they were violating our sect's laws, and I only did what should have been done." The dashing youth courteously said. He appeared quite modest and friendly. Hearing the words Rainbow Sect and Senior Brother Li, Han Li revealed slight amazement. Could there be such a coincidence? I happened to run across someone related to the Rainbow Sect already. Han Li was stunned. Regardless of how it is said, we would have encountered great danger were it not for you. In the future, if Senior Brother Li requires any assistance, we will do our best. A different young master said this as he patted his chest. Many thanks for these brothers' kind intentions. However, the person who attempted to kidnap you all must be a renowned character in Jianghu. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to act in a place like Jiayuan City. The dashing youth changed the subject. That's right. Those kidnappers were quite ferocious. I had been sleeping in my bed, but when I opened my eyes, I was already at another place. At that moment I was truly scared. Fortunately, our elders managed to find your esteemed father. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. The thin youth said, horrified of what might have happened. In fact, Sir Wang and the others actually didn't find. The youth surnamed Li and the others continued to chat. From the brief words Han Li heard from their conversation, Han Li was able to piece together a general idea of what happened. These prestigious young masters had been kidnapped by a Jianghu expert. As such, their elders anxiously sought the Rainbow Sect for help. This youth should be the Rainbow Sect master's son, who had quickly come to their rescue. Now, a banquet was being held to thank this young sect master. As Han Li appeared to be absent-mindedly looking out the window, he was sifting through the young master's flattery of the young sect master for any useful information regarding the Rainbow Sect master. Not long after, the thin youth paid some words of respect which caused Han Li's heart to tremble with excitement. "Senior Brother Li, I heard that Sect Master Li's 60th birthday is coming soon. He is still hardy and vigorous despite his years and doesn't appear old at all. Your estate should currently be making preparations in celebration of this event. At that time we must drink a cup with him in his honor." He. Father's cultivation is quite deep, incomparable to that of ordinary people. If you all wish to come, then I will naturally welcome you. Furthermore, my father has returned from his sect branch inspections and is personally presiding over the preparations. That elderly man feels quite strongly about this birthday celebration. Then, having heard this, Han Li recalled his spiritual awareness. Since he found out that the Rainbow Sect master was in the Li estate, he didn't need to know anything else. Han Li then set down his cup of wine and put a few pieces of silver on the table, saying with a deep voice, "Waiter, I've paid the bill. Keep the change." With that said, he nimbly descended. The waiter opened his eyes wide and repeatedly expressed his thanks. After leaving the restaurant, Han Li gazed in the direction of the Li estate, with a trace of a sneer. The Rainbow Sect master wasn't leaving anytime soon. Once night fell, he would pay a visit to the Li estate. If there were no Foundation establishment cultivators nearby, he would be able to easily take the life of the Rainbow Sect master and fulfill his promise. But since it was still day and he was short on time, he thought that he should take advantage of this opportunity to handle his other affairs. With that in mind, Han Li disappeared into the bustling crowd. The fourth-level gang held an impressive reputation within Jiayuan City. Although they were incomparable to the largest powers, they were among the strongest of the mid-level gangs. Their leader, Sun Ergu, had become his luggage carrier. After a series of events, he became his servant. Rose to prominence in a single feat naturally, as Sun Ergu's status was now completely different. No one would dare to address him by name. If anyone saw him now, they would address him as Gang Leader Sun. The fourth-level gang was no longer located where it had previously been over 10 years ago. It had relocated to a more prosperous street inside the city. As for the gang members, they were no longer impoverished luggage carriers from the docks. Instead of fiercely working to make a living, they created great profits from their territory and had even built a restaurant, pawn shop and other such businesses. As a result, the fourth-level gang had become increasingly wealthy and gang leader Sun's quality of life had improved in kind. As a matter of fact, Sun Ergu had married his 9th young concubine, a famous courtesan in Jiayuan City during the last month. This young concubine truly knew how to seduce. After this middle-aged Sun Ergu married her, he had lingered in her room every day and had forgotten to leave. As for his other concubines, they had long been placed in the back of his head. When it was still day, gang leader Sun would joyfully head over to her courtyard. With one thought of that coquettish young beauty, he felt a heat in his heart that couldn't be quelled. However, when Sun Ergu entered the fragrant room this day, he was immediately stunned. As he entered, he unexpectedly saw a young man sitting in front of him. Once this man saw gang leader Sun enter, he lazily said, "Sun Ergu, I hadn't thought that you held such skill." The management of the fourth-level gang is quite good. It seems I had chosen the right person. Not only did this youth address him by his full name, he also spoke to him in a superior tone. This youth was Han Li, who had secretly infiltrated into the fourth-level gang's headquarters. When Sun Ergu saw Han Li, he immediately recognized him as the person who had originally helped him that year. After all, Han Li looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago due to the fact that he had taken the face-setting pill. This shocked Sun Ergu and caused a storm of perilous uncertainty to rage in his heart. After a short moment of his expressions changing incessantly, Sun Ergu revealed a respectful appearance as he hastily stepped forward and saluted Han Li. So it turns out that young master had arrived. Sun Ergu pays his respects to young master. This was quite difficult for the current gang leader Sunday. He hadn't spoken with a humble attitude for many years but was unexpectedly still able to do so quite skillfully. Han Li raised his eyebrows and revealed surprise upon seeing Sun Ergu's bearing. Quickly after, he faintly smiled and said with slight curiosity, "It's all right. You're a gang leader now. There is no need to be so courteous. My current visit is to see how you've grown. I'll be leaving soon anyways." Sun Ergu immediately grew at ease. He had feared that he would have to hand over his authority. As he had held a high position for so many years, he knew a bit about cultivators and that mortals like him couldn't hope to resist such characters. Even knowing this, Sun Ergu was also aware that this person was extremely elusive. He had originally believed that Han Li had given him such great benefits because he would have to act as Han Li's puppet. But he hadn't thought that Han Li would release his grasp and conceal himself for so many years. As such, Sun Ergu got a taste of what it was like to be above others. He hadn't expected that this young master would suddenly reveal himself. He had believed that Han Li had completely forgotten about him. As he didn't know Han Li's objective, he grew truly apprehensive. Han Li looked at Sun Ergu with surprise. "Come over here and let me see your wrist." Han Li wrinkled his brow and gave an indisputable command. Sun Ergu was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he obediently walked over and extended his wrist. Han Li impolitely grabbed his wrist and poured a bit of spiritual qi into his body, quickly circulating it through his meridians. After a short moment, Han Li released Sun Ergu's wrist with an indifferent expression and said a few words that left Sun Ergu pale from fright. "A hidden poison has started to take effect in your body. The most you have a month to live." Han Li's voice was ice-cold and emotionless. Chapter 334. A strange change poisoned? That's impossible. I am quite careful and have a specialist responsible for testing my food and drink. After a moment of terror, Sun Ergu revealed an appearance of unease. Hearing this, Han Li was too lazy to explain any further. With a wave of his hand, a streak of azure light flashed and flew into Sun Ergu's body. Young master. This is... What did you... Sun Ergu hadn't dared to dodge but was still alarmed. This is true spirit technique. It's capable of visualizing the poison within your body. Go ahead and take a look in a mirror. Han Li sat on a chair and played it down. When Sun Ergu heard this, his heart dropped. Then he hastily ran to the corner of the room with a dressing table. He hastily scoured the dressing table for a small mirror and then looked into the mirror with great caution. What he saw left him dumbfounded. He saw that his entire face was covered in blackish-purple qi. From a single glance he could tell he was severely poisoned. Young master, please save my life. This one has remained faithful to young master this entire time and possesses no trace of disloyalty. Sun Ergu rushed over to Han Li with an expression of fear and knelt while imploring Han Li to save him. At this moment he was almost entirely convinced. As Han Li was a cultivator, it was impossible he would waste so much effort to deceive someone like Sun Ergu. If Han Li had truly meant him harm, he could have killed him with a flick of a finger. After having seen this display of loyalty, Han Li faintly smiled and calmly said, "Be at ease. Although the poison is quite hidden, its toxicity is weak. It won't be able to kill you in a few days. There is no need to be so fussed over nothing." Although Sun Ergu had calmed down a bit, he continued his pitiful pleas. "Young master possesses great power. Please give this one a method to dissolve the poison so that I, Sun Ergu, may continue to serve you faithfully. If young master does not trust me, then I can swear an oath under poison. This one." Although Sun Ergu was now a gang leader, he was still very much afraid of death. Without even waiting for Han Li to speak, he took the initiative to swear his own oaths, much to Han Li's amusement. "Serve me faithfully?" It seems more like he has been receiving benefits without giving anything in return. Han Li thought, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "This is a detoxification pill. After you take this, you'll be fine, but just make sure that your poisoning does not continue." Han Li shook his head before tossing a blue medicine pill to Sun Ergu. Many thanks, young master." Sun Ergu received the pill with great joy and repeatedly expressed his thanks. He then quickly climbed up from the floor and properly put away the pill. This poison doesn't affect one so deeply after only 1 or 2 exposures. It should have taken at least several months for it to get to this point. I believe that you should be able to find the poisoner. Surely you can do that at least, isn't that right, my dear gang leader son? Han Li lightly chuckled and said half-jokingly. Young master teases. However, as for who poisoned me, I do have a few suspects in mind. Sun Ergu rubbed the back of his head with a smile. As his life had been just saved by Han Li, he was naturally now even more respectful towards him. And, as a cultivator, I can't be too involved in the affairs of you mortals. I'll leave it to you. The reason why I came here was because I wanted to see Crooked Soul. 1. In it is revealed that Crooked Soul is the refined corpse of his deceased best friend. Finding this puppet too heavy to carry, he leaves it behind to Sun Ergu in. And take him away. Now that I have quite a bit of cultivation, I shouldn't have any problem bringing him along. Do you have any complaints about this? Han Li's smile disappeared as he said this with a deep voice. Young master wishes to take Sir Crooked Soul away? But young master, Sir Crooked Soul is no longer in the 4th level gang. When Sun Ergu heard Han Li's tone, he incessantly complained in his heart, but he still had to summon the courage to reply. What do you mean? You lost him? Han Li's face darkened and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, causing Sun Ergu tremble in fright. Young master, please calm down. It wasn't that I had lost him, but that Sir Crooked Soul had run off on his own. Although he is not in the city, he is not too far away at a nearby mountain forest. I had sent a few people to follow after Sir Crooked Soul. Sun Ergu explained at great speed, fearing that Han Li would act on his anger. He ran off on his own? What's going on? Explain it clearly. If it isn't as you say, then don't blame me for coming back to punish you. Although slight astonishment had flashed across Han Li's face, he still managed to respond with a relaxed expression. It was good enough that Sun Ergu knew about Crooked Soul's whereabouts. But since Crooked Soul was only a walking corpse, Han Li found it hard to believe that he could have run away on his own. Seeing that Han Li wasn't angry, Sun Ergu felt relieved. Not daring to neglect him, he hastily explained, "Ever since young master had handed over Sir Crooked Soul to me, I have followed young master's instructions to only use him as a last resort and to not allow others to see him. But an anomaly occurred 6 years ago with Sir Crooked Soul. That period of time was a crucial moment of expansion for my gang, and we were against a mid-level gang with a great amount of experts. I had Sir Crooked Soul help me deal with them. During that battle, Crooked Soul had displayed great might and won our gang a decisive victory. But a few days after the battle had concluded, a subordinate I tasked with watching Crooked Soul suddenly came and reported that he had actually started talking. I was extremely astonished and rushed over with the soul guiding bell. Then, Sun Ergu stopped there and bitterly smiled. What happened? Don't tell me that Crooked Soul attacked you while still in possession of the soul guiding bell? Having heard that Crooked Soul could speak, he was greatly astonished. But having seen that Sun Ergu had deliberately kept him in suspense, Han Li unhappily rebuked him. Frightened, Sun Ergu continued, "He didn't attack me. But before I entered his room, Sir Crooked Soul seemed to know that I had arrived. He suddenly broke the wall and ran away as if he was flying. I was completely unable to chase after him." As Sun Ergu said this, he revealed an expression of helplessness. "He ran away?" With raised eyebrows, Han Li's mind seemed to have wandered off into thought. "That's right, young master. Although Sir Crooked Soul has done this for several years, for some reason he is still lingering at the boundary of the forest. Although I've tried several times to find Crooked Soul and bring him back with the aid of my gang's experts, he was always unwilling to see me. Whenever I approached him, he would immediately flee. I had a few experts block his path, but nobody proved to be Sir Crooked Soul's opponent. 2 of my gang's experts have even died." Sun Ergu said, perplexed. "It isn't a great mystery. It's likely because of the soul guiding compass that you carry. Although I don't know why control over Crooked Soul was lost, it seems the restrictions I originally put on him were still effective." Han Li coldly laughed before saying this with an indifferent expression. "So it was like that." Sun Ergu had appeared to be convinced. It seemed that he had previously come to that conclusion as well. "Tell me about Crooked Soul's whereabouts. I will deal with him later. As it seems that this matter isn't your doing, I'll have to personally go to see what had happened. Since you no longer have a use for the soul guiding bell, give it to me." After a moment of thought, Han Li said this calmly. "Yes, young master. My subordinates reported of Sir Crooked Soul's whereabouts 2 days ago. He is currently in the west side of." Sun Ergu respectfully gave directions to a place about 100 kilometers outside of Jiyuan City. He then carefully took out the soul guiding bell magic tool and offered it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li nodded his head and examined the magic tool for a moment. He then placed it in his storage pouch, having found that it was in good condition. "In addition to Crooked Soul, I came here because I also had a few questions to ask you about the Rainbow Sect. You must answer me honestly." Han Li's face suddenly grew stiff, his voice once more becoming cold. Han Li's change in tone had clearly stunned gang leader Sunday. After a short pause, he repeatedly nodded his head like a baby chick pecking grain. "What kind of person is the current Rainbow Sect master? What family does he have? Have any outsiders recently appeared in the Li estate, and have any of them remained?" Han Li fired these questions off with a stiff expression. Sun Ergu felt his heart tremble, but he answered without the slightest hesitation. "As for the Rainbow Sect master, this one truly doesn't understand what sort of person he is. This one had only previously seen him at a distance, and I only understand that his martial arts are unfathomable. With regards to family, he has 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are married. I've heard that his eldest son is presiding over at the Rainbow Sect's previous headquarters. His second son has followed the Rainbow Sect master to the Li estate and is presiding over that. I've also heard." Sun Ergu gave a very comprehensive explanation. It was clear that he regularly put forth great effort into gathering intelligence on the Rainbow Sect. As Han Li calmly listened, he unconsciously placed his hand on the table and started to tap. It appeared he was digesting the information. When Sun Ergu saw Han Li stay silent for a moment, his heart stirred and he carefully asked, "Could it be because of that matter with the Missouri estate several years ago that you wish to act against the Rainbow Sect?" Once Han Li heard this, his brow wrinkled as his face became gloomy. "You speak too much. Don't randomly ask about matters you have no right to know. Even more so, do not guess. You wouldn't want to tragically become one of those poor souls who have lost their memories, right? Han Li's ice-cold voice caused Sun Ergu's expression to drop and he immediately begged for forgiveness. Han Li snorted, letting the matter drop. One couldn't afford to be polite when establishing authority. Chapter 335. Astonishment. Seeing that Sun Ergu's face had broken out in a cold sweat, Han Li knew that his limit had been reached and prepared to give a few benefits to him. Enough. In the future you can continue to act as gang leader Sunday. If there is nothing that I need you for, then I won't be coming to find you. However, I must tell you that I do not know when we'll meet again. As such, you should take this and put it away. In the future your descendants will be able to recognize me with this item. So long as your descendants are willing to serve me, I will protect their lives, wealth and prestige. As Han Li said this, he took out a sheet of common blank talisman paper. Swoosh. He clearly tore it in two and handed one half to Sun Ergu while putting away the other. When Sun Ergu first heard Han Li's words, he first appeared astonishment. Soon after, he appeared wrapped with joy and knelt down in front of Han Li. He sincerely kowtowed, knocking his head 3 times against the ground. He then raised his head and earnestly said, "Many thanks for young master's great kindness. Young master, please be at ease. My Sun clan shall revere young master for many generations and will never renege on this agreement. Else my clan may face extermination and calamity." With that said, Sun Ergu kowtowed, knocking his head against the floor once more before standing up with a respectful appearance. Han Li was somewhat startled from seeing this. His original intention was to coax Sun Ergu. But he hadn't thought that with a mere promise, that he would be rendered grateful to the point of tears. But after a moment of thought, Han Li came to a realization. In the mortal world, the continuation of one's bloodline along with their clan's prosperity were most important. As such, it was natural for Han Li's guarantee of the prosperity of Sun Ergu's later generations to be met with sincere servitude. After all, Han Li hadn't given Sun Ergu any unreasonable orders these past years. As such, he felt that having his descendants continue to serve Han Li was best. With that figured out, Han Li felt quite happy. Having Sun Ergu handle his affairs sincerely instead of half-heartedly would be of much greater effect. Good. Since you've now sincerely paid allegiance to me, I will naturally leave behind a few good benefits. Take these 2 pill bottles. This bottle is filled with medicine that is used for the treatment of external wounds. So long as they still draw breath, they will make a full recovery. As for the other bottle, it is the same as the poison detoxification pill I gave you before and will cure all poisons under the heavens. These should help preserve your life. With a flip of his hand, 2 exquisite porcelain bottles appeared in his hand and he handed them over to Sun Ergu with a calm expression. Sun Ergu naturally felt grateful beyond words and would later strive his hardest. Afterwards, Han Li gave a few warnings to Sun Ergu before having Sun Ergu respectfully send him off, flying away from the headquarters of the 4th-level gang. This backup plan still continues to exist, but when will I next have a use for it? Han Li silently thought. He was standing at the edge of a street and had turned his head to look around. He had just arrived at the Li estate underneath the pitch-black night. In an instant his figure blurred and he flew toward the sky on a magic tool. Not long after he was above the Li estate. Taking advantage of the curtain of the night, Han Li effortlessly descended from the sky and made use of several concealment techniques, noiselessly disappearing into the Li estate. With his previous experience of infiltrating Prince Xian's mansion, Han Li was able to skillfully restrain powerful experts with soul lock talismans and use the soul controlling technique to inquire about the Rainbow Sect Master's whereabouts. The result left Han Li quite happy. The Rainbow Sect Master was not in a heavily guarded location such as the back mansion and was instead located at his second son's residence. It seemed as if he was discussing a few matters with him. After interrogating a servant in the side garden, Han Li turned him into ash with a fireball without hesitation. Since this person had heard his questions and voice, he couldn't mercifully spare his life. Soon after, Han Li slipped past layers of sentries and arrived at the front of a large courtyard. What he saw left him surprised. 4 white-clothed men were securely guarding the courtyard gate. Their temples were tense and their eyes attentively shot in every direction. They appeared to be extremely skilled martial artists. Han Li wrinkled his brow. It seemed these were the Rainbow Sect Master's personal guard. As they were posted outside, it was likely that the Rainbow Sect Master was currently inside. Han Li coldly glanced at the 4 guards and pondered for a moment. In a blur he suddenly appeared in front of them. The 4 white-clothed men were greatly startled and immediately thought to act. However, Han Li's body grew blurry once more and turned into 4 afterimages that simultaneously waved their hands toward the 4. Suddenly the 4 guards silently fell to the floor as corpses. Each of the corpses had a glistening ice spike protruding from their hearts and were covered in a layer of white frost. Han Li expressionlessly turned their corpses into ash with fireballs and arrogantly pushed open the gates, entering the courtyard. On the way there, Han Li had already searched the Li estate once through with his spiritual sense. He had found no cultivators, setting his heart at ease and kindling his desire to kill. It seemed the Rainbow Sect Master would truly die by his hand. Han Li had already made up his mind. Once he entered the courtyard he would just kill everyone. If he left behind any witnesses, Spirit Beast Mountain cultivators would investigate a rather troublesome matter. With that thought he walked into the courtyard filled with the desire to kill. But when he clearly saw the scene there he stopped in his tracks. There was a young woman in the courtyard embracing a 3-year-old girl and singing a lullaby for her. Although this woman had lowered her head and he could not clearly see her face, her gentle, loving voice caused even Han Li to clearly feel the love the woman had for the child. Such a scene was far beyond Han Li's expectations. The desire to kill had unknowingly disappeared from his mind and he now found himself in a difficult dilemma. This woman was the young sect master's wife. However, Sun Ergu hadn't mentioned that they had a young daughter. Because Han Li hadn't concealed his movements when he entered, the woman knew someone had entered, despite not raising her head. Eventually she stopped singing her enchanting lullaby and unhappily said, "You're not going to speak? I had you wait outside so you wouldn't wake up my Yingning." With that said, the young woman coldly turned her head. She had clearly considered Han Li to be one of those 4 guards. After the young woman and Han Li saw each other's appearances, they both cried out in surprise. "It's you. What are you doing here?" The expressions on young woman's face continuously changed from clear and dark. Her beautiful face was covered in shock while containing a trace of bewilderment. She appeared as if she had been caught having an affair while in bed with another man. It was quite ridiculous. Han Li did not find this funny in the slightest and his expression became extremely unsightly. After a long while, Han Li lightly sighed away a breath of his melancholy and coldly said, "Should I address you as Senior Marshal Sister Mo? Or would Mistress Li be better? What will it be, Mo Yuju? She is first mentioned in." This young woman was actually the eldest among the 3 Mo sisters. During that year she had a majority of Jiyun City's young masters head over heels for her, the peerless beauty of her generation that had no mind for others. Although she was now dressed as a young married woman, her beauty hadn't faded in the slightest, still revealing an astonishing charm that would drive men wild. Having heard Han Li's words, Mo Yuju's face became incomparably pale. She lost the strength in her legs and her body swayed, nearly causing her to fall on her backside along with her child. "Yuju, why do I hear an unfamiliar voice? Who are you speaking with?" The people inside the house seemed to sense that something was amiss outside. The speaker's voice sounded familiar to Han Li. The house door opened, revealing an old man with white hair and a 30-year-old youth. During the day, Han Li had previously seen the young Master Li at the fragrant restaurant. As for the old man, his hair was as white as snow and though his face was wrinkled and red, it gave an amiable impression. When he saw Han Li, his face appeared slightly strange. "This person is the Rainbow Sect Master?" Han Li turned his ice-cold gaze to the old man, asking Mo Yuju without a trace of politeness. However, Mo Yuju could not speak. She was tightly embracing her young daughter, and was staring at Han Li with her mouth rigidly shut. "Who are you? What did you do to my wife?" When the youth saw that an unknown young man was standing in the courtyard, he was stunned. But when he heard him call her Mo Yuju, he grew furious and charged forward, wanting to teach Han Li a lesson. However, before he had even taken a step forward, the Rainbow Sect Master stopped him and calmly said, "You are grown now, but yet you so recklessly want to charge forward." This person was capable of silently charging through our expert guards. He is certain to be no simple character. Do not be spurred into taking action. As expected, this old man was quite capable. From the Rainbow Sect Master's careful gaze, he was able to deduce that Han Li was not a common character. If he truly was a Foundation establishment cultivator, Han Li was certain to be very cautious and view him as a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, he was but a mortal with a sharp mind. In terms of absolute power, Han Li wouldn't even put him into his eyes. Since your esteemed self is standing here, it seems that you aren't an unknown figure. May I ask if Sir is Yuju's old friend? If this is true, then your esteemed self cannot be considered an outsider. Please enter the room and chat with us. The Rainbow Sect Master suddenly asked this with a chuckling smile. He appeared quite polite. These words stunned the youth beside him, who revealed a trace of astonishment. When Han Li heard this, his expression darkened and his mouth formed a sneer. Many years ago, I had learned many skills under the tutelage of Mo Juran. This daughter-in-law of yours can be considered my senior martial sister. Naturally, I cannot be considered an outsider. However, before we go and confuse our relationships, how about we first address the extermination of the Missouri estate? Having seen Mo Yuju married off to an enemy clan, he felt gloomy after recovering from his astonishment and intended to act. You're a survivor of the Missouri estate. The youth cried out with an appearance of complete surprise. The Rainbow Sect Master revealed astonishment, but soon after his face darkened and his eyes grew indistinct. His body suddenly swelled without warning and gave off a grand pressure. Since you are a remnant of the Missouri estate, don't think about leaving. Your life will remain here. The Rainbow Sect Master loudly shouted, wearing a completely different expression. He then made a large step forward with his hair fluttering about. Left behind in the bluestone that he stepped on was a 2-inch deep impression. It seemed this person's power was quite shocking. When the youth saw this wordlessly slipped to the side, planning on coordinating with his father's movements. Han Li expressionlessly looked at the father and son's movements. Without saying anything further, he wordlessly raised his hand. Several fist-sized fireballs appeared above his hand, releasing a scorching air. The Rainbow Sect Master had froze, halting his advance. Cultivator, he hoarsely said with an expression of complete disbelief. The youth at his side was also dumbfounded. Humph. Han Li didn't intend to waste more words. He pointed his finger, intending to kill the two with fireballs. But at this very moment, Mo Yuju, who was originally embracing her young daughter, appeared resolute. In an instant she appeared in front of Han Li, blocking his attack. Don't do it. I forbid you from killing this child's father. If you kill him, then you must kill me and my daughter as well, she said with a grieved expression. Han Li wrinkled his brow. With a burst of loud crackles, the fireballs suddenly swelled to the size of bowls and became even more scorching. Although Mo Yuju appeared miserable, she still would not move. Cultivator, there must be a misunderstanding. Our Rainbow Sect. Seeing that Mo Yuju was protecting him, he felt greatly moved and felt fear that Han Li would truly kill her along with his daughter in anger. Thus he hastily mentioned their great backer. Without waiting for him to finish, Han Li coldly interrupted, "Shut your mouth. Neither you nor your father are in any position to speak. I know of your backer, Spirit Beast Mountain, but I don't care in the slightest. If I hear you two speak again, I will exterminate your entire residence." The youth's complexion became flushed and he didn't dare to do anything else. He couldn't help but look at his father with burning anxiousness. Although the Rainbow Sect Master still appeared calm, his heart had sunk with worry as his son anxiously looked at him. Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill them. This is revenge for the Missouri estate. Furthermore, Fengwu had personally requested this of me. Han Li spoke to Mo Yuju with an indifferent tone. Fengwu is still alive. That's great. I was always so worried. Only later had I realized that she had attempted to drown herself. When Mo Yuju heard this, she revealed an expression of happiness. Not only Fengwu but fourth martial brother and Saihuan are also alive and well. However, I feel quite disappointed with you. I'll give you a moment to convince me. Otherwise, I will be taking their lives. Han Li said with an indifferent tone. He then raised his hand and caused the floating fireballs to disappear without a trace. Having seen Han Li restrained from attacking, the Rainbow Sect Master and son let out a breath of relief. At the very least, their lives were preserved for a moment more. They feared that Han Li would not listen to Mo Yuju's explanation as he was overwhelmed with fury. As they had more knowledge of cultivators than ordinary mortals, their fear of them was far greater as well. They were fundamentally unable to resist them. Mo Yuju's expression also became relaxed, and after a moment of thought she spoke in a soft voice. Junior Marshal Brother Han, considering that you've traveled a far distance in order to avenge the Missouri estate on behalf of my father, I must first give you my thanks. However, I must ask Junior Marshal Brother, for what reason are you moving to take revenge on my husband? He didn't move to harm any of those from the Missouri estate. He had only given the order, an order not decided by him but by another party. As for who they are, Junior Marshal Brother should know of them as they are also cultivators. Han Li grew startled and muttered to himself for a moment. How could Han Li not understand what Mo Yuju said? The main culprit of those who ruined the Missouri estate were without doubt the cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. How could Han Li afford to provoke such an enemy? But what's more was that Han Li could not believe the Missouri estate had created an enemy of such a degree. With that in mind, he had only considered to vent anger for Mo Fengwu on behalf of their previous friendship. If it was just that, it would have been fine. After all, regardless of whether the Rainbow Sect Master and his son were innocent, they were still involved in the extermination of the Missouri estate. But now that Mo Yuju had appeared married to this enemy clan, Han Li began to feel that his assumptions were amiss. He could only let out a long sigh towards the sky. The heavens do love making fools of men. Since a member of the Missouri estate had an opposing view, Han Li naturally would not strain himself to perform such an undesirable task. Thus after a moment he slowly spoke with a relaxed expression. Senior Marshal Sister's words do hold reason. But regardless of how it is said, these two are complicit and killing them could not be considered unjust. What's more is that once they heard I was a member of the Missouri estate, they had wanted to execute me. It is hard for me to be convinced that they had nothing to do with the extermination of the Missouri estate. With that said, his face was shrouded once more in a layer of cold frost, causing the Rainbow Sect Master and his son to appear fearful once more. However, since Senior Marshal Sister is involved and the wishes of both sisters differ, I have no intention of becoming the evil one and will leave this to be disputed among sisters. I hope that when the time comes, you will be able to talk it over with Fengwu. With that said, he passed on the whereabouts of the Mo Tsaihuan and Mo Fengwu to her. Having heard this, the Rainbow Sect Master and his son now realized that this cultivator had renounced his desire to kill them and couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Rainbow Sect Master stepped toward with a grand smile, hoping to incur Han Li's favor. However, Han Li's ice-cold gaze caused the old man to shiver. He no longer dared to continue forward. I don't know what methods you used to marry my senior marshal sister off to your son, but I don't plan on investigating this irreversible affair. But from now on, you had best treat her well, otherwise. Han Li did not finish his words, but the threat was clearly heard. Junior Marshal Brother, you misunderstand. Mo Yuju hastily thought to resolve this misunderstanding, but before she had finished speaking, the old man had interrupted her. Sir Immortal, do not hesitate to be at ease. I will be certain to have Quanzi treat Yuju well. She will not be wronged in the slightest. The Rainbow Sect Master was rather quick-witted, realizing that Han Li didn't want an explanation but a promise. Thus he gave a sincere agreement. Han Li nodded his head, expressing satisfaction. Mo Yuju's eyes flashed with appreciation. After a moment of hesitation, she gently handed over the young girl sleeping in her arms. Junior Marshal Brother Han, since you are an immortal now, please carry her. Her name is Yingning. Perhaps by touching Junior Marshal Brother's immortal chi, she will be bound to receive good karma. Mo Yuju softly said. Having heard the beautiful woman say this, Han Li was slightly startled. He then faintly smiled and wordlessly received the child, lowering his head to look at her. The child possessed an innocent appearance lacking any evil, delicate facial features and white, rosy skin. Although she was still very young, Han Li could faintly see a future Mo Yuju in the making. The young girl still remained soundly asleep with a sweet smile, perhaps because she was too tired from her daytime playing. Han Li strongly resisted his urge to pinch the toddler's chubby cheeks. After a light sigh, he took out a misty white jade pendant from his storage pouch and gently placed it in the child's grasp. He then passed the girl with the pendant back the Mo Yuju. This is passing spirit jade. Although it isn't some rare item, it remains warm during the winter and cool during the summer. In addition, bugs won't dare to approach her. I'll give it to her as a token of remembrance. After going through several great battles, Han Li acquired many spoils of war. Not only did he receive all sorts of magic tools, but he also acquired a few rarely found treasures, the passing spirit jade being one of such treasures. Chapter 337. A Concealed Expert Crooked Soul. As for tonight's matters, I do not wish for Spirit Beast Mountain to know of them. You two should keep this to yourselves. Han Li suddenly raised his head and coldly glanced at the Rainbow Sect Master and his son. The old man's heart trembled in fear and he remained silent with a humble appearance. Han Li wordlessly stared at the Rainbow Sect Master for a moment. When he saw that the old man had broken out in a cold sweat, he revealed a smile and then his body blurred, disappearing without a trace. While the old man was stunned, he felt a hand lightly pat his shoulder. His body immediately stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Han Li was indifferently standing behind him. Does Sir Immortal have any commands? This old man will certainly follow them. The Rainbow Sect Master said with an apprehensive smile. It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a greeting. Han Li replied with a calm expression. A greeting? The old man was startled, not fully understanding Han Li's intentions. But something soon came to mind and he hastily inspected his body with worry. Fortunately, he didn't find anything unusual and calmed down. Han Li then released his divine wind boat and appeared inside with a flash. After giving a deep glance at the youth and the old man, Han Li coldly chuckled and flew off in a streak of white light. The old man and his son were left completely baffled along with Moulan. As Han Li flew on his divine wind boat, he unconsciously sneered. Although the old man had said that he didn't dare to tell Spirit Beast Mountain about him, Han Li saw something amiss from his expression. Having seen this, Han Li naturally wouldn't ignore a deep schemer who held hatred toward him, even if he was immortal. Therefore, when he had appeared behind him, he secretly took action and had a burrowing worm enter his body with a pat. This insect was very strange. It was the size of a fine hair and was nearly invisible to the naked eye, only completely detectable through spiritual sense. So long as it entered the body, it would slowly crawl through one's blood vessels and eventually reach the heart. After 1 or 2 years, the infected party would start to experience heart pain and an inability to sleep soundly. The symptoms would grow increasingly severe over a span of several months until the heart pain surges, leading to death. It would appear no different than if he had died an ordinary death from heart problems. Even expert cultivators wouldn't find anything wrong in the least unless they knew what to look for beforehand. Since it would occur such a long time after Han Li had patted his shoulder, no association would be made to Han Li. This unscrupulous and strange insect was something Han Li had acquired from the spoils of a Devil Dao cultivator. He initially had no idea what it was until he had someone else appraise it. Now knowing its purpose and usage, he had used it on the Rainbow Sect Master. With this, he was able to fulfill his promise to Mo Fengwu without appearing evil in front of Mo Yuzhu. Han Li felt quite pleased with himself. Han Li currently no longer cared if they informed Spirit Beast Mountain that Han Li had been there. After all, he hadn't harmed the father or the son in the slightest. Presumably, Spirit Beast Mountain wouldn't pursue him over such a minor affair. As for the Rainbow Sect Master's son, he seemed decent. Han Li hoped that Mo Yuzhu would have a happy life with him. With that thought, he flew his divine wind boat to the west of Jiayuan City. He wanted to hurry and resolve this matter of Crooked Soul's peculiarity. Although he didn't know what Crooked Soul was up to, he definitely couldn't just leave him alone. West of Jiayuan City was a tall mountain range filled with dense forest. It was said that poisonous snakes and fierce beasts roamed in these parts. As such, people would rarely tread in that region. This was most likely the main reason why Crooked Soul ran there after the peculiarity had arisen. Han Li silently observed the densely covered mountain range from the sky. After a long while, he took out the soul-guiding bell from his storage pouch. He gradually poured spiritual power into the bell as he grasped it in his palm. A short while later, the soul-guiding bell glowed with faint white light and floated in the air. Go! After he threw the small bell, he formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and softly spat out his command. The soul-guiding bell trembled for a moment before releasing a clear ring. It then flew off at great speed. Han Li faintly smiled and chased after it with his divine wind boat. By using Crooked Soul's blood essence that the bell contained, he was able to easily use the bell to track down where Crooked Soul was located. Naturally, he couldn't do this if the bell was too far away from Crooked Soul. If Crooked Soul was over 500 kilometers away, Han Li would be powerless to act. But now that the bell had responded, Han Li grew happy, knowing that Crooked Soul was concealed nearby. The small bell flew straight for about 15 kilometers before suddenly descending. When Han Li saw this, he knew he had found his objective and immediately grabbed the small bell in midair. Then he completely covered the small, glowing bell in a layer of azure light. From Sun Erga's words, Han Li knew that Crooked Soul could now sense the soul-guiding bell. By concealing the bell's aura, he could avoid having Crooked Soul flee. He quietly descended on a small mountain's peak and started to sweep his gaze in every direction. Although it was already dark, Han Li was still able to vaguely see as he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. As a result, he headed straight towards the direction in which the small bell had originally descended, into a large pile of stones on the mountaintop. Han Li walked without the slightest sound as if he was a ghost. From Han Li's measures, he had ultimately caught Crooked Soul completely unaware. Crooked Soul was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock in meditation as if he were refining qi. Hidden behind a rock, Han Li secretly watched Crooked Soul with complete amazement. Han Li was able to feel spiritual qi within Crooked Soul's body. His spiritual qi fluctuations indicated that he was at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement, leaving Han Li stunned. Han Li had clearly remembered that Zhang Taiwan was originally unable to cultivate the eternal spring arts, because he didn't have spiritual roots. Wait. Although Zhang Tai was unable to cultivate the eternal spring arts, that didn't mean that he didn't possess any spiritual roots. It only meant that he didn't have what attributes spiritual roots. Could it be that Zhang Tai possessed spiritual roots of another attribute? Han Li thought, suddenly coming to a realization. What were the odds? Dr. Mo was actually able to accept 2 disciples with spiritual roots when a person with spiritual roots couldn't normally be found among 10,000 mortals. With incredulity, Han Li continued his thoughts. It is truly unfortunate. Because he didn't have similar attributed spiritual roots, we ended up with completely different fates. If I happened to not have what attributed spiritual roots, then would I have ended up? Han Li felt a trace of lingering fear in his heart. However, how did Crooked Soul acquire a foundation cultivation technique he could use? Could it be? Han Li seemed to have thought of something and wrinkled his brow. His eyes flashed with malicious intent, but he continued to silently watch Crooked Soul cultivate. After the time it took to eat a meal, Crooked Soul opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his limbs. His eyes displayed intelligence as if he truly possessed consciousness. But when Han Li saw this, his face only appeared gloomier and his expression held a faint trace of maliciousness. Today's progress wasn't bad. It seems that in 4 months I won't have to be afraid of the magic tool that controls this body. As Crooked Soul revealed happiness, he heard an ice-cold voice from his side. It seems that your esteemed self is quite satisfied with that body. Who is it? Crooked Soul's expression turned cautious as he hastily looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, Han Li walked out from concealment with an icy expression. Who are you? You're a Foundation establishment cultivator. When Crooked Soul discovered that he was unable to see through the depth of Han Li's cultivation, he couldn't help but reveal fear. That's what I wanted to know. Why did you occupy and steal that body? That is the body of my close friend, and I personally handed it over to my subordinate for safekeeping. You've occupied that body for so many years, so how about you give me an explanation? Han Li calmly said. This body is yours? Crooked Soul revealed doubt as his eyes continuously shifted about. It was clear that he had some sly plan in mind. When Han Li saw this, he coldly sneered. He suddenly flipped his hand, revealing the soul-guiding bell. What are you doing? When Crooked Soul saw Han Li move, he immediately jumped 10 meters back like a frightened hare. He then stared at Han Li with a face of vigilance. Although he had previously felt the existence of the soul-guiding bell, he did not know its specific form. He also didn't know that the small bell was a magic tool that specialized in controlling his body. He had only believed that Han Li had taken out a magic tool to casually act against him. 1. Han Li's friend and fellow disciple of Dr. Mo, who was later refined into Crooked Soul. Chapter 338. A forced confession. Han Li didn't pay any mind to Crooked Soul's alarm and scattered the azure light that enveloped the soul guiding compass. Dong. Han Li tapped his finger against the bell, causing it to lightly ring. But, just as Crooked Soul thought of using this opportunity to escape, he fell to the floor on his back. A life origin magic tool. You have the life origin magic tool for this body. Crooked Soul shouted with fear. It's good that you know. If you don't want to suffer, then you had best give me an explanation of your origins. I'm quite curious. How were you able to invade this body? Aren't cultivators unable to possess the bodies of mortals? Han Li asked with a calm expression and a flat voice as if he were chatting with a close friend. When Crooked Soul heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. Cultivators that possess bodies were loathed in the cultivation world. While it isn't to the degree where they would be exterminated on sight, they absolutely wouldn't be looked upon favorably. With the addition of Han Li's strange behavior, he couldn't help but feel perturbed while vainly dreaming of escaping. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I was previously a Foundation Establishment cultivator, but I lost my body in a war against an enemy clan. As a result, I had no choice but to occupy this body. Instead of answering Han Li's question, he stood up and gave this explanation with a smile. Really? Han Li indifferently commented. In truth, Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear that he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. However, when Crooked Soul was unable to make out Han Li's thoughts through his indifferent appearance, he couldn't help but become scared and hastily plead. Although this one's cultivation had dropped to the low levels of qi condensation, I still retained a few magic tools and spirit stones. So long as fellow Taoist doesn't pursue this matter, I would be willing to gift them to you. He had spoken humbly. He clearly understood that he had no choice but to yield while under Han Li's control. However, Han Li didn't pay attention to his seductive words and asked after a moment of contemplation, "Are you a cultivator of the seven sects?" Han Li appeared to have casually asked this. According to his knowledge, very few Foundation Establishment cultivators existed outside of the seven sects within the state of Yu. Only a few large cultivation clans would possess a number of Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Yen clan for example. Seven sects. Ah yes. I am a cultivator of Spirit Beast Mountain. Could it be that your esteemed self is also a seven sects cultivator? Crooked Soul said these words calmly, but Han Li was able to spot a trace of fear within his eyes, causing Han Li to feel great suspicion. So it turns out that fellow Taoist is from Spirit Beast Mountain. How is young Mistress Han Yunji doing? Han Li asked with a faint smile. Han Yunji. I am truly sorry. This one had been in secluded cultivation for so many years and thus has no recollection of the younger disciples. After being surprised momentarily by Han Li's question, he made a forced laugh and self-mockingly said, "You aren't familiar with her? Then how about fellow Taoist, tell me the names of a few disciples that you do remember. This one knows many fellow Taoists from Spirit Beast Mountain. Perhaps I might know a few." Han Li flatly continued with his close questioning. This Crooked Soul appeared somewhat panicked and began shifting his eyes in every direction. His expressions were more honest than his words. Seeing that this person had failed to answer, Han Li's expression grew dark and cold. "Fellow Taoist, you truly disappoint me. You are still hesitating and now I must force you," Han Li said bluntly. With a blur, his body flashed forward and back. Crooked Soul remained motionless in his original location. However, a soul lock talisman was now attached to the center of his chest, removing any opportunity for him to act. With a panicked appearance, he hastily shouted, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? We can talk about this." When used on mortals, a soul lock talisman was capable of completely locking down their bodies to the point where they wouldn't be able to speak. But when used against cultivators who possessed magic power, its efficacy was somewhat lacking. Although there were other methods to immobilize weaker cultivators, there were few that left them capable of speaking and expressing emotion. At this moment, Han Li paid no mind to any of his shouts and took out a pitch-black alms bowl from his storage pouch. Once it appeared, a sinister qi filled the air, causing the nearby temperature to drop several degrees. Shortly after, the alms bowl released a ghastly wail and surrounded itself with a strange black fog, causing its ghostly aura to thicken. This was the Soul Congregation Bowl that Hanli had recently acquired. Single-handedly grabbing the magic tool, Hanli ominously glared at Crooked Soul as he approached him. As Crooked Soul stared at the strange alms bowl, he appeared bewildered. But he then immediately thought of something and his expression became nervous. He forced himself to say, "What do you plan on doing? Don't tell me you plan on using a soul refinement technique?" When he said the words soul refinement technique, his eyes revealed extreme fear. The soul refinement technique was a notorious, fear-inspiring magic technique in the cultivation world. Some cultivators would even swear death oaths under threat of this wicked magic technique. All of the sects and great clans have specialists that would learn this technique in order to deliver the harshest of punishments to set an example for traitors. This practice had gained it much infamy due to the cruelty involved. It was said that practitioners of this technique were capable of extracting one's soul and using specialized magic techniques to torment them. Rumor has it that direct suffering inflicted on a soul for even a short moment was unbearable even to those with adamant wills. Furthermore, the stronger the cultivator's soul, the greater suffering they would feel. These gruesome details would cause cultivators' faces to pale when they spoke of them. Rumors of the soul refinement technique have spread all across the cultivation world. The best known among them was the rumor that cultivators capable of the soul refinement technique were able to cultivate a soul tool, a tool inseparably linked to their own souls. Only with such a magic tool would the user be able to fully utilize the soul refinement technique and damn the target's soul to suffer a fate worse than death. Not many cultivators had personally seen a soul tool, but it was said to release a dense, sinister and ghostly aura. Its description closely matched the appearance of the Soul Congregation Bowl, a magic tool that had held the souls of over 100 cultivators. Thus, with the threatening appearance of the alms bowl and Hanli's previous threats, this person had mistakenly believed that Hanli was capable of using this soul tool to perform the dreadful soul refinement technique. It was no surprise why he thought this. When someone thought of soul torture, the first thing that came to mind was the soul refinement technique. How could he not have been scared out of his wits? When Hanli heard Crooked Soul's words, he remained expressionless despite the surprise he felt. In fact, Hanli hadn't thought of using the soul refinement technique to threaten him. He only wanted to use the dark icy chi of the alms bowl to submit his soul to a bit of suffering. But now that Crooked Soul believed that Hanli was capable of using the soul refinement technique, Hanli was prepared to take advantage of his misconception. "I'm going to ask you one more time. Tell me about your origin and why you have impersonated a spirit beast mountain cultivator." Hanli coldly responded with a question of his own, not bothering to answer whether or not he intended to use the soul refinement technique. Hanli's evasive answer caused this person to be more convinced of his previous assumption. With a distressed expression, his lips trembled but no words came out. Seeing this, Hanli didn't continue to talk nonsense. Instead, he started to vaguely mutter an unknown incantation and moved the Soul Congregation Bowl closer to Crooked Soul's face. With regards to the alms bowl's sinister chi, even Hanli, a Foundation establishment cultivator, coldly shivered upon contact with it. As a chi condensation cultivator, Crooked Soul would be affected far more strongly. Thus, as the alms bowl was placed in front of him, he felt his body break out in a strange, extreme chill as if needles of steel had pierced through the depths of his soul and frozen it stiff. After a short moment, he was no longer able to endure the pain and screamed with a twisted expression. "Don't be so hasty, I haven't even used any magic yet. Then the pain will be 100-fold more." Hanli suddenly whispered these fleeting words in his ear. 100-fold? When Crooked Soul heard this, he nearly lost himself to fear. He was unable to endure the current pain for even a short moment. To endure 100 times the pain would cause his soul to disappear in anguish. Having suffered, Crooked Soul was completely certain that this was the rumored soul refinement technique. Thus, when he saw Hanli form an incantation gesture, he hastily changed his words to avoid further pain. "Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I will speak. Please put away your soul tool and refrain from using the soul refinement technique." Because of the penetration of the alms bowl's cold chi, he stuttered, repeating his words as he shivered. Were it not for the protection of the spiritual qi in his body as well as the extreme strength of Crooked Soul's body, he would have long been frozen stiff. Had you been so tactful earlier, you could have avoided a bit of pain. Han Li casually moved to put away the alms bowl and spoke as if Crooked Soul had been the one to bring this upon himself. In fact, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Because he wouldn't talk, Han Li put away the Soul Congregation bowl shortly after. This was also because Han Li was no longer able to endure the cold, dark qi of the magic tool, having directly held it in his hand. When Crooked Soul saw that Han Li had truly put away the magic tool, he took a deep breath. It would be best if you didn't think of deceiving me. I will naturally be using magic techniques to test the truth of your words. I hope your esteemed self isn't so stupid as to keep your secrets. Otherwise, I will scatter your soul and ensure that you will never reincarnate. Han Li spoke with a tone colder than ice. Having just suffered greatly, Crooked Soul involuntarily shivered and his expression became extremely unsightly upon hearing those words. 1. A recurring character. She was first introduced in Chapter 137 when she sold Han Li the golden sincerity brush. He later meets her once more at the trial by blood and fire. She mentioned her name in Chapter 203. Chapter 339. Astonishment. Your esteemed self had better avoid calling yourself a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, I'd feel inclined to distrust you. Han Li expressionlessly interrupted him. Crooked Soul bitterly smiled. It appeared that as he was still unresigned, he had thought to say as such. As a result, after some slight hesitation, he dispiritedly said, "It is as fellow Taoist suspects. This one has an unusual identity. He is not from the state of Yu. You aren't someone from our state of Yu." Upon hearing this, Han Li's face revealed a fraction of the shock he felt in his heart. I was actually a controlling spirit sect cultivator from the state of Tiando. Crooked Soul slowly said. The Devil Dao controlling spirit sect. Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stare at him with a gaze as sharp as a sword. That is correct. I arrived at this place several years ago, but I hadn't expected that one of your country's cultivators would ruin my mystic body and reduce me to this state. As Crooked Soul spoke about the destruction of his body, he wore a helpless expression. After a moment of thought, Han Li asked with raised eyebrows, "Your body was damaged 6 years ago?" As Han Li's voice was calm, Crooked Soul was unable to make out Han Li's interest. He honestly replied, "That's right. After you took possession of this body, you hadn't thought of returning?" Han Li calmly asked. This one had naturally wanted to do so. But it seems your esteemed self doesn't understand much about our Devil Dao. Crooked Soul's face continued to appear helpless. What was the matter? Although I know a few things about the Devil Dao, they are only bits and pieces from rumors. Han Li openly admitted. Our Devil Dao is particular about how strength is truth and how the weak are just prey for the strong. Only with strength would one be able to enjoy authority. Originally, my position at the controlling spirit sect wasn't low. I had a dainty, pretty Dao companion and a few obedient disciples. But now that my cultivation has greatly diminished, those things would no longer be mine if I returned. My position would most likely be coveted by my fellow disciples and fall to a hidden scheme. Crooked Soul explained with a cold smile. After hearing this, Han Li wrinkled his brow and remained silent. Crooked Soul continued. This one's cultivation was lowered to this stage because he took possession of this body. Thus, this one is confident that he will be able to restore his cultivation within 40 years and will be able to openly return. What, did Taoist friend believe that I wish to remain in this backwater place where even birds don't go to shit? From what you've said, you haven't encountered any other cultivators while you hid nearby Jiayuan City. None. Taoist friend is the first cultivator from the state of Yu I've seen after taking possession of this body. He said with an uneasy appearance. Then why is it that you tried to impersonate a spirit beast mountain cultivator at the start? Han Li closely continued with his interrogation. I believed that your esteemed self was a 7-sex cultivator and didn't want to put myself at a disadvantage. Crooked Soul brightly assured. Having heard that, Han Li suddenly smiled. Is that the truth? Han Li amiably asked. However, his kind appearance caused Crooked Soul to feel a chill down his back. That's right. Could it be that fellow Taoist is unsatisfied with something? He cautiously asked with an uneasy expression. I've previously heard people say that it is easiest to deceive others with words holding 7 parts truth and 3 parts lies. I wonder how much of what your esteemed self told me just now is true. Han Li slowly said this as he stared at him. He. Taoist friend's suspicions are far too strong. I am telling the truth. Crooked Soul was clearly uneasy. But once he thought of the consequences of telling the truth, he could only boldly continue to hold his ground. How about I mention a few things first? Your devil Dao has already invaded our state of you. As such, we are now enemies. Thus, I now feel disinclined from torturing you for any secrets. I'll just rip out your soul and save myself some time. Han Li sinisterly said with a calm expression. Having recently suffered, Crooked Soul's complexion turned pale. Invade your state of you? How is this possible? The timing is clearly off. In an instant, his pale face revealed an expression of remorse. Han Li felt shocked. You knew of this matter? It seems I've truly underestimated you. Regardless, even if your status in the controlling spirit sect was great, you are currently only a chi refinement cultivator. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Han Li gradually narrowed his gaze and said with a menacing expression. Han Li turned his hand, causing the Soul Congregation bowl to appear once more. Its dense, cold chi immediately filled the air. But what happened next left Han Li stunned. Crooked Soul didn't reveal any fear and stared at the alms bowl with a strange expression, causing Han Li feel ill at ease. Han Li couldn't use the soul refinement technique. He was only using it as a threat. If Crooked Soul truly intended to die, then Han Li could only watch on as he perished, taking his body with him. He did have a few soul extraction spells among the secret blood sacrificial techniques, but unfortunately he hadn't practiced them in the least. Just as Han Li thought this, Crooked Soul let out a long sigh before saying, I have a few secrets on me. Furthermore, it has much to do with the life and death of your 7 sects. However, what will guarantee that you will spare me after I reveal them? You might just kill me and refine my soul afterwards. When he said the words soul refinement, he couldn't help but twitch. Having heard Crooked Soul speak so solemnly, Han Li stroked his nose and put away the alms bowl once more. What guarantee do you want? So long as it is reasonable, I will consider it. Han Li responded indifferently as if he didn't consider the secrets to be of importance. Humph. I cannot trust a common oath. But to the best of my knowledge, those that cultivate the soul refinement technique are able to swear forbidden oaths with their soul tools. If they were to break them, then their soul refinement technique will backlash and kill them. Alright, I agree. Han Li agreed with the slightest hesitation, coldly laughing in his heart. After that, Han Li took out the Soul Congregation bowl and made a death pledge in accordance to Crooked Soul's words. Seeing Han Li so easily and cleanly swear the oath, Crooked Soul grew suspicious and faintly felt that something was amiss. I swore your death pledge. Don't tell me that you have other conditions? Han Li stonily interrupted Crooked Soul's doubts, deliberately revealing discontent. Of course not. This one knows what happens to those who are greedy. However, before I divulge these secrets, Taoist friend must first tell me about the current circumstances of our devil Dao and your 7 sects, as I am unsure whether this information is outdated. Crooked Soul was distracted for a moment before explaining with a big smile. Han Li revealed a slight trace of hesitation before slowly describing the current circumstances of the 7 sects and devil Dao. Crooked Soul attentively listened, but once he heard of the great battle that was to take place in a month, his face revealed a slight sneer. Han Li, who had been paying close attention to his face, clearly saw this. Once Han Li finished, Crooked Soul muttered to himself for a moment before starting. What he said first left Han Li at a loss for words. Taoist friend, if you are willing to hear me out, you have no need to hurry over to the 7 sects border camp. It is very likely the 7 sects and the cultivators of their allied countries will have already been defeated. If you go, then you will only be throwing your life away. Crooked Soul said with a strange expression. With an indifferent face, Han Li coldly stared at him, waiting for an explanation. The controlling spirit sect cultivator couldn't help but be impressed with Han Li's collected demeanor. Although he felt increasing trepidation toward Han Li, he still continued, You probably don't know it, but Spirit Beast Mountain was actually one of our own sections. They had never actually broken their secret relations with our controlling spirit sect, and their recent rebellion was just a cover. If I'm not mistaken, this cover was prepared by the six sects in order to wait for the cultivators of the two allied countries, dealing with the three countries' cultivators in a single move. Presumably, after the battle is over, our Devil Dao will reign over several countries. These slowly narrated words secretly left Han Li in shock. Cover? Isn't this too much? Spirit Beast Mountain took the initiative to reveal their relationship with your controlling spirit sect. It would have been better if they had kept it hidden. Han Li asked with an unsightly expression after recovering from his shock. Did fellow Taoists truly believe that the other six sects didn't know of Spirit Beast Mountain's origins? Apart from Spirit Beast Mountain, there is another sect among your 7 sects that was once a branch of the Devil Dao, the most powerful among the State of You, the Masked Moon sect. The Masked Moon sect once originated from the Harmonious Bond sect. However, the Masked Moon sect ambitiously planned to become independent and have truly broken their ties with the Harmonious Bond sect several hundred years ago. The words of the controlling spirit sect cultivator continued to leave Han Li in shock. Chapter 340. A trap. Even so, many cultivators were killed in that attack, including 2 core formation cultivators. To take such losses just to conceal Spirit Beast Mountain is inconceivable. Han Li wrinkled his brow, unwilling to be easily convinced. If no core formation cultivators died, then how would the other 6 sects have been convinced? Furthermore, are you really sure that those 2 core formation cultivators were genuine? Crooked Soul sneered. You mean? Han Li stared at Crooked Soul with surprise. To the best of my knowledge, our Devil Dao sect possesses 2 or 3 forbidden techniques that forcefully raises the cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator to nearly the point of core formation. Naturally, there are great defects to these techniques, and they can basically only be used once on a cultivator. Once used, death by ruptured meridians was inevitable, and the duration of their flared cultivation was pitifully short. However, this would have been enough to trick the 7 sects for one battle. Han Li grew silent and was mostly convinced. With that in consideration, Spirit Beast Mountain could strike at an opportune moment during the confrontation between the 6 devilish Dao sects and the 7 sects along with their allies, and easily collapse the 7 sects' arranged formations. With broken formations, the 7 sects and their allies would be defenseless, falling prey to the Devil Dao. Even if what you said was true, the time for the decisive battle has not yet arrived. If I were to make a report, wouldn't I be able to turn the tide of the battle? Why would I want to run away? After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li asked with doubt. Do you really believe our Devil Dao will strike in accordance to the time that was agreed? According to our original plans, this announcement was to confuse our opponents and leave them vulnerable as they prepared. Although I don't know the specifics, I reckon that within a few days, our Devil Dao would launch a surprise attack on the main camp. That should be the moment when the 7 sects will be most relaxed and reinforcements still distant. Does fellow Taoist truly believe that your information would arrive in time and that the upper echelons would even believe you? Crooked Soul smirked, clearly relishing the disaster that was about to befall the 7 sects. Han Li's calm expression finally broke, feeling worried in his heart. If the 7 sects were truly defeated, his coming days would not be easy. He would have to roam across foreign countries to avoid pursuit from the Devil Dao. His only other choice would be to repair the ancient transportation formation and start a new life of cultivation in a foreign land. Your esteemed self appears to fully understand the Devil Dao's plans. It seems your status was truly high. There's no need to worry. I'm not interested in finding out your true identity. However, I must ask if you have any evidence for this. You can't possibly expect me to be completely convinced with just words, yes? Han Li solemnly asked after a moment of thought. Han Li's question stunned the controlling spirit cultivator for a moment. In a moment of desperation, I had already lost my body. Does fellow Taoist truly believe there is any evidence that was left behind? If fellow Taoist has some patience, he will only have to wait a few days to hear the results of the battle. Crooked Soul bitterly smiled before answering as if it had nothing to do with him. Han Li coldly smiled in response. Without a body, your soul somehow managed to escape. However, you're still alive and were even able to recover your magic tools and other valuables. I'm sure you were able to recover such evidence as well. Han Li coolly said, striking at the heart of the matter and causing Crooked Soul's bitter smile to freeze. Hee hee. It seems I truly cannot conceal this from fellow Taoist. Yes, I do possess a few secret letters between Spirit Beast Mountain and my own sect. In fact, I was in charge of relaying information in the state of you several years ago. But I wouldn't have thought. When Hanli exposed him, Crooked Soul revealed slight embarrassment. Hanli inwardly sighed in response to his admission. This person was surprisingly crafty. It seems he'd have to be a bit more careful. He didn't even know his age. Where did you put it? As Hanli bluntly asked this question, he started to sweep his gaze across Crooked Soul's body. The jade slip letters are in my storage pouch. I placed it at a nearby cave. How about I bring fellow Taoists there? Crooked Soul appeared to be rather cooperative. You don't have it on hand? Hanli's gaze flashed with doubt. As you know, this body is a reanimated corpse. Although it far exceeds ordinary men, it had lost a majority of its senses. Therefore, I fear that during an unknown moment of carelessness I would lose my storage pouch. For that reason I left it behind at my dwelling. Crooked Soul explained this with difficulty, causing Hanli to feel something was amiss. Hanli didn't say anything and carefully searched his body, ending up empty-handed. He then asked with an icy tone, "Where is the cave? I will go and find it." Seeing that Hanli was so very cautious, Crooked Soul could only gloomily tell Hanli its location. Hanli nodded and turned to depart. But something suddenly came to mind and he turned around to ask, "How did you enter that corpse? Although the body would be easier to possess as it doesn't contain a soul, it still isn't a cultivator's body." Hanli was genuinely curious. "I don't know." His answer caused Hanli's face to darken. But without waiting for Hanli to speak, Crooked Soul hastily explained, "I truly don't know why. During that time I dragged my heavily injured body to Jiayuan City and was on the verge of death. I could only desperately eject my soul and search in every direction for a cultivator to possess. However, I was unable to find a cultivator anywhere nearby. Just when I was about to give up hope, I found this soulless corpse. In a moment of desperation, I attempted to enter its body. Against all my expectations, I was truly amazed that I had succeeded." The controlling spirit sect cultivator appeared to be incredulous from this as well. Hanli remained silent and stared at him for a moment. He suddenly walked toward Crooked Soul and slapped 2 additional soul lock talismans on his body before vanishing into the darkness. Crooked Soul was left behind with a bitter expression. But a short while later, Hanli returned with a strange glare in his eyes. Hanli was able to easily find the cave using the directions given. It didn't appear to be very large. With a wave of his hand, a moonlight stone flew out of his storage pouch. Hovering above his head, the moonlight stone illuminated his surroundings. Then he looked into the dark cave and pondered for a moment before taking out his white scale shield and tortoise shell. With the 2 magic tools protecting his front, he carefully walked inside. Like Hanli expected, the cave was not large. After walking for about 25 meters, he saw a cave wall blocking his path, the presumable end of the cave. Hanli turned his sharp gaze and found nothing strange. He then lowered his head and looked at the ground. According to what Crooked Soul said, the storage pouch should be buried underneath a blue stone and should be easy to find. As expected, about 6 meters away, he found a meter-tall pitch-black chunk of what appeared to be stone. Without thinking much further, he took several steps forward and closely examined it under the moonlight stone's gentle light. Hanli exhaled in surprise. Stone it was not. It was clearly a large pile of remains, bones with traces of rotting flesh that released the faint smell of blood. After recovering from his astonishment, he discovered that the bones were from fierce predators such as tigers and leopards and had traces of teeth marks as if something had been biting them. Having seen this, Hanli sunk into thought before inwardly shouting, "Not good." He hastily turned to leave the cave. However, it was already too late. A black shadow scuttled out of some unknown place and fiercely knocked against Hanli's white scale shield. Suddenly, he was thrown off with intense force and fiercely slammed into the cave wall. Although he was shielded, the pain nearly caused him to pass out. What is this monster? Hanli thought this with furious alarm through the severe pain. But without waiting for Hanli to fall from the cave wall, the shadow pounced toward him once more. Han Li reacted in fear, hurriedly placing both his defensive magic tools in front of him. Dong! A clear ring surprised Han Li. This time the impact didn't carry a great force. Bang! However, the white scale shield was evenly split into two pieces and had fallen onto the floor. Han Li nearly bit his tongue from terror. Inconceivable! That monster was actually able to split his white scale shield in two. Chapter 341. A difficult situation. The white scale shield was a top-grade magic tool refined from materials of the inky flood dragon. It had supported Han Li through many fierce battles. Aside from the time that it had been pierced by the blood spirit drill, it hadn't sustained the slightest of damage. Han Li truly found it hard to believe that it was just destroyed by some monster. At this moment, Han Li was able to use the Moonlight Stone's faint light to take a look at this monster. The creature appeared extremely strange and was only about a meter tall. It had a small head perched on a very thin neck. However, its two green fist-sized eyes unemotionally stared at him with cold, malicious intent. What caught Han Li's attention the most were its two black incisive scythe-like forelimbs. Han Li grew greatly fearful of them. This monster had weapons. But how could these scythes be so sharp that they can split his white scale shield in one blow? As these thoughts surged through Han Li's mind, his body flickered, shooting straight toward the cave exit like a loosened arrow. He wouldn't be able to last against that monster inside such a small cave. Even if he had several lives, it still wouldn't be enough. He had to escape in order to stand a chance. As Han Li shot forth, the monster silently pursued him with shockingly equivalent speed. Like two gales of wind, Han Li and the monster raced the short distance toward the cave's exit. Once he left the cave, Han Li waved his hand without the slightest of thought, shooting a streak of white light in front of him. The white light turned into the flawless white divine wind boat. He planned to take to the skies. Since his defensive magic tools were unable to endure the monster's attacks, he would have to increase the distance in between them and use magic tools to ravage it from afar. As Han Li slowed down to bring out his divine wind boat, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The monster suddenly appeared between Han Li and his divine wind boat. Clang! Clang! It icily stared at Han Li while rubbing its scythe-like forelimbs against each other. Han Li felt his heart drop. Not only was this monster ferocious, it was also intelligent. This proved quite troublesome. But now that they had left the dark cave, Han Li was able to fully make out the monster underneath the moonlight. It was a huge dark gray mantis that released a strange gray aura. Han Li lightly exhaled, suppressing the unease in his heart. His body became blurred for a moment before transforming into 6 identical images. Each of the illusions charged directly toward the huge mantis. Han Li wasn't completely confident that the fastest speed of his shifting smoke steps could break through the monster's guard. The mantis' eyes flashed with green light, and its body also blurred, turning into several similar reflections. Each of them moved to block Han Li's illusions. Han Li's face became aghast. Puff! Puff! One by one, Han Li's reflections were struck down by the mantis blades. Just as Han Li's true body was about to be struck, he was forced to use his tortoise shell to block its strike. As a result, the strike blew him back to his original location and left a deep scar on his tortoise shell. Han Li looked at the scar on the tortoise shell with a pale expression and gulped. It was clear that this magic tool would be unable to endure further strikes. Without waiting for Han Li to make any plans, the mantis' meter-long wings began to shimmer and buzz. The demonic beast had actually rapidly fluttered its wings and lightly hovered off the ground. Han Li bitterly swore. How could he possibly forget that mantises were insects capable of flying? Once in flight, this demonic beast will surely be immensely fast. For the first time, Han Li lacked confidence in his movement techniques. Even so, Han Li hurried used the body lightning technique, along with other auxiliary magic techniques on his body, and patted his storage pouch, releasing streaks of gold, black and red light. He hurried, wanting to use this opportunity to take the initiative. However, the demon mantis acted before Han Li could begin his assault. It launched itself into the air and suddenly disappeared without a trace. An instant later, it reappeared above Han Li and fiercely chopped down, intending to split Han Li into two. At this moment, Han Li appeared incomparably calm. As the scythe sliced through Han Li's afterimage, Han Li had completely disappeared. However, his magic tools had remained, spiraling around the demonic beast like a swarm of bees, wanting to shred it into pieces. Dong! Dong! A series of clangs rang out as the huge mantis swung its scythes at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, creating a huge defensive net. In the clash between the magic tools and the mantis scythes, 3 of the golden blades and 1 of the fire tridents were cut into fragments, turning them into clouds of sparkling dust. Han Li took this opportunity to fly off on his divine wind boat while feeling great heartache. He urgently recalled his remaining magic tools, causing the streaks of light to rush back toward him. However, the demon mantis was unwilling to let him go. It clanged its forelimbs against each other and suddenly charged forward, turning into a black blur as it rapidly advanced. In an unrestrained chain of slashes, 2 more golden blades were broken, scattering into dust. Han Li's feeling of loss only grew deeper. Although this set of golden beetle swarm blades couldn't be considered exceptional among top-grade magic tools, it was hard to come by such a large set that was easy to use. Furthermore, he had this set of magic tools for many years and had become quite attached to them. He didn't expect that a majority of them would be destroyed today. Fortunately, Han Li's most important magic tools, the Black Dragon's claws, were still intact. As the pair had managed to survive, it could be considered a silver lining among this terrible situation. But with the demon mantis still rigidly staring at him, Han Li was unable to feel hopeful. If he didn't have a good way to deal with this monster, he might not be able to save his own life, let alone his magic tools. With that in mind, Han Li madly poured spiritual power into the divine wind boat beneath his feet. The divine wind boat lightly trembled for a moment before soaring into the sky as a streak of white light. Han Li truly believed that this demonic beast would be unable to match the speed of the divine wind boat. However, after a short moment of flying, Han Li couldn't help but recognize how shallow his experience was. The mantis had kept up with him and was slowly catching up. At this moment, Han Li was wildly driving forward as he threw several fireballs behind him, attempting to stop the demon mantis from chasing him. This is far too strange. Not only are its attacks fierce and swift, but its flight speed is even quicker. Even my own divine wind boat is slightly slower than it. Han Li gloomily thought. He was now completely certain that this demon mantis was far more powerful than the white spider he had previously fought. This huge mantis wasn't a mere top-grade 4th-level demonic beast. It was a 5th-grade demonic beast from legend, a monster nearly capable of contending with core formation cultivators. When Han Li thought of this possibility, he felt more cold sweat on his back and fired fireballs with even greater effort in an attempt to stop the demonic beast's gradual approach. Each of the fireballs were easily chopped into 2, but they managed to slightly slow it down, buying Han Li some precious time. Han Li clearly understood that if this continued, the mantis would eventually overtake him. He couldn't allow this deadlock to continue. Therefore, he separately used a thread of consciousness to enter his storage pouch and see what magic tools could be used for this situation. Suddenly, he felt a very soft item with his strand of consciousness, and his mind flashed with inspiration, coming up with a plan immediately. Thus, after lowering his head and observing his environment, he fiercely stomped on his divine wind boat, causing it to immediately descend into the thick forest. At that same moment, he casually took out 8 common magic tools from his storage pouch and recklessly shot them all behind him. Afterwards, he threw 5 puppet soldiers behind him as well. As soon as they emerged, they shot out dazzling light arrows that closely followed behind the magic tools. Although this wild attack forced the mantis to respond, it was able to quickly tear the puppets and magic tools into pieces. But when it thought to resume chasing after Han Li had already silently disappeared into the forest without a trace. The demonic beast's eyes continuously flickered with green light and slowly descended. It then circled around the forest, still wanting to find Han Li. Down below in the dense forest, Han Li was solemnly staring at the huge mantis in the sky from behind a large tree. His eyes revealed nervousness. At this moment, he was wearing a cloak of muslin, hiding all traces of his body and completely isolating him from the world. This concealing spirit muslin was something Han Li had acquired after the fight with the white spider, loot he had acquired from Xianyu. Xianyu had originally planned to take advantage of this item and use the spider to deal with Han Li, but he had died as a result. Not only can this muslin isolate one's spiritual chi fluctuations, it can also hide one's scent and presence, allowing for complete concealment. Han Li had no choice but to use this magic tool, hoping that the demonic beast wasn't too bright and would leave after searching for a bit. Else, if it persisted, Han Li would be in dire straits. But to guard against any contingencies, Han Li had the solidified blood spirit drill ready in his grasp. Although this item had astonishing speed and destructive power, Han Li wasn't confident that it would be able to kill the demonic beast, having personally witnessed the mantis' terrifying speed. Thus, he had only taken it out just in case. Chapter 342, Bewilderment. While holding his breath, Han Li gazed at the huge mantis as it flew several few kilometers nearby before suddenly shooting toward Han Li's hiding place. Han Li's complexion turned deathly pale. With a cold face, he firmly held the blood spirit drill in his hand and began to pour spiritual power into it, causing it to gradually heat up. Han Li coldly gazed at the demonic beast as it approached, waiting for the mantis to come closer before releasing the magic tool. Only by doing this would he have a higher chance of injuring or even killing it. Naturally, waiting for it to come closer put him in far greater danger, but Han Li was left with no other choice. 150 meters, 120 meters, 90 meters. Han Li's heart violently thumped in his chest, and he couldn't help but suck in a deep breath as he prepared to release the blood spirit drill in his hand. But what Han Li saw next left him dumbstruck. When the demon mantis was just 60 meters away from Han Li, it suddenly circled off into another direction, descending not far away from Han Li. After two miserable roars sounded out, the huge mantis flew away without the slightest reluctance, carrying a large mountain boar in its forelimbs. After seeing the demonic beast fly away into the distance, Han Li finally let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground, despite appearing unbefitting of a cultivator. He had just gone through a matter of life or death. Had he went ahead and launched the attack, he would have ended up just like that boar as food for the demonic beast. He was extremely fortunate to come out unscathed. Han Li silently rejoiced. This was the first time he had felt that his luck was quite good. But now that he had calmed down, Han Li thought of the culprit that caused all of this, the controlling spirit sect cultivator that resided in Crooked Soul's body. Han Li couldn't help but feel burning fury. It was clear the cave was a trap. Those jade slip letters were just a fabricated lure. Despite his carefulness, he was still no match for that cunning old fox. He had fallen deeply into his trap and had nearly died as a result. Oh, very good. Since I'm still alive, I'd better go and pay you a visit. As Han Li rested, he felt an intense hatred burning inside him that he never felt before. Han Li knew that because he stuck 3 soul lock talismans onto Crooked Soul, it would be impossible for him to escape. His cultivation was simply too weak. Once Han Li returned, he would be able to easily take his life. When he felt that his physical strength and magic power had recovered, Han Li shot off on his divine wind boat toward Crooked Soul. However, he now didn't dare to boldly fly up into the sky. Instead, he cautiously flew at a low altitude about 30 meters up in the air, because he was afraid of catching the demonic beast's attention once more. On Han Li's journey back, the freezing night wind had calmed a majority of Han Li's raging fury. Once his mind became clearer, he started to re-examine his interactions with Crooked Soul. The words and actions of the controlling spirit sect cultivator were well thought out. In addition, with the fearsome strength of the demon mantis, Han Li was beginning to doubt that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could such a fearsome demonic beast appear within 50 kilometers of a place like Jiayuan City? There was no way it could be wild. When he thought of the controlling spirit cultivator, he couldn't help but think that this huge mantis was likely a domesticated spirit beast. It's hard to imagine that such a fearsome spirit beast was domesticated by a Foundation establishment cultivator. From his point of view, that mantis spirit beast could handle 4 late Foundation establishment disciples. It was beyond ferocious. Could it be that this Crooked Soul wasn't a Foundation establishment cultivator but actually a core formation? Han Li couldn't help but guess. Han Li's heart jumped. Seeing that he was about to arrive, Han Li stopped his advance and entered deep contemplation while still floating in midair. How could a core formation cultivator be reduced to such a miserable state where their body was destroyed and their soul was cast adrift? Could it be that he was forced to eject his soul because he was no match for another core formation cultivator? Or could it be that he ran into a nascent soul eccentric from the state of you? However, the 7-sex nascent soul cultivators have long since detached themselves from the world. Only 2 or 3 still remained within the state of you. Even among the clashes between the Devil Dao and 7-sex, Han Li had never heard of a nascent soul cultivator taking action. Such a display was quite hard to imagine. With just a single wave of a hand, such an expert could easily shatter mountains and overturn the seas. However, Han Li felt some resentment toward these nascent soul cultivators and inwardly cursed them several times for their detached observation of the wars of lower-level cultivators. When would these profound cultivators finally take action? Could it be that was what happened? Is it possible that this core formation expert came across a nascent soul eccentric? Han Li speculated in his mind. If a core formation cultivator truly was trapped inside Crooked Soul's body, it completely made sense. After all, he knew much secret information about the Devil Dao's invasion and possessed such a powerful spirit beast as well. After further contemplation, Han Li conceded that Crooked Soul was most likely a core formation cultivator. This caused him to break out in cold sweat and wear a queer expression, holding traces of both fear and excitement. Could it be that he had disguised himself to lure me in? Did he pretend to have low cultivation to play with me this entire time? Han Li did his utmost to ponder about the possibility of the worst-case scenario. Impossible. Those displays of weakness couldn't be faked. After a moment more of deliberation, he finally arrived at a definite conclusion. It was an indisputable fact that he had already occupied Crooked Soul's body for several years. The only possible reason for this was because he had lost his body, along with his profound cultivation like he previously said. Even with his primordial soul, Crooked Soul would only be able to recultivate without any bottlenecks. His current cultivation should be as it appeared. Furthermore, Han Li figured out that he was unable to control the mantis spirit beast. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have such a fearsome beast follow him as a bodyguard? During his current moment of weakness, Crooked Soul's greatest need was strong protection. That was why he had no choice but to trick Han Li into entering the cave, in the hope that his uncontrollable mantis would kill him. With his sharp mind, Han Li mulled through the series of events before gradually realizing the complete truth. His heart grew courageous once more. Han Li wasn't merely taking advantage of someone's weakness. He was dealing with a core formation cultivator, a great enemy belonging to the controlling spirit sect. If Crooked Soul managed to run away, he would come back as a core formation cultivator and be certain to dismember him into countless pieces. Therefore, Han Li absolutely couldn't leave this person alive. Understanding how things stood, Han Li continued his flight without the slightest hesitation and flew onto the small mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, Han Li arrived on the mountaintop and saw Crooked Soul still held in place. The talismans on his body were still untouched. Han Li was jubilant and descended about 30 meters away from Crooked with a relaxed heart. But at the same time he held a magic tool in each hand. Having seen Han Li descend, Crooked Soul appeared extremely shocked, as if he hadn't expected that Han Li would return alive. Following that, he forced himself to widely smile, wanting to say something. But Han Li just advanced several steps forward and raised his hand, shooting 2 black streaks of light toward him. Since Han Li already decided to kill him, he had no need to speak with him. Seeing the fierce and overbearing advance of the black dragon's claws, Crooked Soul's complexion paled. Recognizing that Han Li wanted to rip him apart, Crooked Soul's body suddenly flashed, jumping several meters to the side and avoiding the attack. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you forgot about your death oath?" The controlling spirit sect cultivator cried out in a fluster. He clearly hadn't expected to see Han Li again and was caught off guard by his attacks. Han Li appeared to have ignored Crooked Soul's words. Instead, he was intensely staring at the 3 soul lock talismans still on his body as if he didn't dare to believe his own eyes. The talismans weren't removed, but he can still move? Han Li's heart was filled with doubt. However, now was not the time to be distracted by questions. Thus, Han Li snorted and remained silent. He pointed at the black dragon's claws and caused them to immediately grow several times their original size, turning into 2 huge black lights before charging toward Crooked Soul. Han Li had already made up his mind. Even if he had to sacrifice the body of Crooked Soul, he had to thoroughly eliminate this core formation cultivator. Seeing that Han Li had no intention to stop until he was dead, Crooked Soul gaped from desperation upon seeing the black dragon's claws oppressively charge toward him. A streak of green light spouted out from Crooked Soul's mouth, rigidly blocking the full power of the black dragon's claws. Chapter 343, Brilliant Green Dagger. What is that? Han Li was greatly surprised that Crooked Soul was actually able to block his full power strike and couldn't help but stare at the green light. The inch-long dagger glimmered with a translucent green brilliance. Magic treasure. Han Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Regardless of whether it was a magic treasure or not, Han Li was still shocked. With just his 6th layer Qi condensation cultivation, he still was able to use that item to block the black dragon's claws. Han Li was surprised that he still had a magic treasure to protect himself. It'll be a bit more troublesome, but Han Li would be able to kill him with pleasure and leisurely acquire this treasure. He was now completely certain that this person was once a core formation cultivator. With that in mind, Han Li continued his fierce assault with the black dragon's claws and flipped his hand, revealing the spirit-guiding bell. The reason why Han Li didn't think of using it from the start was because he thought that it was unnecessary, since Crooked Soul had already been restrained by the Soul Lock talismans. Seeing that Han Li took out the soul-guiding bell, Crooked Soul's eyes flashed with panic. But soon after, he immediately struck his lower abdomen with a grimace, spitting out an emerald green ball. As soon as it appeared, it released a soft green light that enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Han Li started to ring the soul-guiding bell, intending to cause Crooked Soul's bones to become numb and leave him unable to fight. After a series of rings, Crooked Soul stood there unscathed as if he was completely unaffected. Han Li's expression grew solemn. It was clear that the green ball's radiance was protecting him from the bell's effects. With that in mind, he rang the bell 2 more times. Seeing that it had no effect, he gloomily put it away. Then with a wave of his hand, over 10 puppets appeared in a flash of white light. They were Han Li's last remaining Grade 2 puppets. If these were broken, then he would only be able to use his weak self-made puppets. Therefore, Han Li had no intentions of dragging this on further. As soon as the puppets appeared, he commanded them to shoot light beams and arrows in an overbearing assault. Upon seeing such a fearsome attack, Crooked Soul clenched his teeth in furious alarm. He hastily flung incantation gestures toward the green ball, causing it to quickly spin and glow brighter. Suddenly, the streaks of light interweaved among each other and erupted in a dazzling explosion. Crooked Soul then rode the waves of the explosions to retreat about 10 meters. Han Li was left dumbstruck. A cultivator at only the 6th layer Qi condensation was actually able to block the full power attack of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. This action was heaven-defying. However, when he recalled that this person was once a core formation cultivator, he didn't feel that it was too strange. He'd have a few trump cards after all. Crooked Soul inwardly sighed in relief. His secret techniques had managed to block Han Li's attack. At that same moment, he was mulling over the words he should use to persuade Han Li to stop his furious barrage of attacks. Since he had a pitiful amount of magic power, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. But without waiting for him to speak, Han Li touched his storage pouch after a moment of hesitation and suddenly raised his hand, releasing a blinding flash of red light. Crooked Soul was astonished. Without understanding what had happened, the floating green ball had ruptured before his eyes, and he felt an agonizing pain from the very depths of his soul. He couldn't help but scream loudly as he fell to the ground with limbs incessantly flailing about. The green light protecting Crooked Soul's body had disappeared without a trace upon the destruction of the green ball. With nothing left to obstruct the light beams and arrows, he was suddenly overwhelmed as if he were drowning in a torrent of rain. Without a master to control it, the green dagger suddenly decreased in power and was forcibly suppressed by Han Li's black dragon's claws, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Han Li was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that risky strike to be so effective. The reason why he hadn't used the blood spirit drill to directly strike at the heart or the head was because they were not vital points to Crooked Soul, a moving corpse. At most, Han Li would only be able to severely injure him while being unable to kill him. With that in mind, it would be better to strike at that troublesome green ball. However, he hadn't expected that the green ball would rupture from a single strike and cause Crooked Soul to meet his end. It appeared that the green ball had a close connection to his soul. It was no wonder that he had such an unsightly expression when he spouted it out to face an enemy. Could it have been the golden core he had condensed from core formation? Han Li sinisterly guessed. Han Li then waved his hand, stopping the puppet's attacks before taking a close look in Crooked Soul's direction. After the streaks of light faded away, Han Li clearly saw a blackened corpse lying on the ground. Han Li was greatly surprised to find that the corpse hadn't turned into ash. Could it be that Crooked Soul's body was extraordinary because he was a? Han Li remained motionless, looking at the corpse for a moment and muttering to himself. He then raised his hand to the sky, causing 6 fist-sized fireballs to appear in the air. Go! With a single command, the fireballs shot toward the corpse like a loosed arrow. Puff! Puff! Han Li indifferently gazed at the corpse as it burned in the inferno. An instant later, an egg-sized green sphere of light suddenly flew out from the inferno, wanting to escape. Han Li's face grew cold and his body blurred, appearing behind the ball of light. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing it while covered in white light. The green sphere of light suddenly let out a miserable scream before Han Li crushed it with his spiritual power-infused hand. Han Li then blurred, returning to Crooked Soul in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, the fire on Crooked Soul's body disappeared without a trace. It seems even a core formation cultivator can be duped with a mere illusion technique. Han Li lowered his head to look at the blackened Crooked Soul with a sneer on his face. Han Li then carefully examined Crooked Soul's injuries. He was greatly surprised to find that apart from his completely scorched exterior, Crooked Soul's internal organs and bones were entirely undamaged, much to Han Li's pleasure. Although Crooked Soul was only an empty corpse, Han Li had regarded him as a loyal servant. If Han Li was able to repair him, then he would naturally do so. Besides, he had a plan in mind that required Crooked Soul. As such, Han Li lightly rung the soul-guiding bell. Crooked Soul immediately stood up and opened his eyes with a blank expression. Han Li nodded his head. Although Crooked Soul had flesh wounds, he should be able to quickly recover with his exceptional regenerative power as a Jiangshi. Han Li then turned his gaze toward the small shining green dagger floating in the air. Having lost its master, it was now completely still. Han Li proceeded to use his black dragon's claws to gradually suppress it before carefully submerging his spiritual sense into it. He found that he was completely blocked from entering it. It seems like the rumors were true. Without core formation cultivation, I will be completely unable to use magic treasures. Han Li thought with annoyance. He could only look upon this magic treasure with envy. However, Han Li was still very interested in this magic treasure. After a few cautious tests, he finally grabbed it with his hand and carefully admired it. The blade of the dagger was only 1.5 inches long. Without a master to imbue it with spiritual power, its splendor had greatly weakened. However, it still released a mist of cold aura that appeared exceptionally beautiful. In addition, the dagger's body was inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Han Li couldn't help but softly whisper upon reading its name, Green Brilliance. Han Li lovingly fiddled with it for a moment before reluctantly putting away the Green Brilliance dagger inside his storage pouch. Han Li looked around to see if he had missed anything. As a result, his attention was drawn to specks of green light on the ground. He went over to take a careful look and discovered that they were fragments of the green ball that had been destroyed by Blood Spirit Drill. Although it had been shattered, its radiance hadn't diminished in the slightest. He walked over and bent down, carefully gathering the shards. Although he didn't know how he could make use of it, Han Li could guess that it should have something to do with a core formation cultivator's golden core. Chapter 344. Exterminating a demon in a formation. Han Li didn't carefully study the fragments. Instead, he carefully swept his surroundings once more. After he was convinced that he hadn't overlooked anything, he started to think about how he should deal with the huge mantis. He didn't want to let this demonic beast slip by. After all, its forelimbs were rare, high-quality crafting materials, not to mention the other parts of its body. As for subduing the monster alive, Han Li abandoned the thought after some consideration. He clearly understood that he did not have the experience required to attempt it. Cultivators that control demonic beasts have learned to restrain magic beasts since their childhood and have become extremely familiar with the process. Wanting to vainly keep such a powerful spiritual beast was just wishful thinking. As for the controlling spirit sect cultivator, he had probably lost control of the mantis when he lost his body and changed appearances. Else, his spirit beast would have remained in his control. The spirit beast would have loyally served him for a lifetime and never leave him. It was bound to be more loyal than a human. As for whether Han Li should inform the 7 sects and their allies of this information, he decided to wait for a few days and listen for any news since he had no way of knowing whether the controlling spirit sect cultivator's information was genuine or not. After all, he could travel at great speed. Even if he was a few days late, he would be able to arrive at the 7 sects camp before the deadline. As a result, Han Li spent a day in the dense forest near the mountain cave, secretly setting up the 5 elements reversal Great Formation. Han Li didn't lay out a portion of the Great Formation in a hurry, like he did at the Imperial Palace. He had set up the formation in its entirety. Its power was naturally far greater than before. At this moment he saw the huge mantis leave to hunt for food. It had actually brought back a huge black tiger, leaving Han Li astonished. This was the first time he had seen this kind of black tiger. It was definitely no common beast. However, it was quite unfortunate that this beast had met its end, merely becoming a wholesome meal for the mantis. Having finished his preparations, Han Li quietly snuck into the mountain cave. But just a short moment later he was already rushing out of the cave on his divine wind boat, flying straight toward his formation. A shadow closely pursued him. It was the huge mantis that Han Li had startled. Because he had placed the formation nearby, Han Li entered the formation's territory soon after he left the cave. Although the mantis was somewhat intelligent, it couldn't possibly comprehend the formation spell and was easily trapped within the formation spell. In the following 2 days, Han Li allowed the huge mantis to frantically run around within the 5 elements reversal formation, fully displaying the effects of the illusionary entrapment and the boundaries of area confinement. After the 2 days had passed, the demonic beast was exhausted and no longer moved within the formation. At that moment, Han Li took out many puppets and started to unceasingly harass it from outside the formation, prohibiting it from resting. Although the mantis attacks were exceedingly fearsome, its defense was just ordinary. Because it couldn't approach the puppets attacking it, it was forced to use its scythe-like forelimbs to protect itself. This continued for half a day until the demon mantis was no longer able to endure, allowing the puppets to strike at its body. Although its injuries weren't heavy, its strength had been mostly exhausted. At this moment Han Li took turns changing the puppet's spirit stones. Seeing that it was almost time to finish up, Han Li summoned a treasure talisman, a small yellow knife. Under the cover of the puppet's attacks, it stabbed through the mantis' head, killing it within the formation. Victorious, Han Li walked toward the demon beast's corpse with barely concealed excitement. He then took out his huge silver sword and cut off its incisive forelimbs. Then with great expectations he slowly opened the mantis' abdomen. He hoped that this demon beast was truly a grade 5 demon beast. As such, he would be able to acquire an exceptionally rare demon core. Han Li's face suddenly revealed pleasant surprise, but his expression turned strange immediately after. He was shocked by the items he had taken out of the corpse, several identical shining white ovals with visible veins. Monster beast eggs? Han Li spoke to himself with astonishment. He was a bit confused. He had been expecting a demon beast's core. After Han Li recovered from his astonishment, he removed another 7 eggs from the mantis' abdomen for a total of over 10 eggs. These eggs were the same size as a chicken's egg. Han Li couldn't help but laugh. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He immediately thought of something and suddenly wrinkled his brows. His brows remained furrowed as he placed his finger on a white egg and closed his eyes. Shortly after, Han Li's face became unsightly. These eggs didn't contain the slightest aura of life and were clearly lifeless. This was quite common with regards to demon beast. After all, how could an extraordinary demon beast leave behind offspring so easily? With a gloomy expression he tested the rest of the eggs. As expected, all the eggs were lifeless, causing him to feel depressed. With an angry heart, Han Li thought of turning the eggs to ash, but after a moment of hesitation he decided to keep them in a jade container. This mantis wasn't a common demon beast. Even if its eggs were dead, they could prove to be useful. Han Li said with unwillingness. After he picked off the mantis' gray wings, Han Li turned its corpse into ash and flew off toward the cave. Although his hopes weren't high, Han Li still wanted to see if there was anything worth taking. Han Li's search resulted in a surprise. Inside the cave, Han Li actually found a shriveled, gray-robed corpse. The corpse had an intact storage pouch at its waist. As Han Li grasped the storage pouch, his heart was pounding heavily. There was no question. This corpse was certain to be the remains of that controlling spirit sect cultivator. When he ejected his soul from his body, he had actually left his storage pouch behind, leaving behind a pleasant surprise for Han Li. Naturally, Han Li couldn't have known that the controlling spirit sect cultivator had immediately perished because his injuries were too severe. He was only able to bind his green Brilliance dagger and condense a small amount of his golden core's spiritual chi into that green ball, flusteredly taking 2 items with him before his soul left his body. After all, if he was too late, then his soul would perish along with his body. The storage pouch in his hands had belonged to a core formation cultivator. After suppressing the giddy excitement in his heart, he submerged his spiritual sense into the storage pouch and carefully examined what was inside. However, after searching through the storage pouch, Han Li no longer felt any of his previously held excitement. The huge storage pouch was actually filled with jars and pots. A majority of them were demon beast feed for insects. This was naturally of no use to Han Li. The rest was just a bit better, containing all sorts of named insect specimens. After a bit of investigation, Han Li found that most of the insects were still alive, much to his surprise. They had actually survived after several years without care. Their vitality was truly tenacious. As for the high-grade talismans, magic tools and treasure talismans that Han Li direly needed, not a single one of them could be found, leaving Han Li speechless. Fortunately, Han Li had eventually reached the bottom layer of the storage pouch and found a green jade slip that greatly roused Han Li's interest. The slip contained that controlling spirit sect cultivator's experiences on breeding insects. Not only did it introduce over 1,000 unknown insects to Han Li, but it also mentioned the secret techniques that were used to breed and control them. But what caught Han Li's interest the most was his ranking of which insects were the most ferocious. The huge mantis was obviously on the list. Although it was gray, he had called it the golden back demon mantis. This caused Han Li to be utterly confused for a moment. This huge mantis was only ranked 73 in his list of strange insects. There were still over 72 even more fearsome insects on that list. Han Li, who had personally witnessed the strength of the golden back demon mantis, was stunned. Han Li eagerly looked through the list for most of the day before finally withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade slip. After a moment of contemplation, he started to match the insects in his possession with the description of the fantastical insects he had read about. The results left Han Li beyond dissatisfied. Without considering any other uses the insects may have, their rankings were far too low. Only 2 of them were ranked above 100 and the vast majority of them were ranked among 2 and 300. Had that controlling spirit sect cultivator heard Han Li's complaints, he definitely would have cursed him out. How could these strange insects be so easily acquired? Not to mention the top 100 rankings, even insects ranked in the top 3 to 400 were rare breeds that were acquired over several hundred years of effort and violent struggle. Chapter 345. A small old man and bell tolls. After looking through the items in the storage pouch, Han Li bluntly moved all of the items into his own storage pouch before slicing the original storage pouch into pieces. Although this storage pouch was clearly much better than his own, Han Li didn't dare to use it as he wasn't sure if the bag possessed any hidden traces. Han Li then rested for another day before he felt that it was about time to leave. With Crooked Soul in tow, he flew toward Yellow Maple Valley instead of the Seven Sects camp. Han Li reckoned that if anything bad occurred at the Seven Sects camp, the sects would be the first to receive this information. Therefore, he first headed to the sect in order to hear if there was any news. If nothing was out of the ordinary, then he would quickly convene at the Seven Sects camp. After flying for 6 days, he had uneventfully arrived at the Taiyu mountain range. Han Li didn't notify anyone. Instead, he first secretly returned to his own Immortal's cave first. Once he entered the cave and closed off his formation from the outside, Han Li felt much more at ease. After all, he was in the safety of his own territory. Han Li immediately rushed to the secret room containing his spirit well spring. He found 2 fist-sized spiders floating in the spirit well spring, having already hatched from their eggs. Although they weren't large, one could tell that they were beyond ordinary from their sparkling and translucent bodies. Upon seeing Han Li, the small spiders blurred, immediately shooting toward him. Han Li was surprised at first, but something immediately came to mind and he didn't avoid them. As a result, the 2 spiders steadily landed on Han Li's shoulders and mischievously crawled over Han Li's body. Han Li faintly smiled. It seems the soul-controlling restriction that used his blood essence had an effect. The 2 spiders already saw him as their parent and thus had shown such affection. Delighted, Han Li picked up a spider off of his body and carefully observed it with curiosity. Although spiders generally gave people feelings of great disgust and hate, this spider had a shining, pure white body. It was extremely beautiful, giving people the notion of wanting to pet it in admiration. But what surprised Han Li the most was that the small spider already had the spiritual qi of a 4th-layer qi condensation cultivator. It was already a genuine low-grade 1 demonic beast. It appeared it had great potential. With regards to the white spiders ranking on the list, it was listed as the Blood Jade Spider, at about rank 100. Although it was not as fearsome as the golden-back demon mantis, it was a rare breed. Han Li played around with the 2 small spiders for a moment before placing them inside a leather bag. Since he didn't know when he would be able to return, he naturally wanted to carry them with him so that he could properly train them. Afterwards, Han Li went to his own bedroom and took out a small chest from underneath his bed. The box contained storage pouches filled with all kinds of talismans. Han Li casually took 2 of them. Since he had nearly used all of the talismans on hand, he had to replenish them. Having finished his affairs, Han Li left Crooked Soul in his Immortal's cave and confidently flew straight toward Yellow Maple Valley. Perhaps it was because a majority of the people had already hurried off to the 7 sects camp. Han Li only came across a few separated qi condensation disciples. He casually stopped one and made an inquiry about the circumstances of the valley. No news had arrived about misfortune falling upon the 7 sects, much to Han Li's relief. But since this had only come from a qi condensation disciple, Han Li couldn't let this matter drop. After a moment of consideration, he headed straight toward the 100 Medicine Garden. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, that small old man should have some reliable information. A short moment later, Han Li had appeared above the 100 Medicine Garden, but he was blocked by the white mist formation spell. He had long returned its command medallion to the small old man and could no longer enter the 100 Medicine Garden as he pleased. Although Han Li had already witnessed the power of the 5 elements reversal formation, the small old man's simple illusion formation was still able to obstruct Han Li. Instead of entering by force, Han Li sent a sound transmission talisman instead. After speaking into it, it turned into a streak of fire flying into the white mist. Not long after, the white mist below him blew away, allowing him a path in. When Han Li saw this, he chuckled and gently descended. When he arrived at the center of the 100 Medicine Garden, he found 2 people waiting for him. "Senior Marshal Brother Ma, it's been a while." Han Li grinned at a small old man as he said this. "Humph. Even without seeing each other, you still went and found trouble for me." The small old man, the master of the 100 Medicine Garden, didn't greet him with a smile and rolled his eyes instead. Hee. Could it be that such an adorable disciple like young Lady Xiao is not to your satisfaction? Han Li continued to grin at him completely without concern. With a slightly red face, the young woman saluted Han Li and greeted him with gratitude. "Xiao Chui'er pays her respects to Martial Uncle Han. Many thanks for Martial Uncle's great kindness." This young girl was the granddaughter of that Xiao grandparent-grandchild pair. When the small old man heard this, he revealed an unsightly expression. But when he wanted to say something, Han Li quickly interrupted him. "Senior Marshal Brother Ma, the reason why I came here is because I have a few important matters to discuss with you. It concerns something significant," Han Li suddenly said with a solemn expression. Having seen Han Li's solemn expression, the small old man wrinkled his brow. An instant later he instructed Xiao, "Guard the garden's entrance. I have a few matters to discuss with your martial uncle Han." "Yes, master." The young woman respectfully replied and silently walked to the garden's entrance. Xiao's obedient action was clearly to the small old man's satisfaction. He had even revealed a trace of a fond expression. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly laughed. This senior martial brother Ma said that he gave him trouble, but he was inwardly fond of Xiao. Even so, he was still trying so hard to save face in spite of this. The small old man brought Han Li into his guest room. After they both sat down, he insipidly asked, "Junior martial brother, shouldn't you be at the border camp? How do you still have time to come here for questions? Let's hear what's so important that you had to come here." Senior martial brother Ma wore an indifferent expression. "It's a long story." Han Li sighed and bitterly smiled. Because Han Li had been friends with the small old man for so many years, he knew that although the old man's words were caustic, he had a truly good character. Thus, he had told him about his encounter with the controlling spirit sect cultivator. Naturally, Han Li glossed over the finer details of the fight and focused on the possibility that Spirit Beast Mountain was still working with the Devil Dao. After hearing Han Li out, the small old man's expression became stiff. A long while later, he eventually asked Han Li with a strange expression, "Junior martial brother Han, you exterminated the soul of a core formation cultivator? And Spirit Beast Mountain is still an agent of the Devil Dao?" He was in complete disbelief, as if he had listened to a tall tale. Han Li's face became bitter in response. It was no wonder why the old man was like this. No one could be convinced in such a short amount of time. Han Li tensely wrinkled his brow and replied, "I don't know how reliable this information is. That's why I returned to the sect first to see if there was any news from the border camp. If nothing had happened, I would be able to go there with an easy heart." Han Li didn't conceal anything from the small old man, fully revealing his great desire to preserve his own life. "There's nothing. We've only received requests to transport large quantities of spirit stones and other supplies. No negative news had arrived. It has all been very ordinary," the small old man said with a stern expression. Han Li lightly sighed and stroked his nose, muttering, "It seems I was completely made a fool of by him. I want to curse that cultivator out to vent my gloominess. Or maybe I should be celebrating that nothing bad had happened to the main camp instead." Dong. Dong. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a huge bell continuously tolled from the official hall. The small old man and Han Li couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The bell tolls continued for the time it would take to finish a cup of tea before stopping. The small old man had an extremely unsightly expression and took a deep breath. He spoke with a deep voice, "No less than 81 tolls. It seems your information is most likely true. The circumstances are far from great. Let's go and see what happened. It might not have anything to do with my information." Han Li calmly said after a moment of silence. "Humph. It'd be a miracle if it were not. If it's not a major defeat at the front lines, what else would cause the dragon waking bell to toll 81 times, representing a extermination level crisis of our sect?" The small old man bitterly smiled. Chapter 346. Venerable Ancestor Ling, who Han Li and the small old man left the room together. Having heard the series of bell tolls, Xiao, who was guarding the garden entrance, couldn't help but look back at the old man in panic. The small old man wrinkled his brow and walked over to her, whispering something in her ear. Afterwards, the young girl was calm once more. The old man then called out to Han Li, and the two flew off in the direction of the official hall. On the way there, Han Li saw many cultivators traveling in the same direction. However, a large majority of them were Qi condensation disciples. It was clear the sect's strength had greatly diminished. When the Devil Dao arrived, even with the great protective formations, the sect wouldn't be able to endure for long. With solemn expressions, the two remained silent on their journey. Soon they arrived at a huge stone hall. At this moment, over 1,000 cultivators gathered in front of the hall. However, the guards blocked them all from entering. They only allowed cultivators who were at least Foundation establishment to enter. Under the crowd's complicated gazes, Han Li and the small old man silently entered. Once Han Li entered the official hall, he was shocked. It was not chaotic like he had expected. Instead, he saw over 100 cultivators waiting in complete silence, respectfully gazing at a seated person. This person wasn't the Yellow Maple Valley sect master Zhong Lingdao. Instead, sect master Zhong Lingdao was actually standing at his side. The old man had fully white hair, wore embroidered clothes and had a yellow, withered expression. But for some unknown reason, Han Li's heart pounded upon seeing him and he found it hard to stop his limbs from trembling. What is this? Han Li was amazed. The old man had merely gazed at Han Li and the small old man, but that mere gaze caused Han Li to feel his body go ice cold and his heart to feel stifled, as if his concealed secrets were seen through. Han Li couldn't help but grow pale from shock. Your soul cultivation is quite good. What kind of soul-strengthening cultivation technique do you use? When the old man saw Han Li, his eyes flashed with amazement. When Han Li heard this, he experienced both anger and terror. He felt overwhelmed with disbelief. He did not sense any spiritual power from the old man, illustrating that the differences in their cultivation were like heaven and earth. However, Li Huayuan and the other core formation cultivators didn't make him feel this way. Could it be that this person is a... After a moment of thought, Han Li was left dumbstruck. Having long flung his anger away from even the farthest of clouds, Han Li hastily replied with the utmost respect. This one reports to Senior that he truly had cultivated a technique that has some relation to the soul. Senior's gaze is truly perceptive. His reply held a tone of flattery. The embroidered-clothed old man faintly smiled and lightly waved his hand. Han Li and the small old man then tactfully stood among the crowd. After the time it took to finish a meal, more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators had arrived. At that moment, Zhong Lingdao respectfully said to the old man, "Venerable Ancestor, all of the Foundation establishment cultivators present in the sect have already arrived. As for Marshal Senior Huang, he won't be able to return soon. He is currently at Heaven Rock Mountain." When the embroidered-clothed old man heard this, he slightly wrinkled his brow and immediately instructed him with indifference. "Then so be it. We cannot afford to delay this further. We will start first without him." "Yes, Venerable Ancestor speaks truly." Zhong Lingdao strongly agreed with him. The embroidered-clothed old man chuckled in response and didn't say anything further. "My fellow martial brothers, let me introduce you all to our Venerable Ancestor Ling who. As you have previously heard, he entered nascent soul stage 300 years ago and is our sect's sole Grand Elder. As of now, our sect had encountered an unprecedented crisis of extermination. Our Venerable Ancestor will fully explain this matter." After finishing, Zhong Lingdao stepped off to the side. Although a majority of those present had correctly guessed the identity of this embroidered-clothed old man, an uproar emerged upon their suspicions being confirmed. The crowd looked upon this Venerable Ancestor Ling who with a peculiar gaze. In the near 1,000 years that Yellow Maple Valley had existed, there had only been one nascent soul cultivator. At nearly 800 years old, it could be said that he was the unaging father of Yellow Maple Valley. Ancestor Ling, who lightly coughed in response to the chaotic situation, immediately silencing the entire hall. Who would dare to not give face to this Venerable Ancestor? Since you've all heard the dragon waking bell, I won't beat around the bush. As of now, our 7 sects along with our allied armies have suffered a huge frontal defeat, along with a disastrous amount of casualties and wounded. Although we've barely managed to establish a second defensive line, defeat is only a matter of time. After the old man said this, all the cultivators in the hall paled. Han Li and the small old man looked at each other with complicated expressions but remained silent. "Venerable Ancestor, how is this possible? The day of the decisive battle has yet to come? There is still a month." A middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but ask this. "It is because those at the front line held the same thoughts as you that the Devil Dao was able to launch such a successful surprise attack." The embroidered-clothed old man bluntly rebuked him with dark expression. The middle-aged man thoroughly blushed and saluted him before hastily stepping back. No one else dared to be so tactless, having seen the middle-aged cultivator's embarrassment. As a result, they suppressed the many doubts they held in their heart and silently waited for Ancestor Ling who to continue. This disastrous defeat cannot be completely blamed on our own forces' carelessness and their lack of vigilance. There was a traitor among the 7 sects, Spirit Beast Mountain. While they were solely standing guard, they actually opened the exterior formation and allowed the Devil Dao entry, leading to our disastrous defeat. As the old man said this, he revealed a trace of anger. The crowd of cultivators suddenly came to a realization and loudly cursed Spirit Beast Mountain, causing the scene to become chaotic once more. Enough. There is no use in cursing. As the enemy's means were greater than ours, we have no other choice but to concede defeat. Currently, the most important matter is how to prevent our sect from being exterminated. Our remaining cultivators on the front lines will only be able to last 2 or 3 days at most. Before that time comes, we must evacuate the state of Yu as soon as possible. Ancestor Ling, who said with exceptional calm, "Evacuate from the state of Yu?" Once that question was asked, the entire hall grew silent as if they were all stunned. As cultivators who had lived their entire lives in the state of Yu, they found leaving hard to accept. For a while nobody spoke in agreement. "What? You find it hard to leave?" The old man said indifferently. He was hardly surprised. "Venerable Ancestor, could it be that you and the other nascent soul seniors have no method to repel the Devil Dao?" Eventually, a 30-year-old youth hesitantly asked this. "Of course we can. If us old fellows were to join hands, we should be able to easily exterminate those Devil Dao cultivators." The old man said straightforwardly. "Then could Venerable Ancestor. But you all shouldn't forget, with the 6 Devil Dao's grand reputation, how could they be lacking in nascent soul cultivators? We old fellows had already acted against them, but we were at a disadvantage. As a result, they compelled us to swear a death oath such that as long as they did not participate in the battles, we wouldn't either. As such, the battles were restricted to the level of core formation cultivators." Ancestor Ling, who sighed and revealed a surprising secret. Han Li suddenly came to a realization as to why he had never seen any battles between nascent soul cultivators. If we do not move, they will be able to surround Yellow Maple Valley and deal with the sect in a single move. Since I am bound by oath, I will not be able to save you. Thus, I've already decided that the entire sect must depart the state of Yu. Furthermore, we aren't the only ones leaving. The other 5 sects will be joining us. As such, we will be able to rise back to power in a foreign land. When our strength is sufficient, we will return and fight for our rightful place in the state of Yu. Ancestor Ling, who spoke with a cold smile. Obviously, he didn't seem all too opposed to leaving the state of Yu. Having heard the ancestor's decisive tone, the others could only follow his commands. They didn't dare to voice any differing opinions they may have held. Most of the other affairs have been settled. However, there is still one dangerous task that must be done. Ancestor Ling, who suddenly said something that shocked the crowd, causing them to look at each other in dismay. "The following people I point to must follow me to the rear hall. The others will remain and listen to Sect Master Zhong's evacuation arrangements." The old man then stood up from his seat and expressionlessly walked toward the crowd. The crowd continued to remain in shock. "You," with no trace of politeness, he pointed to over half of the people present. Han Li and the small old man were included among the chosen. After finishing the selection, the ancestor walked toward the rear hall apathetically. Han Li and the others were restless and hesitated for a moment before obediently following behind him. Chapter 347. Evacuation. When they arrived at the rear hall, the old man was standing with his hands held behind his back. Seeing that the many cultivators had arrived, he said with a calm expression, "Those of you that I had just chosen have good aptitude or have practiced exceptional cultivation arts. As such, you are the spark that will ignite our sect's revival. Therefore, I will give you all half a day to immediately return and retrieve your items. Afterwards, Marshal Nephew Huang will lead you on your journey." Everyone was shocked. Someone then asked in bewilderment, "Venerable Ancestor, don't we still have 2 more days before the Devil Dao breach our defensive line? Why the hurry?" "Humph. While it will take 2 days to break through our defensive line, do you believe that they will allow those left behind to slip away? They will send men past the defensive line to attack the distant sects, most likely with the objective to obstruct our escape rather than extermination. For this reason we will sacrifice those outside in order to buy time for you to retreat. But if you dare to leak this matter during the time you are to retrieve your items, our retreat will be met with great chaos, and I will have to personally dispose of the sect." The Ancestor's voice was extremely callous, causing the hearts of those present to tremble. "Yes, Venerable Ancestor." Naturally, Han Li and the others didn't dare to object. They all respectfully agreed and went out to retrieve their items. On their way back, Han Li and the small old man parted with much on their minds. Because Han Li's Immortal's cave was too far away, he had to fly at full speed on his divine wind boat. Han Li's heart was in turmoil. According to what Ancestor Ling who said, Han Li would no longer have to worry about his well-being. If they were to move to another country, he would be regarded as valuable due to the fact that manpower was lacking. But at the same time, they would have to conquer territory in a new country in order to establish Yellow Maple Valley. As one of the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, Han Li would be preoccupied with miscellaneous affairs. He would no longer have much time remaining to cultivate. Presumably, when this matter had been settled and the six sects have re-established themselves, he would have already come across an opportunity to advance to the core formation stage. However, Han Li was unwilling to deal with these troublesome affairs for such a long period of time. But as Han Li entertained the idea of making his escape, he had no idea whether or not he was still being observed by that old eccentric spiritual sense. He didn't know if his actions could still be observed at this distance. If this were the case, he would be certain to meet a tragic end if he deserted. Han Li felt great regret. Had he known that the situation had deteriorated to this degree, he definitely would have fled the country instead of returning. Without any other option, Han Li could only return to his Immortal's cave. Upon entering his Immortal's cave, he first headed to his bedroom and took all the talisman-filled storage pouches from underneath his bed. He then went to his storage room and put away his remaining rare medicine ingredients. Lastly, he went to the secret room that held the spirit well spring and completely destroyed it, concealing the spirit well spring. Since he was currently unable to transport this item, Han Li didn't want those from the Devil Dao to make use of it. Having finished all that, Han Li inspected his residence thoroughly once more. Feeling that he hadn't overlooked anything, he called Crooked Soul out of the cave before carefully removing and putting away the formation flags and plates of the first set of the 5 phases reversal formation. After the formation spell disappeared, he looked at the large entrance of his Immortal's cave. With an intense gaze, he suddenly released 2 streaks of black light and smashed the mountaintop, thoroughly concealing his Immortal's cave. Subsequently, he released the Divine Wind boat and brought Crooked Soul on board. After flying a circle around his former home, he finally flew off. By the time Han Li returned to the official hall, most of the others had already arrived. Leaving Crooked Soul outside, he entered the hall by himself. But what surprised him was that apart from tens of Foundation establishment cultivators, several hundred Qi condensation disciples were also gathered outside the hall. Could it be that they will evacuate together with us? Han Li thought doubtfully. His eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing the small old man and Xiaochuier. They were quietly talking to each other with grim expressions. Having seen this, Han Li walked over without hesitation. "Martial Uncle Han." Xiaochuier respectfully greeted Han Li when she saw him approach. Han Li nodded to her with a smile and then turned toward the small old man, whispering, "What's going on? Are these Qi condensation disciples traveling with us?" Han Li spoke in a soft voice to avoid attracting the others' attention. "That's right. To avoid being easily abandoned, these disciples either possessed exceptional aptitude or distinguished status. My own disciple also has exceptional aptitude." The small old man spoke indifferently. But when he mentioned Xiaochuier, he revealed a trace of pride. Han Li found this somewhat humorous. A short while later, Ancestor Ling and a valiant middle-aged man appeared. "I've just received information that traces of Devil Dao cultivators have been spotted nearby. We must all immediately set off. Obey Martial Nephew Huang's orders from now on. I will gather the remaining sect members to draw the enemy." Ancestor Ling spoke with a solemn expression. Han Li and the others were shocked by what they heard. The Devil Dao were truly swift. The valiant middle-aged man who stood by his side followed up, coldly saying, "As time is pressing, I will keep it short. In this evacuation I only have one demand. You must all listen to my orders. Those that disobey will be regarded as traitors. We will now depart. This person was truly quick and decisive. With those brief statements, he respectfully saluted the old man before taking the lead to leave the hall. After a moment of astonishment, everyone rushed after him like a swarm of bees. As a result, the grand crowd of several hundred cultivators took to the skies and hurriedly flew toward the northeast. Over half a day later, the group had arrived at the Taiyu mountain range. At that point they slightly increased their speed. Standing on the Divine Wind boat, Han Li flew near the front of the group. When the small old man saw that Han Li's Divine Wind boat could carry more, he dragged Xiaochuier into the boat with him without a trace of politeness. Han Li could only bitterly laugh in response and said nothing more. Xiaochuier was a bit interested in Crooked Soul, who stood behind Han Li and stared at him with wide eyes. Naturally, the young girl was able to somewhat see through Crooked Soul. After asking a few questions, she no longer pressed the issue. After traveling over 50 kilometers through the Taiyu mountain range, a streak of white light suddenly shot toward the group from behind. In the blink of an eye, it traveled past the group and into the hand of Martial Uncle Huang. It was a sparkling short sword with a jade slip tied to it. The middle-aged man's face darkened and he waved his hand, stopping the group. After taking the jade slip off, he casually flung the short sword away. Immediately after, it transformed back into a streak of white light and flew back toward its original location. Martial Uncle Huang then probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense. A moment later, his face became very unsightly, and he immediately lowered his head in deep contemplation. It was obvious that a troublesome matter had occurred. The circumstances have changed. All Foundation establishment cultivators step forward. I must assign you another duty. The middle-aged man turned around and said this with a dark expression. These words left Han Li and company stunned. But after they looked at each other, Xiaochuier cleverly jumped off the Divine Wind boat, and they obediently flew forward. Martial Uncle, what happened? Many had witnessed the middle-aged man receiving a message from the flying sword. Venerable Ancestor sent us a message. The Devil Dao is about to arrive. Seems like they knew of our plan and separated into two groups. One group moved to surround Yellow Maple Valley, while the other group chased after us. In order to protect our continued retreat, I require a squad to follow me and draw them away. As I block them, those who remain will follow those that I assign and continue their escape from the state of you. Martial Uncle Huang said in an ice-cold tone. Their hearts trembled upon hearing his words. They weren't fools. Being assigned to block the Devil Dao would most likely result in death. Although a majority of them evaded his gaze, Martial Uncle Huang started pointing without restraint. In a single breath, he had picked over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators. While the small old man managed to escape Calamity, Han Li was unfortunately among those chosen. Those that were chosen became deathly pale, but they didn't dare to utter any words of refusal. With a wave of an arm, Martial Uncle Huang sent the others to continue their journey, leaving Han Li and company behind. We are pressed for time. I know that you all don't think very favorably of this assignment, but I don't need to stake your all to meet the enemy. I only request that you mount an ambush and draw their attention away from our retreating forces. The middle-aged man said with a relaxed tone. He then took out about 20 green jade slips. Memorize the map inside the jade slip and then destroy it. If you are later separated, you will be able to regroup again in accordance to the map. Martial Uncle Huang waved his hand and streaks of green light shot toward the 20-plus cultivators and floated in front of them. Having heard Martial Uncle Huang's words, the others' complexion improved visibly. Since they didn't have to rigidly block the Devil Dao, their chances of survival were much higher. As a result, they all grabbed the jade slips and started to memorize the map contained within. Han Li only skimmed through the jade slip in passing and didn't take it to heart. After all, this assignment to remain behind and block the Devil Dao was a rare opportunity to escape. Han Li was unwilling to stay with Yellow Maple Valley to the very end for a later opportunity to reach core formation. Chapter 348. Heavenfire Technique. After seeing that everyone had crushed their jade slips, Martial Uncle Huang revealed an expression of satisfaction. His hands then flashed with yellow light, and a small foot-long banner appeared in his hand. The banner was white and glowed with a yellow radiance, rendering its embroidery difficult to discern. I will use the Cloud Wind banner to mask the traces of your presence. When the enemy arrives, launch your ambush when they are most vulnerable. Martial Uncle Huang then lightly shook the small flag in his hands, releasing countless strands of milky white vapor from his flag. In the blink of an eye, a huge 100-meter-wide cloud had appeared, concealing Han Li and company within. Han Li and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were pleasantly surprised by the sudden concealment. This cloud was exceptionally thick, but for some unknown reason, their vision wasn't obstructed in the least. It would serve as exceptionally good cover. Martial Uncle Huang continued his casting, causing the cloud to further expand. Soon after, they could no longer see anything outside of the cloud. Han Li was left speechless. Although his magic tool, Azure Fire Miasma, could also turn into a thick cloud, it was incomparable to the Cloud Wind banner. Not only was the scope of his Azure Fire Miasma smaller, he could only use it on himself. Anyone else within it would be poisoned. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but glance at Martial Uncle Huang. He was sitting down cross-legged with his eyes shut in the cloud. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were attentively standing behind him. It seemed that they were his bodyguards. Han Li stared blankly for a moment. But soon after, he came to the realization that Martial Uncle Huang was using his spiritual sense to scout for enemies. As a core formation cultivator's spiritual sense was great and could detect movements within a radius of 100 kilometers, he should be capable of detecting them. Having seen this, Han Li sat on his divine wind boat and rested. The upcoming fight would be incredibly dangerous. Crooked Soul remained motionless behind him, appearing steadfast. After 2 hours, Martial Uncle Huang spoke. The enemy has arrived. We're about a kilometer away from them. We need to intercept their advance. He then took off without another word, bringing the cloud with him. Everyone within the cloud naturally didn't dare to leave its cover and hurriedly followed after Martial Uncle Huang on their magic tools. Han Li wrinkled his brow and took out his huge silver sword as he flew, giving it to Crooked Soul. Although he didn't know how useful it would be, it was still better to try to increase one's fighting capabilities. We are here. The enemy will soon arrive. Everyone prepare yourselves. Martial Uncle Huang commanded. After a short moment, the cloud had arrived in the enemy's path. Suddenly, everyone's magic tools started shining, and they began to apply defensive magic techniques to their bodies. Sparkles of light flashed from within the cloud. Han Li took out 2 azure red spheres and lightly bumped them together. With a muffled thump, a concentrated azure red mist was released from the 2 spheres, quickly enveloping Han Li. In the blink of an eye, a huge 20-meter-wide azure red cloud completely concealed Han Li. Han Li had unexpectedly used the Azure Fire Miasma to form a cloud as a defense while still within Martial Uncle Huang's cloud. The nearby cultivators were stunned, not understanding Han Li's intentions. Han Li didn't pay attention to his fellow sect members. He grabbed his tortoise shell with one hand and held an uncommon blue throwing knife in the other hand instead of taking out his black dragon claws. Han Li clearly understood what he was doing. In his mind, the more low-profile the magic tool, the better. Only then would he avoid any troublesome attention during the raid and easily make his escape. Everyone waited attentively, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. However, not a single enemy was found. A majority of the waiting cultivators grew anxious and impatient. They couldn't help but look at Martial Uncle Huang with doubt. The valiant Martial Uncle Huang now also appeared doubtful, but after a moment of thought he unhurriedly said, "Everyone, do not worry. I will launch a search with my spiritual sense." As he sat down, a deafening series of booms suddenly sounded out from the sky before he could even start. The sounds increased in intensity and occurrence until they appeared to be coming from all directions. Alarmed by the sudden noise, the cultivators quickly turned their heads to the sky. What they saw left their faces pale. The sky had turned red at an unknown time, and all of the clouds had turned into fiery red ash clouds as if they were made of boiling lava. The huge rumbling sounds came from bursting pockets of lava within the clouds. "What's going on?" Someone to the side of Han Li shouted in horror. "Everyone be careful. This is the intermediate high-grade Heavenfire magic technique. Lava will begin dripping from above, with each drop equivalent to a Foundation Establishment cultivator's strike. If you do not block it, you will turn into ashes. As Senior Uncle Huang said this, his face became extremely unsightly. It was clear that the ambushers had now become the ambushed. Then let's quickly escape. I have no intention of trying to block this, someone said with panic. He was prepared to fly off immediately. It is already too late. The magic technique is complete and we are now trapped within it. Everyone gather together and form a defensive barrier. Martial Uncle Huang's eyes flashed with coldness as he gave his commands with fierce resolution. Having heard his orders, the others suddenly understood the situation and hastily acted together. With a flash of blue light, they erected a huge light barrier. In nearly the same instant that the barrier was formed, the intermediate high-grade magic technique started to wreak devastation from the sky. It struck down upon Han Li and company, but the barrier they had just erected managed to easily repel the attacks. However, that was only the beginning of the rain of lava. Although the majority of the attacks missed, a significant amount of damage had been inflicted upon the light barrier, causing it to spark with red and blue light. Initially, the group felt that they had energy to spare, but the lava soon began dropping at an increased rate and in larger quantities. In turn, the group's spiritual power expenditure also quickly increased. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to last for long. The barrier of blue light gradually weakened from the assault. Fortunately, this formidable magic technique ended as quickly as it began. Just as the barrier was on the verge of collapse, the Heavenfire technique reached its end, and the clouds of lava disappeared without a trace, causing the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to feel relieved. However, their happy expressions immediately froze a moment later. At some point during the attack, they had been silently surrounded by nearly 100 cultivators. From their attire, they appeared to be from the Devil Dao. They were all looking down at the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators with a trace of ridicule. The Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were both furious and frightened. However, the surrounding cultivators were only Foundation Establishment disciples. Not a single core formation cultivator was amongst them, causing the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to sigh in relief. Although they had consumed much of their magic power, they still had a core formation cultivator among them. There should be no need to be afraid. How did you know we were here? My cloud wind banner should have concealed us from your spiritual sense. Martial Uncle Huang asked with a sunken expression. I can answer that. A slurred, coquettish voice came from above, causing Martial Uncle Huang's heart to tremble in fear. He hastily looked toward the sky and saw a man and woman floating down from above. The man had a head full of white hair and was shriveled to the bone, appearing as if the slightest breeze could knock him over. The woman was seductively attractive with a slender waist and generous bottom. Every one of her movements tugged at the heart. Han Li silently cursed. The two in the air were actually core formation cultivators. Their appearance brought greater trouble. Fair Rouge and Skeleton? Upon seeing the two, Martial Uncle Huang's pupils shrank. Without waiting for their reply, he suddenly waved his cloud wind banner and caused the white mist to completely disappear, revealing Han Li and company. While facing such powerful enemies, he naturally couldn't afford to look after Han Li and his other martial nephews. Hee, I truly didn't expect that fellow Taoist would recognize this couple. This isn't fair. You recognized us husband and wife, but we are rather unfamiliar with fellow Taoist. However, I have heard of an ice-cold fellow from Yellow Maple Valley that had a very interesting magic treasure called the Cloud Wind Banner. Could your esteemed self be him? The seductive woman chuckled as if she didn't possess the slightest hostility. But upon seeing the woman's delicate, charming smile, Martial Uncle Huang's expression only grew colder. He continued to stare at her in silence. The woman faintly smiled in response to his silence before suddenly shouting, "How utterly boring. Kill them." All right. Since Junior Martial Sister wants his life, I will naturally obey. The shriveled skeleton chuckled and sinisterly said. At that moment, Han Li and company heard their martial uncle's voice transmission in their ears. Once I act, immediately break through their enclosure. Run away as far as you can. Martial Uncle Huang's voice was completely devoid of emotion. Chapter 349. Fleeing to Yunwu. Immediately after Han Li and company heard Martial Uncle Huang's voice, the cloud wind banner suddenly flashed with blinding yellow light. The burst of radiance contracted and then swelled before exploding. A white mist even thicker than before madly rushed forth from the banner and enveloped both enemies and allies in the blink of an eye. "You're courting death." A roar from the human skeleton traveled through the fog along with the furious, charming voice of the seductive woman. Afterwards, the sound of huge explosions started echoing through the mist. It was obvious that Martial Uncle Huang was currently fighting with the two Devil Dao core formation cultivators. Han Li and company didn't allow this opportunity provided by their martial uncle to slip by. At nearly the same moment that the mist appeared, the yellow Maple Valley cultivators scattered in all directions, flying off on their magic tools. Relying on the Divine Wind Boat's great speed, Han Li shot through the fog. Han Li chose to flee in the direction that held the most enemy cultivators. Although the enemies there were numerous, Han Li felt that their magic power and cultivation was weaker, thereby being the best direction to break through. However, many of his fellow sect members didn't understand this, and the majority of them chose the directions that held fewer enemies. Han Li could only look on with disapproval. In an instant, Han Li had taken advantage of the chaotic situation to arrive at the edge of the encirclement. The mist at the edge of the enclosure was much weaker, allowing the Devil Dao cultivators to notice Han Li's rushing figure. But because Han Li was using the Azure Fire Miasma, they were only able to see a large cloud of azure red smoke, leaving them stunned. However, three nearby Devil Dao cultivators immediately came to their senses and simultaneously launched their attacks. A streak of golden light, 3 streaks of yellow light, and a large ball of black chi shot toward Han Li's direction. Han Li snorted and pointed to the tortoise shell, causing it to immediately swell to several times its original size. At that same moment he madly poured more spiritual power into the Divine Wind Boat in an attempt to fly as fast as possible. Han Li had already come to the conclusion that now was not the time to be tangled up in a battle. If other enemies were allowed to ensnare him, he would no longer be able to run. Therefore he poured most of his magic power into his flying magic tool as it was a race against time to escape. This was only possible due to the great confidence Han Li had in his tortoise shell, as it was even harder than his white scale shield. While Han Li was still thinking, the golden and yellow streaks of light collided with the tortoise shell. Just as Han Li had expected, they were forcibly blocked. However, the ball of black chi was unexpectedly tricky, and it suddenly split in two when it smashed against the tortoise shell. The halves slipped around the sides of the tortoise shell before reforming. Although it had been delayed for a moment, it still arrived at Han Li's side. The ball of black chi turned into a 10-meter large ghost head, attempting to swallow Han Li along with his Divine Wind Boat. Han Li sneered in response. With a single wave of his arm, over 100 fireballs appeared, tearing the ghost head apart in an instant. Over the course of the war, Han Li had grown quite familiar with such elementary Devil Dao arts. Taking advantage of the opening, Han Li exhaled and sped past the evaporated ghost head. In an instant he had broken through the enclosure, leaving the Devil Dao cultivators behind him. Although their attacks were not successful, the Devil Dao cultivators were naturally unwilling to just let him go. They cursed before hastily chasing after Han Li on their own flying magic tools. However, Han Li didn't pay any attention to his pursuers, only focusing on flying at the greatest speed possible. As Han Li expected, the curses of the Devil Dao cultivators sounded further away and rarer as time passed. Flight magic tools capable of such speed as the Divine Wind Boat were seldom seen after all. Finally, after a mad rush lasting a few hours, not a single person could be seen behind him. Even with this, Han Li still didn't dare to grow complacent and continued speeding along for a moment before slowing down and carefully examining his surroundings. He then stamped his foot on his Divine Wind Boat, shooting away once more. Han Li's current condition wasn't very good. Almost half of his magic power had been consumed in the creation of the United Defensive Barrier. With the additional magic power consumed during his mad rush, he was in dire need to replenish his magic power. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits if he were to encounter an enemy. With that in mind, Han Li descended onto a desolate mountain and put away his Azure Fire Miasma. He then found a concealed location behind a huge rock and sat down cross-legged behind it. Afterwards he took out a blue mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and started to replenish his magic power. Crooked Soul stood by his side and kept watch. Not long after Han Li sat down, a streak of red light flew across the sky in a panic. Soon after, 6 streaks of black and green light chased after it. It was obvious that an unlucky person had managed to get snared a second time. Han Li didn't pay further attention to them and slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into a state of emptiness to recover magic power at even greater speed. After an indeterminate length of time had passed, Han Li opened his eyes. Having nearly recovered the entirety of his magic power, he was unwilling to stay here for even a second longer. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was now dusk. He was just in time to make his escape under the cover of night. However, Han Li didn't make any haphazard movements. Instead, he took a moment to carefully observe his surroundings with his spiritual sense and confirmed that there were no Devil Dao cultivators nearby. It seemed that they were now pursuing the main Yellow Maple Valley group, after having dealt with the failed ambush. With the enemy's strength in mind, Han Li shook his head. Everything pointed to disaster for the main group. Han Li gave it no more thought and released his Divine Wind boat. After making sure of the direction to the state of Yuanwu, Han Li and Crooked Soul took off. Although a majority of the cultivators from the state of Yuanwu had met their end in the state of Yu, it would still take several months for the 6 Devil Dao sects to fully conquer the state of Yu. For the time being, the state of Yuanwu could still be considered safe. Han Li didn't plan to go to the meeting location and assemble with the main group. The main group may have already been pursued by the Devil Dao. To go there now would just be looking for more trouble. Furthermore, Han Li could take advantage of this opportunity to search for a new place to cultivate. If he were to follow Yellow Maple Valley to another country, he would only be a high-level steward at best. Han Li was unwilling to live such a life. If Han Li's thoughts were correct, after the Devil Dao annexed these countries, they would eventually gather their strength and resume fighting against the Righteous Dao Alliance. When that time came, the whole Heavenly South region would no longer be safe. This was in opposition to Han Li's intention to peacefully cultivate. If he were to go the state of Yuanwu now and see how the situation developed, couldn't he both find out whether or not the transportation formation could be restored and still see how the situation unfolded? If the circumstances were truly terrible, he planned to use the transportation formation to travel to a different land and avoid the upcoming war. As Han Li silently sunk into contemplation, his Divine Wind boat turned into a streak of white light, and he disappeared into the horizon. 2 days later, Han Li arrived at the border between the state of Yu and Yuanwu after taking a meandering route. He turned his head to look at the mountains of the state of Yu and lightly sighed before flying into Yuanwu along with Crooked Soul. Han Li couldn't have known that half a day later, a squad of several tens of Devil Dao cultivators would be stationed at this location. They were responsible for guarding 50 kilometers along the border to intercept any state of Yu cultivators that intended to enter the state of Yuanwu. Once Han Li entered the state of Yuanwu, he first headed toward Golden Horse City. After 4 days, he eventually arrived at the west hills of Golden Horse City. Observing carefully from the sky, Han Li eventually found Yunxiao's residence and slowly descended. Han Li jumped off the boat, sweeping his gaze in every direction. What he saw left him stunned. The stone rooms leaned at an unsteady angle, and all the rocks and azure bamboo were broken and scattered. They were most likely destroyed. In addition, the defensive formations Yunxiao had laid out were broken through by force. Han Li's face darkened and he flipped his hand, taking out a magic tool. He then walked over to the mostly toppled rooms. Although it seemed like this had occurred long ago, it was still prudent to be cautious. Han Li searched the rooms, and among the destroyed interiors he found a thoroughly rotted corpse. Han Li pinched his nose and took a long, careful look at the corpse's face. He wrinkled his brow. The corpse wasn't Yunxiao but rather the loyal shopkeeper in charge of his store. Much to his relief, Han Li found no other corpses in the other rooms. After Han Li finished searching, his expression suddenly grew cold. His body turned into a blur, instantly reappearing on the Divine Wind boat. He then turned his gaze toward the southern sky. Above the southern hills, 2 streaks of deep blue light shot straight toward his location. A moment later they landed not far in front of Han Li. Once the light faded away, an old man and a youth were revealed. The old man had a common appearance aside from his thin, slender eyes and goatee. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator and wore an expression of bewilderment. The other person was a handsome youth that appeared to be about 20 years old. He was fiercely staring at Han Li with a baleful gaze, despite being only a qi condensation cultivator. 1. Qi Yunxiao was the qi condensation cultivator that gave him the 5 phases reversal formation in exchange for a rare medicinal herb. Last mentioned in Chapter 275. Chapter 350. Instant kill. Han Li calmly looked at the two without speaking a word. However, he clearly understood that these two most likely had something to do with Qi Yunxiao's residence being destroyed. In response to Han Li's silence, the youth couldn't help but ask, "Who is your esteemed self, and what is your relationship with that fellow named Qi?" Upon hearing this, Han Li merely gave the youth a cold glance before ignoring him and turning his gaze back to the old man. It was obvious that with regard to cultivation, the old man was the one who was truly in charge. When the youth saw Han Li disregard him, he was furious. Although he knew that Han Li was a Foundation establishment cultivator, his clan was one of the most prestigious clans in the state of Yuanwu. He had never been treated like this before. Furthermore, due to the matter regarding Qi Yunxiao, he was already filled with anger. Thus, he clenched his teeth and wanted to release his magic tools. But just as he was about to move his arm, the old man grabbed onto it, stopping him. "Not yet. We still don't know who this person is. We must find that out first before we take further action," the old man stated with a calm expression. The youth then glanced somewhat suspiciously at Crooked Soul, who stood behind Han Li. Crooked Soul didn't have the aura of a living person, yet he could feel magic power fluctuations from his body. He felt that it was inconceivable. When Han Li heard this, his eyes narrowed. The old man was a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, yet he spoke as if he were not to be trifled with, causing Han Li to grow slightly apprehensive. "Were you the ones who destroyed this place?" Han Li asked with poise. "What relation does fellow Taoist have with Qi Yunxiao? Are you from the Qi clan?" The old man responded to Han Li's question with his own. Han Li slightly wrinkled his brow. It seemed the other party wouldn't honestly answer him, as he only exchanged one question for another. "Seems like we both don't wish to answer one another. Wouldn't it be better to exchange answers with each other? That way we can waste less of each other's time," Han Li asked with raised eyebrows. The old man was surprised for a moment. But after pondering for a moment, he agreed. "Since I was the one who proposed this, how about you ask first?" Han Li said insipidly. "Is your esteemed self a member of the Qi clan?" the old man immediately asked without a trace of politeness. In turn, Han Li responded without the slightest of hesitation, "I am not." Having heard Han Li's resolute reply, both the old man and the youth were surprised and revealed an expression of doubt. "Is Qi Yunxiao currently dead or alive?" Han Li unhurriedly asked. "He's still alive." The old man hesitated for a moment before answering. The words "still alive" immediately put Han Li's heart at ease. "What relationship does your esteemed self have with Qi Yunxiao?" the old man cautiously asked. "I have a business deal with him," Han Li coldly responded. "A business deal?" Surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. "Where is Qi Yunxiao currently?" Although Han Li asked this casually, he was feeling quite worried. "I cannot tell you this," the old man instantly rejected. "Then I will change the question. Why did you attack Qi Yunxiao?" Han Li immediately asked another question without batting an eye at his refusal. "He killed members of our Fu clan. Why shouldn't we kill him?" The youth to the side quickly answered with a sneer. The old man wrinkled his brow, revealing a trace of annoyance, but he didn't say anything more. Fu clan. When Han Li heard this, he was instantly reminded of those Qi condensation cultivators he had killed while saving X and Rian 1. He now felt a great desire to kill. So it was like that. However, there are only 2 of you here. If the Qi clan were to come here with a formidable character, how would you be able to match them? Han Li casually asked this while appearing indifferent. How could any foreign cultivator sent by the Qi clan oppose the 2 of us from the Fu clan? Could it be that we are not enough? The youth proudly answered Han Li's inquiry. "So you 2 are here alone?" Han Li suddenly asked with a deep voice. Why are you asking this? The youth was thinking of how to respond with an angry expression, but the old man at his side suddenly asked this with suspicion. However, it was already too late. Han Li suddenly raised his arms and shot 2 streaks of black light toward the youth. Afterwards he patted his storage pouch, releasing over 10 streaks of white light. In the blink of an eye, those lights transformed into puppet beasts and puppet soldiers. Once those puppets appeared, they immediately released a mad barrage of light beams and light arrows. When the old man saw this, he felt aghast. His body instantly blurred and appeared beside the youth, summoning a copper coin magic tool in front of him. In an instant it grew to the size of a table and blocked the incoming attacks. A series of explosions could be heard as numerous beams of light struck the copper coin. Each strike pushed the old man further and further back, much to his dismay. But in the next moment, the youth next to him let out a miserable shriek, causing the old man to hastily turn his head in dread. But as he turned his head, his neck suddenly felt cold and everything went dark. After the old man's headless body fell to the ground, Han Li was the only one remaining in the air with a faintly shining thread tied to the ring finger of his right hand. Just a moment ago, Han Li took advantage of the massive eye-catching assault to conceal his movements. By using the smoke-shifting steps, he was able to travel over 60 meters away from his divine wind boat in a few breaths, arriving behind the two. Then with a wave of his string he was able to easily behead them. Han Li had found this battle to be as easy as dusting off his clothes. Han Li found it quite humorous. In a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators, elemental defensive barriers basically weren't used because they were unable to block the attacks of top-grade magic techniques. They required too much time to activate and they were far too expensive. Thus, most people used defensive magic tools to protect themselves instead of defensive light barriers that they felt were useless. That kind of thinking had given Han Li many openings to take advantage of. This was especially apparent when Han Li originally fought the Devil Dao cultivators at the border, as a majority of his kills had died in this manner. Now that he thought about it, this particular killing technique was quite similar to that of the Black Fiend School's blood servant, Ice Demon. It was as fast as lightning. By the time they hear the thunder, it was already too late. Unfortunately, this technique could only be used on the ground. Otherwise, Han Li would have no one to fear among Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li lightly shook his head, feeling a great sense of lamentation in his heart. He walked in front of the headless corpses and collected their storage pouches. After he inspected them with his spiritual sense, he felt some disappointment. Although they possessed 3 top-grade magic tools, they were of common quality. Han Li did not have much use for them. On the other hand, that copper coin was a rarely seen defensive magic tool. With that in mind, Han Li restored it to its original size and had it fly into his hand. After happily admiring it for a moment, he flung 2 small fireballs toward the headless corpses and turned them into ashes. Back in the boat with Crooked Soul, Han Li circled through the vicinity once before taking to the skies. This time he would go to that small mountain with Exen Ruyan's residence. He hoped her home was well hidden enough that it hadn't encountered any mishaps. 6 hours later, Han Li arrived at the nameless mountain of Exen Ruyan's residence. When Han Li saw that the fog above the mountain was intact and the same as before, he felt overjoyed. After musing for a short while, Han Li didn't dare to fly down. Instead, he flew halfway up the mountain before taking out a sound transmission talisman. He then softly whispered a few words into it before throwing it out. The sound transmission talisman turned into a fiery streak of light and flew towards the mountain, suddenly disappearing from sight. Soon after, a large portion of the fog rose and completely enveloped him. Han Li stood still as he saw a scene bloom before him, leaving him surrounded by gargantuan trees over 300 meters tall. He couldn't help but feel shocked, feeling like an ant among the huge trees. Still, he knew that once Exen Ruyan received the sound transmission talisman, she should be quick to come meet him. As expected, the huge tree illusions turned into thick fog a short moment later. Then the fog parted and revealed a 3-meter-wide passageway. The passage was remarkably long. After traveling for over 200 meters, he was finally able to faintly see its opening and couldn't help but grow excited. But when he was about 20 meters away from the exit, he suddenly heard a hoarse woman's voice. "Senior Han, who is that person behind you? You shouldn't be bringing strangers to this place." 1. Yunxiao's unrequited love and master of formation spells. Introduced in Chapter 277. Chapter 351. Yunxiao's death. When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled and immediately explained, "Young Miss Exen has misunderstood. This individual by my side isn't a living person. He's just a corpse that I had refined. Once young Miss Exen inspects him with her spiritual sense, it will be made clear." After Han Li said this, he took the initiative to stop and wait for Exen to recognize Crooked Soul as a Jiangshi. A short moment later, Exen responded, "Ah, I was mistaken. Senior Han, please come in." Exen tone was apologetic, but Han Li paid it no mind, flying forward on his divine wind boat with a smile. Just as Han Li flew forward, the scene before him brightened as the bamboo rooms that he had seen on his previous trip appeared once more. Two women were standing in front of the bamboo rooms, Exen and her pretty maid. While both were wearing pure white clothes, Exen style of dress left Han Li stunned. Widow Exen pay her respects to Senior Han. When Exen saw Han Li arrive, she stepped forward and gracefully greeted him. However, her haggard appearance raised Han Li's suspicions. "There is no need for young Lady Exen to be so courteous." Han Li continued on with a few polite niceties. At this moment, the young maid behind Exen stepped forward and greeted Han Li. Han Li inattentively nodded his head in response. It was obvious that Exen didn't intend to stand there and have a long chat with Han Li. With a forced smile, she led Han Li to one of the larger bamboo rooms. Upon entering the room, Han Li was left dumbstruck. Right beside the door, there was a table with a pitch-black memorial tablet with the words, "Husband Yunxiao," carved into it in large characters. There was a small incense burner in front of the memorial tablet with several lit incense sticks slowly releasing smoke. Having seen this, how could Han Li not know what had happened? Han Li was beyond surprised to find that Yunxiao had actually passed away. After he had recovered from his shock, he lightly sighed and took the initiative to approach the table. After taking out an incense stick, lighting it and paying his respects, he placed it inside the incense burner. "Young Lady Exen, how did this happen?" After he finished paying his respects, Han Li turned his head and asked in a soft voice, "There is much to say. How about I give Senior Han a proper explanation in another room?" Exen said with a feeble voice as the corner of her eyes reddened. As of now, Exen was no longer the intelligent and shrewd woman he remembered. He only saw a pitiful young woman. In response, Han Li silently nodded his head. Exen then led Han Li to a neighboring room and sat down. The young maid quickly steeped a pot of tea for Han Li and poured him a cup. Han Li lightly sipped the fragrant tea before setting down the cup and speaking with a solemn voice. "I truly didn't expect that after several months, fellow Taoist Qi would encounter mishaps. The heavens truly enjoy toying with men. Ah yes, when did fellow Taoist Qi and young Lady Exen marry? Had I known about it, I definitely would have sent a gift." Exen bitterly smiled in response. Without waiting for her to speak, her maid answered on her behalf. "Senior, my clan's young madam decided to voluntarily live as young Master Qi's widow after his death." Han Li was left utterly shocked and couldn't help but gaze at Exen in astonishment. "Young Mei speaks truly. I have decided to observe widowhood on young Master Qi's behalf." Exen confirmed this, slowly nodding her head in response to Han Li's gaze of astonishment. Han Li was left speechless. This one has received life-saving kindness from young Master Qi on numerous occasions, a debt that can't possibly be paid back. If young Master Qi were still alive, it would only be a matter of time before I married him. Now I am merely doing what I should. As she calmly said this, Exen reached out with her flawless hand and lightly pulled away a strand of her beautiful hair that laid against her forehead. Han Li naturally had nothing suitable to say in response. Exen then continued, detachedly giving Han Li an explanation of how Yunxiao's death came to be. Due to Han Li's exhortations, Yunxiao and Exen were very careful and rarely went outside after he left. Nevertheless, after 2 months, Exen lacked some direly needed materials to research the spell formation and had no choice but to make a trip to a nearby market city. This matter had unexpectedly been found out by Yunxiao. As someone who was wholeheartedly infatuated with Expanse, he offered to make the trip for her. However, they couldn't possibly have known that the cultivators Hanli had slaughtered to save Expanse were actually juniors from one of the greatest cultivation clans of the state of Yuanwu, the Fu clan. As many juniors of their lineage had disappeared without reason, the Fu clan naturally pursued the matter to the finest thread. As a result, a few Fu clan cultivators wandering nearby had come across Yunxiao, who had just recently emerged. Had Yunxiao been shrewd or experienced enough, he would have been able to deal with any situation that arose. But unfortunately, he was far too naive and inexperienced. After only being asked a few questions related to the disappearance, he lost himself to panic and aroused the suspicions of the Fu clan members. They immediately wanted to arrest him and bring him back for interrogation. Naturally, Yunxiao didn't wait for himself to be captured. With the formidable magic tools he had on hand, he forcibly escaped from the Fu clan qi condensation cultivators and fled back to his residence. As such, Yunxiao had doomed himself to calamity. The Fu clan cultivators were able to quickly track him back to his residence. However, the great formation he had laid down managed to severely injure or kill over 10 of their cultivators. In their fury, the Fu clan had actually dispatched a core formation expert. After half a day of fierce attacks, they were able to forcibly break through his great formation. However, no one had expected that Yunxiao would hastily lay down an even more ferocious illusion formation behind his first formation while the tide was against him. He managed to trap the core formation cultivator within, giving him the opportunity to escape. Naturally, the other Fu clan cultivators weren't going to let him go so easily. Although Yunxiao was able to break through their siege by using the remnants of his formation spell, he sustained mortal wounds in the process, and his loyal shopkeeper had died as well. Shortly after arriving at Expanse's residence, Yunxiao took his last breath. The Fu clan was unaware of this and resentfully searched for Yunxiao at every location. In addition, they had dispatched experts to monitor his residence. In this case, it was the old man and the youth from the Fu clan that Hanli had killed. After hearing Expanse's account, Hanli felt a slight twinge of sadness. Although Hanli wasn't a close friend with Yunxiao by any means, he still felt that he was a pretty decent person. To think that he would die so young, the world was truly a fickle place. Ah, Senior Han must have come here for the ancient transportation formation. Having finished her account, Expanse suddenly mentioned this. Oh, that matter isn't urgent, Hanli spoke with embarrassment. After all, her husband had just died. This was not the appropriate time to inquire about such matters. I've just about restored the transportation formation. It should be finished in a month. Expanse continued, not seeming to mind Hanli's embarrassment. Really? Hanli couldn't help but grow excited and revealed a somewhat happy expression. Yes, really. Not only will I restore the transportation formation, but I also have 2 things to give to Senior Han. Expanse calmly said, taking 2 jade boxes out of her storage pouch and setting them on the table. What's this? Hanli blankly stared on in surprise. One of the boxes contains Yunxiao's insights, my husband's collection of tool refinement records. The other box contains a large amount of books on the Tao of formation spells and my expertise in formation spells. I hope that Senior Han will accept these items. Expanse faintly said. Hanli's heart trembled. After taking a look at the 2 jade boxes, he looked at Expanse with a calm expression and asked, What do you want, young lady Exan? Why do you want to give such precious items to me? Please speak bluntly. Hanli's voice held a trace of coldness. I am giving these items as a gift to Senior Han in return for a promise. Expanse didn't avoid Hanli's gaze, revealing an unwavering expression. This promise being? Although Hanli could faintly guess what she wanted, he still asked this with a heavy tone. If Senior Han were to one day enter core formation, I wish for Senior Han to thoroughly exterminate the Fu clan from the state of Yuanwu on my and Yunxiao's behalf. Expanse's voice was as cold as ice frozen for countless years. When Hanli heard this, the resentment contained within her words caused even his heart to tremble. Chapter 352. Promise. Han Li didn't immediately refuse or agree. Instead, he tightly wrinkled his brow and lowered his head in silence, weighing the potential gains and losses. Truth be told, Han Li was unwilling to agree. As of current, Han Li held little interest in spell formation and tool refinement techniques. Only after he successfully reached core formation would he have the time to research such things. In addition, he was unwilling to provoke a huge cultivator clan for no reason, not to mention that he didn't have the ability to do so. I understand that this request is overreaching, but Rian truly doesn't have any other way. Xin Rian gave a bleak smile with a pale complexion. Elder brother Qi's death by the Fu clan was because of the incident that I brought about. If I do not avenge my husband, then I wouldn't have the face to see him after I die. I would prefer to go to hell. Xin Rian softly whispered with a pleading tone. When Han Li heard her say, die, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head, taking a careful look at Xin Rian's complexion and leaving Xin Rian stunned in response. There is something amiss with your complexion. Let me see your veins. Han Li spoke in an irrefutable tone, greatly surprising Xin Rian. A queer glint flashed from her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she obediently handed Han Li her flawless wrist. Han Li impolitely brought 2 fingers to her wrist and poured a strand of spiritual qi into her body. A long while later, Han Li's expression became unsightly. Are you aware that your blood vessels have completely withered away? If this is not addressed, you will die within 2 years. Han Li coldly said after withdrawing his hand. Xin Rian faintly smiled in response to Han Li's assertion. Of course I know this. How could I not know about my own body? My constitution is of the dragon's cry, a male body wrongly born as female. If someone with this constitution were to forcefully cultivate, their meridians would gradually wither away along with their lifespan. For me to have lived this long was by mere luck. Originally, I had hoped to find an ancient formula to cure this illness. However, I failed, merely wasting the many spiritual medicines that elder brother Qi had searched for in vain. Xin Rian revealed an expression of self-mockery. Young madam. Xin Rian's maid couldn't help but shout out with sadness from behind her. It's nothing, little May. I am only going to see elder brother Qi a bit sooner. This is exactly what I desire. Xin Rian unexpectedly consoled her maid with a peaceful expression. Han Li's expression grew soft and for some unknown reason he truly felt pity toward her. But unfortunately Han Li couldn't do anything about Xin Rian's strange illness and could only watch on as her life and beauty withered away. Since Senior Han now knows of this matter, he should understand why I have acted in this manner. Although Senior is currently only a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you are the sole person familiar with elder brother Qi and me that has a chance of avenging him. I don't require Senior to swear an oath. I only want a promise so that I may pass away with ease. Xin Rian returned to her previously calm demeanor and nonchalantly mentioned the matter of vengeance again. Han Li stroked his nose with all his strength, finding himself in a rather difficult position. But after a moment of hard thought he suddenly asked, what about those from fellow Taoist Qi's clan? Humph, the Qi clan? They are merely a common clan within the state of Yuanwu. How could they dare to offend the Fu clan? Besides, elder brother Qi was only an external branch disciple driven out from the sect. They couldn't be less concerned. As for me, I've learned everything from a nameless formation spell grandmaster. He was a rogue cultivator that had long since passed away. Xin Rian understood what Han Li meant and explained her and Qi Yunxiao's background to Han Li in a soft voice. Han Li's mind grew quiet. He had truly thought that this woman had an alternative. Fine, I can give young Lady Xin this promise. However, I will only act when I possess the ability to do so. If such an opportunity does not appear in my lifetime, will you regret it? After pondering for a long while, Han Li took a deep breath and spoke in a heavy voice. That will be enough. So long as you can give me hope, it will do. Let me thank Senior Han in advance. Xin Rian couldn't help but widely smile in response, suddenly appearing daintily beautiful. Han Li was stunned as he took in her beauty. But soon after he shook his head and bluntly swiped his sleeve across the table, causing 2 jade boxes to disappear without a trace into his storage pouch. Since you require another month to restore the transportation formation, Then I will have to trouble young Lady Xian in a month's time. I will now be taking my leave. Han Li spoke unhurriedly as he stood up. With this gap of time available, he had quite a few matters to attend to. This one pays Senior her respects. Xian Rian said respectfully without further urging Han Li to stay. As a result, Han Li flew to the Heavenly Star Sex Market City with Crooked Soul in tow. After a day, Han Li arrived in the vicinity of the Market City. After he took out a cloak from his storage pouch and covered his face, he entered the Market City with a swagger, bringing Crooked Soul along with him. As Han Li walked through the streets of the Market City, he was astonished to find so many cultivators trading and bustling about. There were several times as many cultivators compared to the last time he came here. In addition to the hurried atmosphere, there were also a few rarely seen Foundation establishment cultivators within the city. After pondering for a moment, Han Li's eyes flashed with thoughtfulness. But soon after, he tossed the matter to the back of his mind and went straight toward that magic tool store that helped him craft his magic tools on his previous trip. He had a few materials that could be refined into useful magic tools, thereby increasing his own strength. That magic tool store still looked exactly the same as before. Even its arrogant signboard was completely the same. Han Li entered the store with a faint smile. The circumstances within the store caused Han Li's brow to slightly furrow. The tiny store actually had 6 people standing and sitting around. When they saw Han Li enter, they couldn't help but glance at him. When Han Li saw them, he swept his cold gaze past them without a trace of politeness. In response, they immediately lowered their heads. As Qi condensation cultivators, they naturally wouldn't dare to offend Han Li, a senior Foundation establishment cultivator. But a man with a fiendish appearance sitting in a chair looked at Han Li without the slightest hint of fear. Although he was only in early Foundation establishment, he didn't turn his gaze away. Han Li didn't pay him any mind and walked over to the 2 store employees that were chatting. "Is store owner Su here?" Han Li calmly asked the burly man called Dagger. "Senior, who?" The burly man revealed an expression of doubt. Han Li sighed and took out the black dragon claws, revealing them to him. He was assisting at the side as this magic tool was created. There was no way he wouldn't have recognized it. So it turned out to be Senior. "This one will call Master out." The burly man's eyes brightened, recognizing the black dragon claws as Han Li had expected. He immediately apologized with a wide grin and hastily ran to the back courtyard. Seeing that Han Li was the store owner's acquaintance, the others couldn't help but look at each other in shock. However, nobody dared to untactfully bother Han Li. Not long after, the fully white-haired shop owner welcomed Han Li with a beaming smile. On his last trip, Han Li left him with a significant amount of rare materials. It was only natural for the old man to give him such a warm welcome. "This small old man is honored to have Senior come to my shop once more. Does Senior wish to refine more magic tools?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Man Su impatiently asked with a face full of anticipation. Han Li faintly smiled and deliberately swept his gaze past the other cultivators in the room. "How foolish of me!" Shop owner Su exclaimed, immediately understanding what Han Li had meant. He then invited Han Li to the rear courtyard and excitedly led the way. The others didn't dare to say anything except for the large, fiendish man who snorted with dissatisfaction. He was greatly angered at how differently he was treated compared to Han Li, as he was also a Foundation establishment cultivator who had even sought out this tool refinement store. In response to the large man's snort, Han Li shot an ice-cold glance at him. Han Li had killed no small number of cultivators and unconsciously carried a murderous aura as a result. That single glance immediately caused the large man to feel as if his entire body had turned to ice, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of terror. Having seen the large man's expression had changed, Han Li didn't pay him any further attention and brought Crooked Soul along with him to the rear courtyard. At that moment, Dagger cleverly stepped forward and apologized to the others, casually giving them an excuse in an attempt to placate their discontent. "Did Senior bring back more materials?" When Han Li and Crooked Soul entered the rear courtyard, shop owner Su glanced at Crooked Soul with slight surprise before impatiently asking Han Li. Chapter 353. the Stardust Pavilion. Han Li wore a slight smile when he saw the old man's eagerness. He casually took out the materials-filled storage pouch and turned it upside down. A white light suddenly shone, and the materials Han Li obtained from the white spider and demon mantis poured out onto the ground. This is... The shop owner crouched over and gathered together the white spider's lower limbs, inspecting them with rapt attention. He revealed an expression of puzzlement. Although the old man was a tool refining expert, he didn't understand much about rare, strange insects. As a result, even if he were able to see that the materials were unordinary, he was still left baffled. Han Li smiled for a moment before giving him an explanation. Most of these materials came from the limbs and shell of a white spider. There are also the wings and forelimbs of a huge demon mantis. They were both grade 4 demonic beast. As for the mantis, it was a peak grade 4 demonic beast and was exceptionally powerful. I hope that your esteemed self will be able to properly make use of these materials. I had to spend quite a bit of effort to obtain them. Materials obtained from grade 4 demonic beasts? The white-haired old man shouted in astonishment and immediately sank into ecstasy. Not to mention grade 4 demon beasts, even materials from grade 2 demon beasts were rarely seen. That's right, shop owner Su. However, for this set of magic tools, I have a particular request for what is to be created. I will only allow you to work with them if you are able to fulfill my request. Payment will be handled the same as before. If there are any leftover materials, you may keep a portion of them to do with as you please. Han Li said calmly. Senior, please feel at ease. Regardless of the request, this small old man will comply. To be able to personally refine such top-grade materials, I didn't spend my life pursuing the Tao of tool refinement in vain. Shop owner Su then picked up the mantis arms and caressed them with a fanatical gaze. Han Li was surprised to see him with such an expression, but his heart grew increasingly at ease. He spoke to the old man with a gentle tone. The magic tools that I request you refine are rather unusual. I wish for you to refine the spider legs into a set of offensive magic tools. As for the mantis... 2 hours later, Han Li and Crooked Soul left the tool refinement shop. He had come to an agreement with shop owner Su after the shop owner inspected the materials. Several days later, the shop owner would finish his plans for the methods of their refinement. At that time, Han Li would return with the materials and they would officially start their refinement. But for now, Han Li had an opportunity to take a proper stroll around the market city. His suspicions were finally confirmed by an old man as he was browsing around. It turned out that news of the defeat of the state of Yu and their 2 allied countries had spread to the state of Yuanwu. Regardless of whether they were from a cultivator clan or unaffiliated, all of those in the state of Yuanwu felt both uncertainty and premonitions of hardship. Consequently, massive numbers of cultivators flocked to the market city. Many even brought along their rare treasures to trade for direly needed items, thereby increasing their strength to brave the upcoming catastrophe. Within a short few days, all the market cities in the state of Yuanwu began to spread news of precious magic tools, pills and other such items. A great number of cultivators were instantly attracted, leading to great furor within the market cities. Naturally, Han Li couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by him. With that in mind, Han Li began to stroll around the shops, taking a look in every direction. As he had expected, there were far more high-quality goods for sale. But much to Han Li's surprise, there were very few top-grade magic tools for sale. Still, it wasn't as if Han Li had any need for those common top-grade magic tools. After walking in nearly a full circle, Han Li had only bought a few uncommon medicinal ingredients that he hadn't seen before. There was nothing else of interest to him. He subsequently headed toward the heart of the market city, the Stardust Pavilion. Having traded in Market City several times, Han Li already knew that if he wanted to buy better goods, he would have to go to the larger, more imposing stores. Only they would have the power to acquire quality goods. Though the small vendors might actually possess a few decent items, they had nothing compared to the collection of a large store. Not long ago he acquired many quality items from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion of the Yellow Maple Valley Market City. With that line of thought, Han Li brought Crooked Soul along to the Heavenly Star Sect's Stardust Pavilion, a huge 100-meter-tall building. Han Li was rendered speechless upon entering. This was because there were over 30 cultivators bustling about on the first floor's hall. They were all surrounding several display counters, talking with red-clothed store employees. Not a single person noticed Han Li. Han Li scratched the back of his head and absent-mindedly walked toward a display counter, looking around for the stairs to the second story. 3 Qi condensation cultivators stood beside the display counter. One of them was continuously waving a white formation flag while speaking to the store employee in a dissatisfied mumble. The Stardust Pavilion employee appeared to not mind at all. From the very start he had been giving explanations with a wide smile on his face. However, when these cultivators saw Han Li and Crooked Soul approach them, they immediately grew silent. It was clear that they were very wary of unfamiliar cultivators. When the flag-holding cultivator saw Han Li approach, he hastily brought out several tens of spirit stones to give to the store employee before hastily flying off with his friend. Han Li gloomily gazed at them as they took off. He felt slightly at a loss. But just a moment later the store employee politely addressed Han Li. "Senior, my sincerest apologies. As this is the first floor, I'm afraid there is nothing of interest here. If Senior truly wishes to find suitable items to purchase, then the floors above the third would be best. Those floors specialize in receiving high-class cultivators." Initially Han Li was somewhat startled, but he soon recovered his usual bearings. He asked indifferently, "Could you give me an introduction to the floors of the Stardust Pavilion?" The employee appeared slightly surprised, but he respectfully agreed, "Of course. Since it's Senior's first time at our Stardust Pavilion, it's only natural that I introduce our store to you. Our Stardust Pavilion has a total of 9 floors. The first 7 are open to the public and the last 2 are closed off to outsiders. The first 3 floors are for inferior Qi condensation cultivators. Floors 4 through to 6 are for high-grade cultivators such as yourself. As for floors 7 and higher, they are at the service of core formation cultivators." The employee quickly gave Han Li a general introduction to the store. Han Li nodded his head and then wordlessly walked straight toward the stairs to the second floor. The second and third floors were a bit smaller than the first, but the arrangement was obviously more luxurious. It seemed that the farther up he went, the more precious the items that were on sale. With that thought, Han Li quickly passed through floors 2 and 3, even directly passing through the 4th floor. He had originally thought to head straight toward the 6th floor, but a young red-clothed servant blocked his way. According to the store rules, you must first gain the approval of the 5th floor shopkeeper before being allowed to proceed to the 6th floor. The elegant, young servant expressionlessly said. Although he was only a Qi condensation cultivator, he didn't fear Han Li, a foundation establishment cultivator, in the slightest. Han Li wrinkled his brow and headed toward the 5th floor's main hall instead of becoming angry. Although the main hall wasn't large, there were several young, pretty female servants waiting there. When Han Li walked in, a man and woman were having a relaxed discussion. The man had a common appearance and seemed to be about 35 years old. The woman appeared to be nearing 40 years old and had the grace of a noble woman. It could be seen that in her youth she was a rarely seen beauty. While the two were both foundation establishment cultivators, Han Li was surprised to see that the middle-aged woman was a late foundation establishment cultivator. "Fellow Taoist, do you require any assistance?" When the middle-aged woman saw Han Li enter, she turned her head and gave him an enchanting smile. She spoke with a melodious voice that soothed those who heard it. "I wish to purchase a few truly precious items. Do you have any such items? I don't care whether it is a magic tool, talisman, or anything else." Hearing that Han Li's tone was rather arrogant, the man glanced at Han Li with slight surprise. He. If fellow Taoist truly wishes to buy quality goods, then he has come to the right place. So long as you have the money to pay, we will definitely leave you satisfied. Although the middle-aged woman was no longer young, her laughter was just as charming as that of a young woman. "But as it happens, this fellow Taoist also wishes to buy quality goods. Please wait for a bit and I'll take out a few items for you to browse," the woman said with a beaming smile. She then turned her head and gave a command with a serious expression. "Violet Lotus, come and serve these 2 esteemed guests some tea." "Of course, madam," the maid standing behind the woman respectfully replied. As the middle-aged woman leisurely walked out, the maid poured a cup of tea for Han Li and the man who was originally here. Chapter 354. Madame Lan Li and that man were seated on different sides of the square table. They took several glances at each other, but neither of them had any intention of talking. Cultivators who came here to do their shopping had no intentions of treading too closely to strangers, as it would only breed hostility. Despite this, the man still shot several curious glances at Crooked Soul, who had remained outside the hall by the staircase. Thanks to his perceptiveness, he had already made out Crooked Soul to be a refined corpse, but the spiritual chi fluctuations he felt from Crooked Soul's body left him quite baffled. After all, cultivator-refined, iron-skinned corpses normally only had immense strength. It shouldn't be possible for them to possess magic power. The man strongly suppressed his desire to ask questions. Although Han Li was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like himself, he was rather wary of him. After Han Li had sipped away most of the tea, the woman finally returned to the main hall. This time she had two strong, robust men following behind her. These two men didn't possess any magic power and had rather stiff faces. They were unexpectedly two realistic-looking puppets. The puppets held a huge tray, wrapped in a bundle of silk cloth. It seemed that the shopkeeper intended on concealing the precious items within it. A strange expression flashed from Han Li's eyes. He had just used his spiritual sense to see through the red silk and find out what was underneath it. However, he hadn't expected that the unremarkable silk cloth would block him. In his surprise, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the man beside him. He also appeared astonished. It was obvious he had done the same. The middle-aged woman approached Han Li and the man until she was a few steps away. She wordlessly smiled before she spoke. "I've already acquainted myself with you, fellow Taoist fan. Might I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? My surname is Lan. You two fellow Taoists may call me Madame Lan." The woman gave herself a well-practiced introduction. Naturally, Han Li couldn't awkwardly remain silent, so he reluctantly said, "My surname is Han." Afterwards, he said nothing further and displayed a cold demeanor, unwilling to speak further. Madame Lan didn't take this to heart. After all, a vast majority of cultivators that came here feigned indifference like Han Li. It was something she had long become accustomed to. As a result, she smiled slightly and beckoned to the puppets behind her. The well-chiseled puppets immediately walked forward. Afterwards, Madame Lan extended her flawless finger and lifted the red cloth cover, revealing the several items underneath. Han Li and the man surnamed Fan simultaneously gazed at the items on the tray, their eyes gleaming with rapt attention. A long sword, short blade, throwing dart, a ring and a piece of jet-black armor were arranged in a line. From one glance at the sparkling shine each of these items radiated, one could tell that these were not common goods. Once the magic tools on the dish were clearly seen, Han Li and the man surnamed Fan had differing reactions. The cultivator named Fan intensely stared at the plate with a gaze containing a slight trace of exhilaration. But when Han Li glanced at them, he immediately turned his gaze away, revealing a lack of interest. This greatly surprised Madame Lan, causing her to pay closer attention to Han Li. This item is called the Cold Crystal Blade. It was refined using rare profound crystal and ice jade. Not only are its attacks powerful, it also possesses dark cold chi, capable of unknowingly decreasing the power of enemies in a chaotic battle. It truly is a quality item among top-grade magic tools. The woman calmly introduced the item after deftly grabbing the transparent, sparkling short blade from the tray and lifting it into the air. She then waved the magic tool in her hand, immediately releasing a breeze of icy chi. As soon as it appeared in the room, the chi condensation maids couldn't help but shiver. Could Madame let this one take a look at that blade? The man surnamed Fan looked at the magic tool with excitement. Madame Lan faintly smiled in response and handed over the blade without the slightest of hesitation. Afterwards, she took a hidden glance at Han Li. She only saw Han Li with an indifferent expression. He had merely lowered his head to look at the empty teacup in his hand. As he did not show the slightest interest in this magic tool, Madame Lan felt slightly disappointed. As he was playing around with the short blade in his hand, the man surnamed Fan spoke in a loud voice. "All right, I want to buy this cold crystal blade. How many spirit stones will it cost?" Although Madame Lan was somewhat surprised to hear this, she calmly asked, "Doesn't fellow Taoist Fan intend to look at the other magic tools?" "There is no need. This one naturally knows that the other items are certain to be better. However, this one is embarrassingly short of money. I reckon that this blade is the only one I can buy. So even if the other items are better, this one does not have the heart to see them. This way I can avoid feeling envy. This cultivator fan spoke rather honestly with a touch of humor. The beautiful Madame Lawn raised her hand to conceal a faint smile. The woman quickly suppressed her smile and spoke methodically as usual. This cold crystal blade costs 800 spirit stones. Once fellow Taoist fan hands over that amount, he may take the item and leave. Good. Could you take a look and check if this is the right amount of spirit stones? Cultivator fan bluntly took out a storage pouch. In the blink of an eye, a pile of varied colored spirit stones poured out onto the table. Madame Lawn effortlessly swept her gaze across the table. With the corners of her lips slightly raised, she said, "How could I distrust you? There's no need to check." With that said, the woman took her storage pouch and absorbed the spirit stones on the table. Madame Lan's actions gave Cultivator Fan a very favorable impression. He then revealed an amicable expression before taking his leave. But when Han Li saw this, he inwardly laughed in ridicule despite his indifferent expression. What do you mean by, there is no need to check? What was the spiritual sense enveloping the spirit stones supposed to be? Obviously, Madame Lan's spiritual sense is far stronger than common cultivators and was able to instantly count the number of spirit stones without anybody knowing. As such, she was able to deliberately say such a clever and convenient line. Han Li thought with an inward sneer. Madame Lawn hadn't realized that her cheap trick had been seen through by Han Li. After she finished watching Cultivator Fan leave with a faint smile on her face, she turned her gaze upon Han Li once more. Fellow Taoist Han seems to hold no interest in these items. Could it be that these magic tools aren't worthy of fellow Taoist's notice? Madame Lawn asked with a slight smile. It was quite strange. She clearly knew that the person before her had inferior cultivation to her own. But for some unknown reason she felt a trace of strange danger from Han Li, causing her speech to unconsciously become more tactful towards him as she didn't dare to offend him. While the quality of these magic tools are quite decent, I am looking for magic tools that are a bit more exceptional. They must also be well suited to my techniques. Furthermore, not only am I looking for magic tools and talismans, I am also interested in rare items. Han Li replied serenely. Oh. If fellow Taoist Han had such requests, he should have said them sooner. This one had believed that fellow Taoist Han would have been satisfied with any kind of magic tool, the same as fellow Taoist Fan. Madame Lawn couldn't help but giggle. She then continued speaking with great confidence. So long as fellow Taoist is able to pay the price, our Stardust Pavilion will provide all the items you desire. Han Li dryly laughed and directly answered with a question. Since Madame insists, I will bluntly mention them. Does your esteemed pavilion have any pill formulas useful to Foundation establishment cultivators for sale? Or any sets of magic tools? Naturally, the greater the number in a magic tool set, the better. The woman's face revealed slight emotion before immediately regaining her calm. Madame Lawn stared at Han Li with her beautiful eyes before speaking deliberately. Fellow Taoist's requests are truly unusual. Were it half a month ago, I may have been left helpless. But now my pavilion had acquired 2 such pill formulas and a set of high-quality magic tools. The prices of these items are truly great. They are not something that I am able to sell. Fellow Taoist will have to continue this conversation on the 6th floor. Han Li had anticipated what the woman would say and asked indifferently, then am I allowed to go up to the 6th floor? Madame Lawn lightly brushed her hair before gently smiling. Of course you can. But in accordance to sect rules, I must first inspect fellow Taoist's qualifications. What qualifications? Han Li casually asked. It's very simple. It is whether or not fellow Taoist possesses 1,000 spirit stones or items of equivalent value. The woman stated with an earnest tone. Is this enough? Without any objections, Han Li took out the storage pouch that kept his spirit stones and tossed it toward the woman. Han Li's collection of spirit stones had reached 1,000 long ago. Now he should be in possession of nearly 2,000 spirit stones. Madame Lawn took the storage pouch and examined it with her spiritual sense. She then nodded her head and said, Please follow me. I will personally accompany you to the 6th floor. When Han Li saw her walking towards the stairs, he silently followed after her. The young, red-clothed servant guarding the stairwell silently stepped to the side upon seeing Madame Lan approach. Han Li and Madame Lan then climbed to the 6th floor one after the other. Chapter 355. Redthread Shadowchaser Needles. To tell the truth, Han Li was quite curious about the 6th floor shopkeeper. The 5th floor shopkeeper was a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Could the 6th floor cultivator be a core formation expert? Han Li felt slightly excited. Then Han Li glanced at the young 17-year-old woman that stood behind Madame Lan and was left dumbfounded. The young woman was dressed rather simply, and her beauty was merely above average. However, for this young mortal woman who was lacking even the slightest magic power to be the 6th floor shopkeeper was truly beyond Han Li's expectations. But what was particularly unusual was what happened when the young woman saw Madame Lan climb to the 6th floor. She continuously called out, "Auntie Lan, Auntie Lan," with much intimacy. At the same time she completely overlooked Han Li, causing him to feel sullen. "That's enough, Xiaoer. There is a guest here." Although Madame Lan's words were harsh, her tone was filled with obvious affection. "Guest?" The young woman indifferently glanced at Han Li without the slightest of care. "Yes. This fellow Taoist Han wishes to buy pill formulas and the set of magic tools we previously acquired. Thus I am bringing him to the 6th floor and having you receive him. I have to go back down. There may be more guests arriving at the 5th floor." Madame Lan spoke with great warmth. "So it's like that. But the next time Auntie Lan is free, she must definitely come up and keep me company." The young woman spoke with reluctance. Madame Lan gave a kind smile in response before heading back down. The young woman gazed at her as she descended. She eventually turned her head to glance at Han Li and spoke coldly. "What sort of pill formulas does your esteemed self want? We possess 8 pill formulas, but only 2 are useful to Foundation establishment cultivators. In addition, the prices for them are astonishingly high. It won't just cost several hundred spirit stones." When Han Li heard the tone of her voice, he smiled instead of becoming angry. "So long as the pill formulas are genuine, price is of no concern." Han Li's tone was exceptionally grand. The young woman was surprised by his response and earnestly sized him up. "Then please wait a moment. I will call for people to bring out the pill formulas and the set of magic tools." The young woman's expression softened. It was only natural that she acted more pleasantly around a magnanimous guest. She merely took out a small bell and lightly tapped it with a rhythm. Then she casually sat in her chair without the slightest intention of entertaining Han Li. Han Li felt somewhat amazed at this. Still, he calmly pulled out a chair and sat across from the young woman. The only thing separating the two was a wooden table. Han Li's action caused the young woman's graceful brow to lightly crease. Although her expression wasn't very happy, she ultimately didn't say anything. A short moment later, a young female cultivator walked in, grasping 2 jade boxes, one large and one small. "Place them there." The young woman spoke indifferently as she pointed to the side of the table. "Yes, young madam." The female cultivator respectfully replied before placing the jade boxes down on the table. She then took the initiative to withdraw. Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the female cultivator speak so respectfully to a young female mortal. "The pill formulas and the magic tools are here. Your esteemed self should have a look. If they are to your satisfaction, then I will tell you the price." The young woman lightly pushed the jade boxes toward Han Li. Since she insisted, Han Li didn't act with the slightest politeness. He took the small jade box and opened the lid, revealing a red and white jade talisman. Han Li touched the 2 jade talismans and closed his eyes, slowly submerging his spiritual sense within them. When the young woman saw that Han Li was inspecting the pill formulas, she took out a thin, white book and started to read through it without the slightest of concern. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and wore an expression of contemplation. One of the formulas was similar to the chi-gathering pill that Lei Wanhe had previously given him. It was useless to him. As for the other, it wasn't an ancient pill formula. It was for a pill called the True Essence Pill. Apart from the required age of the ingredients used, it was rather easy to refine. It was very suitable for his use. However, the cost of this pill formula was unexpectedly several times greater than the qi-gathering pill formula. Even Han Li understood the difference in value between ancient formulas and ordinary formulas that were currently used in the cultivation world. With that thought, Han Li returned the jade slips to their boxes with an indifferent expression. Then he took the larger box and opened it. The magic tools in the box caused Han Li to become stunned from a single glance. The jade box actually contained a set of 13 fine needles sparkling with red light. Each of the needles were only about an inch long, but their fire-red bodies emitted a fluctuating glow. Flying needle magic tools? Han Li couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. Even with Han Li's vast experience with magic tools, this was the first time he had seen flying needle magic tools such as these. He suddenly grew very excited. He previously hadn't seen anyone make full use of them either. When the young woman heard Han Li's murmurs, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at him with a trace of displeasure. She then continued to read the book without paying him any further attention. At that moment, Han Li was carefully examining one of the red needles as he held it in a pinch without paying any attention to the young woman's displeasure. Naturally, he was aware of her displeasure, but he wasn't about to accommodate her aloof, arrogant attitude. He was now staring at the needle with squinted eyes and a serious expression. Although Han Li hadn't seen any needle-type magic tools previously, he had heard many rumors with regards to the stealthy viciousness of flying needles. He had heard that while their offensive power were slightly inferior to ordinary magic tools, their bodies were small, and their flight was quick, thereby being the most suitable weapon to launch an ambush with. As such, many cultivators praised the flying needles to be a hidden weapon, causing flying needles to possess quite the reputation in the cultivation world. Naturally, there were many reasons as to why flying needle magic tools were so thin. Not only were they refined using peculiar materials, they were also several times more difficult to refine. Because of this, they were rarely seen in the cultivation world. In addition, users of flying needles would often only use them as a last resort since they were unwilling to allow others to know of their existence. This was why Han Li received such a shock when he saw a set of 13 such magic tools unexpectedly appear before him. "Young miss, does this set of flying needles have a name?" Han Li felt very pleasantly surprised, but his expression remained calm when he asked the young woman. When the young woman heard Han Li, she put down the book and indifferently said, "The Redthread Shadowchaser needles." "Good. I wish to acquire the true essence pill along with the set of flying needles." Han Li spoke without the slightest hesitation. The young woman revealed a strange expression as she asked with disbelief, "You truly want that set of magic tools? What is it? Does this set of magic tools have some sort of defect, or is your esteemed Pavilion unwilling to sell it?" Han Li raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. "Your esteemed self is mistaken. Although the Redthread Shadowchaser needles are extremely precious, our Stardust Pavilion does not wish to keep it. I merely ask this because there is something I must first tell you. This set of flying needles is substantially different from ordinary sets of magic tools. There is no origin controller, nor any child mother pieces. If you wish to activate them, you must simultaneously control all 13 needles. Otherwise they would be useless." The young woman's eyes and tone were both ice cold. "I must simultaneously control them?" Han Li came to a suddenly realization. It was no wonder that these rare flying needles had yet to be purchased. It held such a high requirement for one's spiritual sense. The young woman continued without the slightest of humor. "That's right. Originally, Aunt Lon and a few others fancied this set of magic tools, but because they were only able to control up to 9 needles, they have given up on it." "So, all 13 needles then?" Han Li chuckled before suddenly raising his hand, beckoning to the rest of the needles in the box. With a flash of red light, all of the flying needles simultaneously floated. The red needles quickly revolved around Han Li, transforming into 13 red threads that were difficult for the naked eye to see, creating a finely woven red net in an instant. The young woman's small mouth gaped, revealing an appearance of surprise to Han Li for the first time. Han Li soon waved his hand once more, returning the red threads to the jade box, which once again revealed their original appearance as needles. With an unchanged expression, Han Li asked with a deep voice, Am I able to purchase these magic tools now? Since your esteemed self is able to use them, of course you can. Together with the true essence pill formula, it will come to a total of 4,000 spirit stones. The young woman regained her calm and once again spoke without the slightest humor. 4,000 spirit stones. Han Li looked at the young woman while rubbing his nose. That price had exceeded his expectations. The pill formula is 1,500 spirit stones. The flying needles are 2,500. The young woman listed the price without the slightest hesitation. To tell the truth, the woman didn't see the 4,000 spirit stones as overly expensive. After all, these items were rarely seen within the cultivation world. Were it not for the defeat of the 3 allied countries against the Devil Dao, they would have never sold such valuable items. At that moment, Han Li suddenly took a seat and assumed a solemn expression. At what price does your esteemed pavilion purchase 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine? Chapter 356. Disaster and fortune come hand in hand. Han Li calmly walked out from the Stardust Pavilion a quarter-hour later. He turned his head to look at the huge pavilion with a faint, mysterious smile on his face before continuing on with long strides. Han Li currently had the Redthread Shadowchaser needles, and a jade slip containing the true essence pill formula inside his storage pouch. Moments ago he had casually asked about the selling price of 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Instead of taking out any herbs, he took out 2 boxes each containing a face-setting pill, created from 1,000-year-old herbs, and handed it over to the young woman. Han Li vividly remembered the fervent expression of the usually aloof woman when he told her about the face-setting pill's miraculous effect of an unchanging appearance. The sharp contrast with her usual expression had surprised him by no small measure. Soon after, the young woman called over a pill refinement expert from the Stardust Pavilion to personally confirm the claims. However, none of them had refined such a pill before. In the end, she brought the 2 medicine pills to the 5th floor's Madame Moulan to verify the legitimacy of the face-setting pills, as well as their miraculous effect of preserving one's appearance. After a whispered discussion, the women decided that Han Li could pay for the pill formula and the magic tool set with the 2 face-setting pills along with 1,000 spirit stones. Now that he thought about it, he felt it was quite funny. Being able to eternally preserve one's appearance was a matter that proved extremely enticing and irresistible to women. Even such a clever schemer with such deep cultivation as Madame Moulan revealed the same fervent expression as the young woman upon hearing Han Li say the words face-setting pill. As a result, Han Li came to a complete understanding about how greatly women cared about their appearance. However, the amount that Han Li had acquired for the face-setting pills had far exceeded his estimations. He had originally believed that the pills would get him 2,000 spirit stones at most. Therefore, their offer had left Han Li completely satisfied. Naturally, he didn't attempt to haggle over the price and ignore their generous offer. It was quite fortunate that the 2 shopkeepers were women. Were it a male shopkeeper, he would have been quite lucky to get a few hundred spirit stones for them. After he finished the trade, Madame Moulan couldn't help but ask about the medicine pill's origin after recovering from her earlier fervor. Han Li thoughtlessly replied, "It was an unintentional discovery," before making himself scarce. As Han Li walked out of the Stardust Pavilion, he felt some reluctance. He knew that since the Stardust Pavilion was able to take out such rarities as pill formulas and the Redthread Shadowchaser needles, they were certain to have even more precious items. It was a pity that he wasn't able to take out more medicine pills and spiritual herbs for trade, as Han Li clearly understood the dangers of openly revealing one's wealth. With regret lingering in his heart, Han Li found an inn that accommodated cultivators and decided to stay there. For the remainder of the day, Han Li started to meditate and refine qi, preparing for the next day when he would have store owner Su refine his magic tools. On the morning of the second day, Han Li arrived at the tool refinement store in accordance with the appointed time. Store owner Su had been waiting for him for quite a while. Once he saw Han Li, he immediately called out to him in excitement, urging him to enter the rear courtyard. Han Li gave a slight smile and entered. Half a month later, Han Li finally emerged from the store. But this time, he appeared to be the opposite of how he entered and wore a darkened expression as if he were in an exceptionally foul mood. Store owner Su closely followed behind him with a face full of shame. He was muttering something to Han Li as he followed him. Han Li then released a long and heavy sigh, which somewhat alleviated his foul mood. Soon after he spoke to store owner Su in an amiable tone before slowly walking out of the market city, leaving behind the old man in a daze. A short while later Han Li had left the territory of the market city and flew toward Exenrian's small nameless mountain. While Han Li stood on the divine wind boat, his expression became sullen once more as he thought of the repeated tool refinement failures in the past half-month. He had overestimated the tool refinement technique of that shop owner Su, resulting in the almost complete destruction of those precious materials just to make one magic tool set. As for the mantis materials that he had valued the greatest, they had been entirely lost in the refining process. Han Li became extremely regretful after the fact and felt an urge to ruthlessly strike down shop owner Su. But in the end, when he saw the old man's great display of shame, he decided to let the matter drop. Even when he departed, he had consoled the old man in an amiable manner. Sighing from what had happened, Han Li patted his storage pouch. 5 white, flawless flying knives flew out from the storage pouch and continuously spiraled around Han Li. After seeing the 5 knives magic tool set that was refined from the white spider's legs, Han Li's mood improved slightly. Not only were 3 of the legs destroyed, but the white spider's shell that he intended to refine into armor had also been lost. But what he truly hadn't expected was that the entirety of the huge mantis materials would be completely wasted. This could be considered a great misfortune born from great fortune. Han Li could only think about this with a bitter smile. But this experience taught Han Li that the rarer and more superior the materials, the greater the skill that was required to refine them into magic tools. Even the same person who had refined the inky flood dragon's materials with great success was not enough. During his flight, Han Li appeared to have entered deep contemplation. Several days later he had once again arrived above a small, nameless mountain. This time Han Li didn't need to use a voice transmission talisman. The formation spell had automatically opened a passage for Han Li. Han Li smiled. It seemed that Exenrian had been waiting for his return. After all, the agreed date had nearly arrived. After a short moment, Han Li was sitting down in a chair in a bamboo room. Wearing plain clothes, Exenrian sat across from him with a smile. Exenrian took out a jade slip and handed it to Han Li. With a gentle expression she said, "Senior Han, your arrival is quite timely. Yesterday I just finished restoring the ancient transportation formation. So long as Senior restores the formation in accordance with the design, the ancient transportation formation will be functional." From her point of view, restoring the ancient transportation formation proved to be quite challenging, and she was quite happy with her recent success. Han Li reached out for the jade talisman. He was extremely happy and had even revealed a rarely seen undisguised smile. Although he didn't intend to immediately make use of the transportation formation, it was bound to be a good backup plan. Han Li submerged his spiritual sense into the jade slip to take a look. As he expected, he saw detailed and complete instructions on the ancient formation's restoration. "Thank you for your trouble, young Lady Exen." Han Li didn't drag his thanks into a long-winded speech. Instead, he sincerely said a few words of thanks and carefully put the jade slip away. "It was nothing. I personally held much interest in this ancient transportation formation." Exenrian replied with a faint smile. Soon after, she thought of something and took out a small, exquisite storage pouch and handed it over to Han Li. She unhurriedly spoke, "I only have another year or 2 to live at most. These are sets of formation flags and plates that elder brother Qi and I refined together. Since I won't be able to use them, I'll give them to Senior Han as a present. I hope it proves useful in assisting Senior Han with his future cultivation." Seeing that Exenrian had given such an impressive gift with such light words, Han Li was left stunned. At that point he took a deep look at her. After a short moment of silence he took the storage pouch into his hands and solemnly said, "Although I, Han Li, am not an honorable, kind-hearted or chivalrous hero, I will promise Exenrian once more that as long as I have the strength, I will thoroughly extinguish the Fu clan from the cultivation world without doubt." Exenrian smiled in response. The purpose of her large gift had been achieved. The more reluctant someone was to make a pledge, the more sincerely they would attempt to uphold it. If Senior doesn't have any pressing matters, he can stay at my humble abode for a few days. I do hope to have a chat with Senior Han about the Tao of Formation spells. 3 days later, Han Li left the nameless mountain on his divine wind boat and arrived at White Pond Mountain, a nearby gathering place for cultivators. Rogue cultivators and cultivator clan members would often gather here to exchange information of the cultivation world and conduct trade as well. Han Li came in order to hear how much the situation had deteriorated in the state of Yu and whether or not the seven sects were able to make a turnaround. Only after acquiring this information would Han Li be able to decide on his next plan of action. The day of the next cultivator gathering had nearly arrived. White Pond Mountain wasn't far from Xen Ruyan's nameless mountain, and she and Yunxiao had previously went there several times. Naturally, a small meeting such as this would mostly have Qi condensation cultivators. Only rarely would Foundation establishment cultivators appear here. 1 day later, Han Li arrived at the base of the so-called White Pond Mountain. This mountain was quite large and had 3 peaks. The tallest and most rugged location, the West Peak, was where the meeting would be hosted. Han Li turned into a streak of white light as he shot toward the mountain peak. Chapter 357. White Pond Mountain. The west peak of White Pond Mountain was slightly larger than Han Li had imagined. Not only was there an ancient Buddhist temple on the mountain peak, there were also over 10 stone kiosks of varying sizes, each with a group of several cultivators chatting around them. Naturally, there were a few straggling cultivators that wandered about the kiosks and the temple. It seemed that they were those who had impatiently arrived early for the White Pond Mountains meeting. Han Li observed the mountain peak from the air for a moment before spiraling down and landing in an obscure corner. Soon after, Han Li walked to the nearby stone kiosks with Crooked Soul in tow. Because of Han Li's powerful spiritual sense, he was soon able to clearly hear the whispered discussions of the cultivators within the kiosks. One of the whispered conversations in particular captured Han Li's attention. Han Li focused on this 4-person conversation and discovered that they were talking about the war situation between the 7 sects of Yu and the Devil Dao. His interest was roused and he walked over without further hesitation. This was a great victory for the Devil Dao. Not only were the 6 sects of the state of Yu forced to flee from their homeland, catastrophe will also befall the state of Zijin and our very own state of Yuanwu. A pale middle-aged man sighed deeply after speaking. That's right. In the last great battle, the 6 sects' power had suffered great losses. The 2 countries that had fought alongside them also lost 60% of their forces as well. The Heavenly Star sect and the other sects are now facing great pressure. A youth about 20 years old spoke with schadenfreude. Among the other 3 in the discussion, 2 old men had unchanged expressions and didn't reply. As for the middle-aged man who had just spoken, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh, wanting to say something in response. But at that moment he was interrupted by someone's voice from the side. While it is true that the Heavenly Star sect finds itself in a dilemma along with the other great sects, the lives of us rogue cultivators and those from cultivator clans will also soon take a turn for the worse. Those of the Devil Dao espouse the belief that the strong should feed on the weak. When that time comes, we definitely won't be able to enjoy free and easygoing lives. Han Li slowly walked in and spoke the words that the middle-aged man intended to say. When the 4 realized that an outsider was nearby, they were startled and immediately grew silent. But when they were unable to perceive Han Li's cultivation, they all revealed a trace of worry and respectfully saluted Han Li. The middle-aged man then hurriedly rushed to exonerate the youth. "Senior, my honorable nephew spoke without thinking. He doesn't hold the slightest disrespect toward the sections. I hope Senior won't take offense." These people had unexpectedly presumed Han Li to be a high-grade cultivator from the state of Yuanwu's cultivation clans. The youth who had just spoken appeared especially nervous. Fellow Taoists are mistaken. I am but a rogue cultivator. I was only casually adding on to the conversation. Han Li smiled and warmly explained. The 4 relaxed upon hearing Han Li's words. Although they didn't know whether Han Li was truly a rogue cultivator, they clearly understood he wouldn't be pursuing the rash words that had been previously spoken. Thus they gave Han Li a respectful welcome. Han Li then took a seat next to the stone table within the kiosk. "Us juniors are truly honored to have Senior here. However, why would Senior partake in such a lowly exchange of this degree? An old man with a red-flushed face cautiously asked. It was obvious why this man was amazed. A small meeting place like White Pond Mountain would normally find it difficult to attract Foundation establishment cultivators. If such high-grade cultivators wanted to converse, they would normally seek out a higher-class gathering spot. First was due to time, as I came here from a desolate mountain where I was cultivating. Recently, I've heard news that the cultivators from my country, the state of Yu, had suffered a huge loss. I felt that the cultivation world was about to undergo great changes, so I thought I'd discreetly look for information. Do you fellow Taoists have the latest information on the Devil Dao in the state of Yu? Han Li gave a simplified explanation. The four looked at each other for a moment before three of them focused their attention on the shriveled old man among them. The most well-informed is naturally our eldest brother Ding. After all, the Ding clan possesses many secular properties in the state of Yu. The red-faced old man quickly said. The other two simultaneously agreed, causing Han Li's eyes to flash with a queer expression. Old man Ding expressed some embarrassment in response. He helplessly said, "Our Ding clan members in the state of Yu have indeed given us information on recent circumstances. Of course, the clan doesn't wish for this information to spread, but since you are all close friends with me and this senior also wishes to know, I can talk about it. However, I hope you all won't easily make this information known." The other three couldn't help but grow excited and repeatedly praise him. Even Han Li gently nodded his head. The old man lightly sighed and slowly spoke. "I've just received this information a few days ago. Currently, the state of Yu is in great turmoil. Although the Devil Dao had defeated the Six Sects allied armies, a large amount of the Six Sects cultivators have broken off from their retreat out of the state of Yu and have been incessantly launching guerrilla raids utilizing their familiarity of the terrain. I've heard that there were also a few core formation cultivators who haven't retreated, thus keeping the Devil Dao busy. After all, core formation cultivators aren't so easily dealt with. In addition, as the Six Sects have existed in the state of Yu for so many years, they possessed much hidden power and have been causing the Devil Dao's takeover of the state of Yu to be rather troublesome. As for the state of Yu's cultivation clans, they have divided into three factions. One faction turned traitor once the Six Sects were defeated. They took the initiative to surrender and pay allegiance to the Devil Dao. Another faction consisted of those that were too closely tied with the Six Sects. Fearing that the Devil Dao would want to take revenge, they fled the state of Yu as the Six Sects had. As for the last faction, they are waiting to see how things will develop before taking action. As for the Six Sects' long-established key locations, those from the Masked Moon sect and Giant Sword sect have yet to be broken through by the Devil Dao. The other four sects have been completely broken through, but it was said that very little had been obtained from the attacks. A majority of the rare items had been removed by the Six Sects' disciples. The way I see it, every day the Devil Dao isn't able to pacify the state of Yu is another day where the state of Yuanwu or Zijin isn't attacked. After all, their numbers are great and they were able to simultaneously take down two small countries and a mid-rank country in one fell swoop. It is only a matter of time before they will fall upon us. Therefore, they have no problem dealing with the disruptive Six Sect cultivators for the time being. The old man's slowly spoken words had revealed his own take on the matter. The red-faced old man couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "Eldest brother Ding, why do you think that the Devil Dao has given us time to breathe, allowing for our country's sects to prepare for their attack?" "This is hard to say. After all, I am only aware of the surface information. As for the absolute truth of the matter, I'm afraid that only the highest echelons of the sects know." Old man Ding slowly shook his head and stole a glance at Han Li. It was obvious that he believed Han Li to be a cultivator from a sect of his own country and had refrained from speaking of certain matters. Old man Ding didn't wish to continue speaking of that issue and suddenly said something with a smile that left Han Li shocked instead. Because the Six Sects of the state of Yu wished for a hasty retreat, they used the strategy of cutting off their own tail. They only brought along their talented elite disciples while leaving the rest of their many disciples as ignorant sacrifices. It is said that the ones who most cruelly applied this tactic were the highest echelons of Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. They had their trusted elite make a smooth escape from the state of Yu while sacrificing 2 whole groups of disciples. Nearly all of their cultivators apart from those that escaped. Their methods are truly impressive. Although the old man said this indifferently, Han Li's heart suddenly sunk, and his face became faintly twisted. But fortunately the others didn't dare to stare at Han Li for long, so none of them noticed this change. Strongly suppressing his astonishment, Han Li calmly asked, "Fellow Taoist Ding, you said that Yellow Maple Valley sacrificed 2 batches of disciples. How did this happen? I am quite interested." Since Senior is asking, Junior will naturally answer truthfully. "I heard that when the upper echelon of the state of Yu received the news of their frontline's defeat, Yellow Maple Valley immediately plotted to make a crafty escape. They would first have a group of disciples rush to evacuate but secretly divulge this information to the spies of the Devil Dao, claiming that the group contained their elite disciples. This group would also bring along a large amount of spirit stones and materials, completely attracting the attention of the Devil Dao soldiers. At the same time, they left behind another group of ignorant disciples and had them use the Great Formation to confront the Devil Dao. With these 2 groups completely attracting the enemy's attention, Yellow Maple Valley's highest echelon then had the true trusted elite disciples retreat in the opposite direction with the 6,000 years worth of savings. I heard that although the number of people to safely retreat from Yellow Maple Valley was the fewest, they had the smoothest retreat. As for the other 5 sects, although they retreated en masse, they encountered repeated attacks and had to fight for their lives on many occasions. Much of their valuables have fallen into the Devil Dao's hands as a result. This matter then became widely spread throughout the state of Yu by the Devil Dao. Not daring to slight Han Li, the old man gave him a complete explanation. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he spoke unhurriedly with a soft voice. "Oh, so it was like that. Those abandoned Yellow Maple Valley disciples really were foolish." Chapter 358. The Endless Sea. The Moulan. Han Li then suddenly spoke with a gentle smile. "Well then, knowing that the state of Yu is currently in turmoil is enough for me." These incomprehensible words left the 4 with a feeling of profound mystery. They could only force themselves to give him a smile in return. Han Li stood up and said amiably, "You can all go ahead and continue chatting. I'm going to go to a different room." "As you please, Senior." "Best wishes, Senior." The 4 hastily saw off Han Li with respect. Han Li casually beckoned with his arm and called out to Crooked Soul, who had stood outside throughout the conversation. They then walked together to another stone kiosk. 4 hours later, Han Li stood at a corner of the mountain peak and lowered his head in contemplation. He had participated in many discussions about the current affairs of the state of Yu. As a result, he had come to the conclusion that the current situation in the state of Yu could only be described as chaotic. Under these circumstances, he only had 2 options. One was to use a flying magic tool and fly to a country far away from the state of Yu, in order to find a place suitable for cultivation. The other option was to restore the ancient transportation formation and take a gamble to see where the transportation formation would take him. After all, this precious ancient transportation formation was built underground for a reason. It was certain to be linked to a distant location. At first glance, he felt that he should obviously choose the first option as it was more reliable. But after some consideration, Han Li felt that it was just as risky. To the east and west of the state of Yu were the Devil Dao's state of Tianluo and the Righteous Dao Alliance's state of Fengdou. As a result, he would only be able to head north or south. If he were to flee north of Yuanwu, there would be several tens of small and mid-ranked countries. But Han Li knew that their cultivators wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of either the Devil or Righteous Dao. Some of them had even attached themselves to the 2 great powers, becoming their puppets and occasionally engaging in both open and covert struggles with the other side. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the state of Tianluo and Fengdou to conduct a wide-scale turf war, especially since they originally only had a small stretch of common border with one another. Those countries would soon be turned into battlefields by the Devil Dao and Righteous Dao Alliance, and Han Li naturally wouldn't be able to stay there. But if he were to brave the dangers of traveling through these countries and continue north, He would arrive at the heavenly south region's northmost area, the Endless Seas, where few cultivators dared to travel. Not only was this sea extremely dark, it was also limitless and had many rare species of fishes living within. The fishes were extremely violent and were no less vicious than their high-grade demon beast counterparts on land. Even core formation cultivators would find themselves in extreme danger if they fell into the sea. The thought of flying across the sea was but a mere fantasy. There was once a nascent soul cultivator who was curious about the end of the sea. After preparing fully, he then flew over the ocean water. After flying for over a year, he was still unable to see any end of the sea and hadn't seen the slightest hint of land. At that point, over half of his medicine pills and spirit stones had been exhausted, and he could only resentfully turn back. Otherwise, he would only be able to die at sea when he ran out of spiritual power, even if he was a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, Hanli wouldn't indulge himself in the fantasy of crossing the sea. His only thoughts were to head down south. South of the state of Yu, after passing through the state of Zijin and then another 6 countries, one would arrive at the 9 Nations Union, an inseparably close alliance of 9 countries of various sizes. This alliance between the 9 countries was formed mostly for the purpose of combating their fearsome invaders, the Moulan race's spell soldiers. When speaking of the Moulan race and their magic soldiers, one wouldn't be able to avoid mentioning the Moulan Prairies, home of the Moulan tribes and a close neighbor of the 9 Nations Union. The Moulan race were completely different from the Yen people of the states of Yuanwu and Yu. Their people were completely nomadic, possessing a culture of fearlessness and a love for brandishing their sabers and spears. The Moulan race were made up of countless tribes of various sizes, where small tribes would consist of several 100,000 people and the large tribes would number several tens of millions. Cultivators also existed within these tribes, but they were called spell warriors instead of cultivators. It is said that they are indistinguishable from common cultivators, and the divisions of cultivation as well as the cultivation techniques are extremely similar. The only thing that differed were that the spell warriors of core formation rank and higher didn't care much about external items such as magic tools and talismans. Instead, they were focused on mastering their elemental Taoist magics to perfection. They even had secret earthborn techniques where they merged with the prairie. Their research had produced a variety of extremely strange and formidable magic techniques, and in turn created a new school of magic techniques that distinguished the Moulan, which they called spirit techniques. By relying on these incisive spirit techniques, the Moulan race's spell warriors were able to contend and even gain the upper hand against cultivators of equivalent rank. As the Moulan race's spell warriors grew increasingly numerous, their need for spirit vein locations and spirit stones intensified to the point of significantly worsening the depletion of cultivation resources. This shortage was further exacerbated by the extreme lack of natural cultivation resources in the Moulan Prairie. As a result, the Moulan race's spell warriors had their gazes set upon the abundant spiritual qi and resources of the 9 countries for as long as anybody could remember. They had often launched attacks against these countries in order to seize their spirit veins, spirit stone mines, and other such resources vital to cultivators. Naturally, the cultivation world of the 9 countries were unwilling to allow their resources to be seized by these savage cultivators. In the end, a bloody war of magic had erupted. In the beginning, the 9 countries had individually resisted, but they had quickly suffered defeat at the hands of the united armies of the Moulan tribes, surrendering a large portion of their resources and land. Having now experienced the ferociousness of the Moulan, they learned from their defeat and hastily formed the 9 Nations Union. By using underhanded and deplorable methods, they were able to gradually defeat the Moulan race's spell warriors and retake their land. But having just tasted victory, the Moulan tribes were naturally unwilling to simply give up. After endless years of strife and warfare, mutual hatred had bloomed within both sides. The death toll had grown to such a degree that even the mortals of Moulan and Yen had been influenced. As of now, the people of Moulan didn't dare to set foot within the borders of the 9 countries. Likewise, those of Yen didn't dare to travel too deeply into the Moulan prairies. As for how many people there are in the Moulan tribes, nobody truly knows. The Moulan prairie was far too large, and the Nine Nations Union had only tangled with a small portion of the Moulan tribes. Although the Moulan Prairie wasn't endless like the Black Devil Sea, it was said to require 5 years for someone to travel from one end of the prairie to the other end. Furthermore, Moulan Prairies was just a name given by the Moulan tribes. At the other end of the prairie lay the Moulan tribe's true enemy, the Soaring tribes. The Soaring tribes were another nomadic tribe, who called these grasslands the Heaventide Prairies. This was due to their long-held beliefs in their patron god, the Heaventide beast. There was no reason for two nomadic tribes to live on the same prairie, and the two ethnicities had formed a relationship of fatal enmity. It was unknown for how long their soldiers and cultivators had been fighting one another. In any case, a huge battle was certain to take place every 100 years or so at the center of the prairie. 10 million mortal soldiers would fight, while tens of thousands of cultivators battled throughout the sky. Naturally, the ultimate victor would be decided by the battle in the sky. Han Li had learned all of this from rumors and ancient records of all kinds. It was said that at the other end of the Moulan Prairie existed an incredibly huge great empire. The entire Heavenly South region wasn't even as large as a tenth of it. Han Li found those rumors hard to believe and had difficulty imagining a country that was over 10 times larger than the entire Heavenly South region. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Han Li's current plans. They were just random thoughts that had rushed through his mind. After he set aside his wandering thoughts, he eventually came to the conclusion that the 6-sex evacuation wouldn't end within the nearby countries. They would definitely make a detour to the Nine Nations Union. After all, the cultivators of the 9 countries had battles with the Moulan spell warriors every other year and a war every 10 years. They would definitely welcome the 6-sex and provide them with great assistance. Naturally, the spirit veins and other such locations of value allocated to them would depend on their abilities. If Han Li were to return to Yellow Maple Valley, he would just continue to be cannon fodder. This meant he definitely couldn't head south. Although he had already come to a clear answer on what he should do, he received a great headache once he thought about it again. First, he would see whether or not he could restore the transportation formation. If he managed to successfully repair it, he would then reconsider whether or not he would use it. At best, I could return if I'm dissatisfied. At worst. Well, this option did hold a certain degree of danger after all. Han Li thought with a bitter smile. Chapter 359. A surprising encounter with an acquaintance. Having come to a decision, Han Li silently flew off the mountain. Later on, when the White Pond Mountains meeting convened, those chi condensation cultivators that had spoken with Han Li would be left baffled by his absence. Han Li first went to the Heavenly Star Sex Market City to purchase the list of items that he would need to restore the ancient transportation formation. Then he hurried off to the State of Yu. This time Han Li didn't take the direct route to enter the State of Yu. Instead, he circled around to a remote part of the border between the state of Yuanwu and Yu and stealthily entered through there. Now that the state of Yu belonged to the Devil Dao, he took steps to avoid entering dangerous territories to prevent having enemies pursuing him the entire way. But Han Li didn't know that because of this precaution he had unexpectedly avoided a crisis. Currently, the majority of the state of Yu's borders were heavily patrolled. If Han Li had recklessly returned using his original path, he would have been unable to escape their attention, most likely leading to an unavoidable pursuit and battle. Having safely entered the state of Yu, Han Li hastily journeyed on routes through the most desolate areas he could find, allowing him to arrive at the Spirit Stone Mine near the transportation formation unnoticed. Han Li stealthily observed the Spirit Stone Mine from far away, as it had now fallen into the hands of the Devil Dao. He saw Devil Dao disciples wearing green and white clothing with either a dark green ghost skull or a pink peach blossom tucked within the corners of their sleeves. It seemed they were cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect and the Harmonious Bond sect. Now knowing that the Spirit Stone Mine was being guarded, Han Li stealthily slipped away and entered a nearby secret underground entrance. He was able to easily find the concealed cave he had previously collapsed. After using his magic tools to tear the stone away, Han Li was able to take another look at the damaged ancient transportation formation. He let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the ancient transportation formation safe and sound. During the following day, Han Li first used his newly acquired illusion formation flags to thoroughly conceal the secret location. Afterwards, he laid down the formation flags and formation plates of the 5 elements reversal formation, laying out a thorough defense for the cave containing the ancient transportation formation. This way he would have enough time to easily escape, even if he was discovered by the Devil Dao cultivators. Freed from worry, Han Li started the transportation formation's restoration. The Jade Talisman clearly stated that restoring the ancient transportation formation required the utmost precision. Even the slightest slant of an unremarkable talisman line could result in an error in the transportation formation. After spending an entire 7 days, Han Li had only managed to complete less than half of the restoration. But that night Han Li encountered a huge problem. He had already ran out of the supplies he had bought earlier. Han Li was flabbergasted. He had originally bought a bit more than what was mentioned on the item list, but he hadn't accounted for the wasted materials from the mistakes he would make while repairing the formation. He was neither a tool refinement nor a formation spell master. As he was lacking in skill, he had wasted over half of his materials from errors and didn't have enough left to finish. Han Li sighed. It seemed he'd have to go on another trip. However, he remembered that a small market town of some cultivator clan lay several days east of the Spirit Stone mine. Although it wasn't large, items such as source iron and crystal jade could be found there. Since the core of the transportation formation wasn't ruined, he would only require a few common materials to repair it. His only worry was that given the current chaos of the cultivation world, this clan's market city might no longer exist. If this were the case, he'd have to travel to a more dangerous area. Under the cover of night, Han Li flew out of the cave and headed directly toward the market city. He had already decided that if the market city no longer existed, it would be best to return to the state of Yuanwu. He couldn't afford to just ignore the fact that the ancient formation was only half repaired. To be safe, Han Li planned to only travel during the night. During the day he would find areas to rest and recover, keeping the danger to a minimum. In this way, Han Li continued to fly east under the cover of night. Whenever rays of sunlight began to appear off the horizon, he would search for a place to rest. But while he was gazing down from above, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned his head in another direction. Han Li faintly felt as if someone was quickly flying toward him and that they weren't alone. Han Li reacted instantly by stomping on his divine wind boat and flew downward. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the darkness of night. Just as he concealed himself and restrained his spiritual qi, a blinding light silently flashed by him like a bolt of lightning. Then a bloody cloud about 10 meters wide relentlessly chased after it, releasing unending ghostly wails and howls as it flew past. A bit behind the cloud was a pink ray of light that released soft, clear cries which seemed to also be in relentless pursuit. Han Li, who was hidden in the mountain forest below, didn't pay attention to the white light, focusing on the bloody cloud instead. He felt that the bloody cloud seemed extremely familiar. Wasn't that the demonic art which had protected the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect? Having remembered the Ghost Spirit sect's young master's ferociousness and the hardships he had been put through, Han Li's expression became gloomy. While Han Li was still in thought, those in the sky had hastily descended, and the white light in front suddenly stopped. The brilliant light then quickly faded away, revealing a white-clothed woman standing on a flying sword. This woman had a slender body and was wearing a cloak. As soon as she appeared, she coldly spoke to her pursuers. "Juniors, it appears you are unwilling to let me go. Could it be that you have a death wish?" The woman's voice was cold and beautiful. When Han Li heard it, he nearly jumped in surprise. Greatly shocked, Han Li thought to himself, Is this fairy Nangong's voice? Is it really her? Although he had barely spoken with this woman after he had slept with her, she had become the most important woman in Han Li's life. The memory of her had always remained clear in his heart. Also, while the voice sounded very much like Nangong Wan, its hoarseness left him slightly doubtful. While Han Li was lost in astonishment, the bloody mist and that pink light had both stopped about 40 meters away in response to her threats. The bloody and pink lights then faded away, revealing the people inside. The bloody cloud revealed the ghost spirit sex young master Wang Chan as expected, and the pink light revealed a man and woman that left Han Li dumbstruck. He had last seen both at Yingning Castle. One was a demonic man as beautiful as a woman. As for the woman, she had been missing for a long time and was assumed to have fallen into the grasp of the devil Dao, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian wore a cold expression and appeared rather dignified. Her originally seductive appearance had completely disappeared at some point in the past. But what surprised Han Li more was that she had already cultivated to mid-foundation establishment from early foundation establishment. When Han Li saw Zhou Xian standing by the demonic man's side, he couldn't help but tightly crease his brow. At the moment, the ghost spirit sex young master and the gorgeous man were coldly staring at the masked woman and revealed a trace of hesitation. Although Fairy Nangong had already fought with a ghost spirit sect core formation expert and should be lacking in power, she had killed countless Devil Dao core formation cultivators while fighting for the masked moon sect before. It wouldn't be worth it if she were to go all out and end them all in mutual destruction. With that in mind, the two couldn't help but look at each other, neither willing to act first. That strange, gorgeous man gazed at the masked woman with a slight smile. If this were the past, both senior brother Wang and I would naturally flee at the mere sight of Fairy Nangong. But now, even if I wanted to let you go in consideration of the previous relationship between the masked moon sect and the harmonious bond sect, my senior brother Wang from the ghost spirit sect would still be unwilling to let the matter go. The gorgeous man spoke as if they were all on extremely familiar terms with one another and as if this were a matter they had already discussed, but he unapologetically pushed the ghost spirit sex young master in front of him to act as a shield. When Wang Chan heard this, he grew furious. But he wasn't someone who showed emotion. He only coldly glanced at her before speaking calmly. I heard that the harmonious bond sect has a secret technique, the art of dark moon yin absorption. A male cultivator can use it to forcefully absorb a portion of a woman's origin yin through pair cultivation techniques. Although it doesn't absorb much with senior's core formation cultivation, it will be enough for this young Master Tian to break through his current bottleneck and reach late foundation establishment. The gorgeous man's expression paled slightly. He hadn't expected that his reason for bitterly pursuing this woman without end had been seen through by Wang Chan. He couldn't help but feel angered from the humiliation. At that moment, the masked woman shot them a resentful glare. She gritted her perfect teeth and spat out, "You're all as bad as each other. Die." She raised her hand and an earth-shattering white mist of sword light shot toward them. When Wang Qin and the gorgeous man saw this, they both turned pale from fright. The next instant, they had turned into a bloody cloud and a ray of light, respectively, in an attempt to hastily evade the attack. 1. Martial Aunt Hong Fu is her great-aunt. She appears in Chapter 244 and is with Han Li throughout the Yen Clan Castle's arc. Chapter 360. Halfway to Calamity, Zhou Xian, who was standing by the side of the gorgeous man, was also enveloped by the man's rainbow barrier. In an instant the three had hastily flown back. A spiteful strike from a core formation cultivator was not something the three of them could endure. The sword light filled the sky and closely pursued them for about 40 meters before suddenly vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the woman's slender body swayed as if she were about to fall. The ghost spirit sex young master and the gorgeous man grew elated upon seeing this and turned their retreat into a charge. As Han Li watched on from below, his face stiffened and he subconsciously patted his storage pouch. The 13 red-line Shadowchaser needles flew out and he quickly drew them back with his hands. Even if he were to put himself in danger, Han Li couldn't allow Nangong Wan to wilt before his eyes. No matter how self-centered and cold-hearted he may be, regardless of whether or not he could contend with the ghost spirit sex young master and the others, the entirety of his heart and soul urged him to act. Just as Han Li was about to act and release the flying needles to save the masked woman, the sky abruptly underwent a massive change. The previously wavering woman that was standing on the sword suddenly regained her bearings, and her eyes glinted with cold light. Wang Chan and the gorgeous man grew pale. They immediately knew that they had fallen for her ruse. But by the time they wanted to run away, it was already too late. The woman raised her hands and countless streaks of sword light soared through the air and completely enveloped the three in blinding white light. When Han Li saw this, he felt relieved and loosened his grip on his flying needles. The sky shone with gray light from the masked woman's sword light. A bloody cloud and pink light tottered within it like a small boat in a surging storm. However, they still managed to painfully endure. In particular, within the pink light, the gorgeous man and Zhou Xian released a strange azure-red light from their hands, offsetting the sword light's attack. Han Li lightly wrinkled his brow and lowered his head in contemplation before silently disappearing. Meanwhile, the masked woman felt great worry. She was truly surprised to see that even though she had used a ruse to press the Devil Dao cultivators, her current attack was still unable to deal with the three. Not long ago she had fought a great battle against a Devil Dao core formation cultivator. Her opponent had nearly succeeded in ending the battle in mutual destruction, depleting her magic power. Although she managed to escape further entanglements afterwards, her heavy injuries had been a cause for great concern. Even worse, her magic treasure, which was inseparably bonded to her soul, had suffered serious damage during the previous battle, leaving it unusable for the time being. Furthermore, because she was being pursued, she was forced to use a secret technique that greatly damaged her vitality to escape, forcefully drawing out a portion of her body's potential to produce a sliver of spiritual power. Although she had managed to throw off the majority of her pursuers, she hadn't expected that these three, who possessed exceptional devilish arts, would continue to pursue her relentlessly. Thus she could only attempt to eliminate them. Otherwise, even if she were a core formation cultivator, she would be at their mercy once the effects of her secret technique subsided. The reason why she had stopped here was because her spiritual awareness had felt that there was a cultivator here. Although she didn't know who it was an undeniable fact that this person lacked the devilish aura possessed by those who used the techniques of the Devil Dao. Furthermore, this person was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Were he not a cultivator from a large clan, then he should be a cultivator from the other 5 allied sections. With nowhere to go and in a hopeless situation, she flew here with the intention of dragging that cultivator into this mess and possibly turning the situation for the better. But she absolutely didn't expect that this person's spiritual sense would be so strong. This person had concealed himself from far away without any intention of involving himself. As such, the masked woman could only confront the enemy alone and grit her teeth with aching resentment. But once again, a frightening development had unfolded before her. These 3 Devil Dao cultivators were extremely tenacious, and they possessed immensely powerful defensive magic tools. Even if she were to use the entirety of her remaining spiritual power, she wouldn't be able to kill them quickly. With regard to her high-grade talismans and impressive magic tools, they had been thoroughly exhausted in the battles many days earlier. Her heart sank as she felt her last remnants of magic power about to disappear. The Devil Dao cultivators that were bitterly enduring the sword light felt its enormous suffocating pressure gradually weaken until it had completely disappeared. The 3 were stunned and immediately turned their gazes towards the masked woman. She blankly stood on top of her flying sword with dim, emotionless eyes while her body pitifully trembled. Wang Chan and the beautiful man looked at each other with feelings of pleasant surprise. But as they had just suffered from her clever ploy, they hesitated and didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, a streak of white light flew out from below like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the white light had appeared in front of the masked woman. The silhouette within the white light embraced her waist before suddenly descending back down from where it came. This scene left Wang Chan and the gorgeous man bursting with anger. How could the 2 let such a rich prize be snatched out of their mouths? They reacted by immediately chasing after the white light with the full capabilities of their movement techniques. However, Zhou Xian stood at her original location with an expression of shock. This was because that silhouette had appeared extremely familiar and caused her to unconsciously hesitate. About 40 meters below, the white light shot towards a dense forest. After it entered the forest, the light faded away to reveal an unremarkable male youth. As he tightly embraced the masked woman in one arm, he raised his head and expressionlessly looked at Wang Chan and the gorgeous man chasing after them. Although the masked woman lacked the strength to struggle from his embrace, her eyes were filled with humiliation and resentment as if she was scolding him. However, the youth paid this no mind. So it turned out to be you. It's you. Once they clearly saw the male youth's appearance, Wang Qin and the gorgeous man simultaneously yelled out. They had both recognized Han Li, whom they had each attempted to kill before. After glancing at each other in surprise, they charged toward Han Li while using their abilities to the fullest extent without any further hesitation. Wang Chan's blood cloud swelled and expanded to 40 meters wide in an instant. At the same time, its bloody scent grew much more intense and its pressure became astonishingly stronger. The gorgeous man coldly laughed and a jade flute suddenly appeared in his hand. With a wave, a clear whistle sounded out, transforming his rainbow streak of light into a pink peacock. As he shot toward Han Li, Wang Chan closely followed behind him, unwilling to be second. Seeing that the two were so aggressively chasing him, Han Li finally revealed a trace of panic. He suddenly stomped on his small boat, causing it to release a blinding white light. It lightly trembled as if it were strung on a bow. With the Devil Dao cultivators' astonishing offensive, they had already arrived in front of Han Li and blocked off his path of escape. They now clearly saw that the masked woman had given up her struggle and that her eyes were filled with despair. This caused the two to feel much more at ease. It seemed that the female core formation cultivator no longer had the power to resist. In that moment, Han Li's panicked expression underwent a sudden change, and he revealed a faint, strange smile. When the two outstanding Devil Dao cultivators saw Han Li's expression, their hearts thumped heavily. The scene before them suddenly changed as Han Li and the masked woman turned into a cool breeze as if they no longer existed. Then two huge stones appeared in front of the Devil Dao cultivators, causing them to dodge away in alarm. They couldn't help but look around in astonishment. What they saw caused their complexions to pale. They were surrounded by some kind of forest with countless towering trees similar to stone obelisks. They had been trapped inside of an illusory formation. Wang Chan and the gorgeous man were furious. Although the might of this illusory formation wasn't great, they would have to spend a good amount of time to break through it, giving their prey more than enough time to escape. As a result, these two young masters of the Devil Dao developed a bone-deep hatred for Han Li. "Senior brother Wang, let's quickly break out of this formation. Don't forget that my junior martial sister Dong is still outside. With her cultivation she can stall them for a short while. She will give us all the time that we will need." The gorgeous man suddenly thought of something and coldly smiled. Wang Chan's face grew cheerful for a moment, but then he spoke with doubt. "Ah, that's right. It seems this young master has forgotten something. That girl was once a Yellow Maple Valley disciple. Will she really block them?" The gorgeous man then revealed some hesitation and replied with uncertainty, "She will definitely act. After all, Dong Xianer has a high position in my harmonious bond sect, far greater than the status of an ordinary disciple that she had within Yellow Maple Valley. Furthermore, this father treat her quite well." Chapter 361. Mishap. As Han Li stomped on his divine wind boat with one arm wrapped around the masked woman, Dong Xianer blocked his way while covered in pink light. "Junior martial sister Dong, must you act?" Han Li lightly sighed and spoke grudgingly. Her eyes coldly glinted as she glanced down at the unconscious masked woman in Han Li's embrace. Dong Xianer expressionlessly said, "Han Li, if you wish to leave you must first pass through me. I have always been curious as to why my master Hong Fu had insisted on marrying me to you. Also, did you really expect me to allow a masked moon core formation cultivator to easily escape?" Dong Xianer's refined brow gradually frowned, and she wore a baleful expression. Once she finished, Han Li didn't reply with words regarding old affection or other such nonsense. After all, he had used formation flags to hastily trap the other two within a simple illusion formation. It wouldn't keep them trapped for long. Han Li's expression sunk and he said, "Since it's like this, then don't blame me for being ruthless, young lady Dong." Han Li then loudly yelled and waved his hand, releasing 2 black lights and 5 streaks of white light. In addition, a tortoise shell appeared beside him and blocked his front. Afterwards, 4 puppet beasts appeared at both his sides. With gaping mouths, they shot out light beams as thick as a bowl. He took action with the entirety of his power. He didn't have any notion of going easy on the fairer sex. Once Zhou Xian saw Han Li's ferocious offensive, her expression underwent great change. She grit her teeth and waved her flawless hand, summoning a pink muslin cloth. Her hands then emitted a red-orange glow which combined with her muslin cloth to form a huge barrier of sparkling red light surrounding herself. Zhou Xian was convinced that even if Han Li's attack was more overbearing, it still wouldn't be able to break through the powerful barrier created from her fire phoenix cloth and devilish arts. As Zhou Xian was basking in confidence, Han Li's divine wind boat flashed with white light and streaked past her with a whoosh. Likewise, the magic tools that were in an overbearing attack made an immediate turn and quickly flew after Han Li. Without fighting for even a moment, Han Li had instead used his attack as a misdirection, allowing for an immediately escape. This was completely out of Zhou Xian's expectations. She blankly stood in place before her face deeply blushed. Just as she thought to furiously pursue Han Li, the four puppet beasts fired light beams on her. Zhou Xian could only wait until after the light beams faded away before hastily withdrawing her light barrier. But by that time Han Li had already turned into a black dot in the distance and was about to disappear from sight. Naturally, Zhou Xian was unwilling to allow Han Li's trickery succeed. By making use of her wondrous movement technique, she ignored the four puppet beasts and set off in hot pursuit. But a short moment later, that black dot in the sky flashed several more times and disappeared without a trace. With a furious expression, Zhou Xian swept the vicinity without finding a single trace of Han Li. She had no choice but to give up her pursuit of them and dejectedly return. At this moment Han Li was hiding in a loose earth mound to rest. A yellow barrier of light covered Han Li from all sides, but it didn't feel stuffy at all. It was quite fantastic. Han Li hadn't thought that this low-grade earth-sync talisman would prove to be useful someday. It seems that keeping all the talismans he possessed on his body was a correct decision. A moment later he felt that Zhou Xian had left. Without leaving concealment he carefully used his spiritual sense and confirmed that Zhou Xian truly wasn't there before leaving the earth mound and speedily flying away. Many hours later Han Li carried the masked woman into the dry hollow of a large tree. The tree hollow's previous master, a huge bear, was lying dismembered outside the cave. Han Li gently lowered the masked woman to the ground and gripped her flawless wrist with deep concern, slowly releasing spiritual power into her blood vessels to take a look at her injuries. However, Han Li regretted having done such a rash action immediately afterwards. Upon pouring just a slight amount of spiritual power into her body, a huge attractive force suddenly appeared and caused Han Li's spiritual power to wildly flood into her like a dam had broken. Han Li was greatly alarmed and attempted to let go, but he found that his hands were firmly stuck and was unable to break free. Unexpectedly, his other hand was also helplessly caught by this attractive force, causing his magic power to flow out at double the speed. Han Li was aghast as he felt every drop of his bitterly cultivated true essence forcefully sucked out by the masked woman. To make matters worse, the attractive force only grew stronger as time passed by, making Han Li lose his head from panic. Not daring to repeat the same mistake by pushing her off with his legs, Han Li was at his wits' end as his hands continued to be rigidly stuck. Han Li could only helplessly stare on as his mid-foundation establishment cultivation degraded to early foundation establishment, and then as early foundation establishment fell into chi condensation, and, as he felt his heart bleed, Han Li found that he could not longer endure and his gaze blackened before he fainted and fell onto the body of the masked woman. Fragrant and soft. Before Han Li lost consciousness, this single lustful thought flashed through his mind. As such, a man and a woman were intimately tangled with one another in a quiet cave. But as both people were unconscious, Han Li's spiritual power still continued to slowly and uncontrollably flow into the woman's body. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li eventually woke up in a daze. But just as he drowsily opened his eyes, Han Li found himself looking at an attractive slender silhouette standing outside the tree cave. Surveying the scene outside with her back facing Han Li blankly looked on for a moment before feeling a severe headache. After holding back his voice with great difficulty, he recalled the event before he passed out. Fearful, Han Li hastily used his spiritual sense to examine his body. His heart drop to the deepest depths. Not only did his cultivation revert back to qi condensation, it had dropped to the third layer. He was left completely dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. While Han Li was at a loss, the slender woman softly asked without turning her head, "You're awake?" Han Li woke from his stupor and with an unsightly expression he couldn't help but furiously ask, "Nangong, what happened? I saved you with good intentions yet you absorbed my magic power." "Nangong? You know my elder cousin?" The woman finally turned around. She had already taken off her hood, allowing Han Li to clearly see her face. Han Li was shocked. Although her extremely beautiful appearance was quite similar to Nangong, her delicate oval face along with her delicate eyebrows were completely unfamiliar to Han Li. "Who are you? How is this possible? I clearly heard the Devil Dao cultivators called you Senior Nangong. And your voice?" Han Li blankly murmured to himself in complete confusion. But suddenly his complexion turned deathly pale and couldn't bring himself to speak further. This was because he finally recalled the clear but subtle difference between this woman's voice and Nangong's voice. Her voice was more hoarse. At the time he had believed that Nangong was severely injured, causing her voice to change as a result. However, this oversight had caused this mishap to occur. Not only did he mistakenly rescue someone, but his cultivation had been sucked dry by the person he rescued. Over 10 years of bitter cultivation had completely disappeared in a day. As Han Li felt both dismay and dejection, his complexion alternated between red and white. This female cultivator who claimed to be Nangong's younger cousin, gave Han Li a dignified smile and said something that left him stunned. "Are you Yellow Maple Valley's Han Li? How does Senior know my name?" Han Li's spirit strongly shook. Since he saw that this woman had no intentions of killing him and with reassuring thoughts of the 3 Essence Revolutions technique, he managed to calm down. "Elder cousin and I are as close as sisters. We hide nothing from each other. She had spoken to me about your previous incident." The woman's expression was indifferent. Neither joy nor anger could be made out. Han Li was speechless. "Did you know? When I found out of this incident, my first thought was to run over to Yellow Maple Valley and dismember you into 8 pieces, feeding your corpse to the dogs." The woman's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Her words were filled with a murderous tone, leaving Han Li pale. Chapter 362. Nangong Bing. The woman appeared as gentle as always, but her words were as cold as a blade's edge, causing Han Li's heart to tremble. Han Li let out a long sigh before saying something that left the woman somewhat surprised. "Did Senior change her mind in the end? It seems you aren't completely useless. At the very least you seem to have some brains." The woman calmly said, "If Senior truly wished to kill me, I never would have had the chance to open my eyes." Han Li chuckled. "I am called Nangong Bing. Don't call me Senior this or Senior that. It will make me seem old." The woman expressionlessly turned her head back and spoke with an unquestionable tone. Han Li was stunned and inwardly insulted her. "Since you're a core formation cultivator, doesn't that make you the age of an ancient woman in mortal's years?" As Han Li's true essence had been absorbed by her, he naturally held a bellyful of stifled hate towards her. But since his life was currently in her hands, he could only inwardly curse at her. "Although I was mistaken for my elder cousin yesterday and was rescued under that presumption, in the end, you are still my savior. Furthermore, I unintentionally absorbed your true essence afterwards, which did stabilize my injuries." The woman leisurely spoke with her back facing Han Li. "Let's leave it be. Since your esteemed self is Nangong's younger cousin, I was just out of luck." Han Li wrinkled his brow and spoke with a tone of helplessness. Afterwards he stretched his arms and stood. Han Li saw a white silhouette flash by, carrying a fragrant wind. The woman then gave him 2 heavy slaps, causing him to spin in place and fall to the floor. "You," Han Li covered his stinging cheeks in astonishment and looked at Nangong Bing in furious surprise. "Yesterday you actually dared to touch my body with your hands without permission. Furthermore, you dared to lay down on me while I was unconscious. Those 2 slaps were only to reprimand you." Nangong Bing spoke with a cold voice. But when she mentioned that Han Li had lain down on her, her face turned slightly red for just a moment. Han Li was at a loss for words. To give justifications for his breach of etiquette against a female core formation cultivator was simply asking for trouble. If he were to dispute it, it was likely he'd be met with another 2 slaps. And now, with his cheeks feeling raw, there was absolutely no way he could do such a thing. Furthermore, he faintly felt that the reason why she was treating him this way wasn't because of his actions yesterday. She was most likely venting her anger for what had happened between him and Nangong. With that in mind, Han Li strongly suppressed the fury in his heart and lightly caressed his swollen cheeks in silence. Nangong was somewhat surprised to see that Han Li had decided to tactfully let the matter go. She had expected that Han Li would want to argue over yesterday's actions. In that event, she had planned to further embarrass Han Li without any explanation. But now that Han Li was tactfully silent, she had no excuse to further act. As a result, she could only snort and speak bluntly. Since that matter has been resolved with the previous slaps, I must address the repayment of your great kindness. You have 2 choices. One is that I give you enough spirit stones to leave you at a loss for words. This would be payment for both your kind assistance and the loss of your cultivation. As for the second choice, you could follow me back to my evacuated sect members. After our 6 sects restabilize, I can refine spirit pills and find a young female disciple from my sect for you to pair cultivate with, restoring your original cultivation at the quickest speed. As you've only lost your true essence, your recultivation will meet no bottlenecks. According to my estimates, you should be able to recover your original cultivation in less than 20 years. Naturally, I would be happy to perhaps repay you with a few of my own sect's secret techniques during that time. Our masked moon sect differs from the varied and disorganized techniques of your Yellow Maple Valley. Our sect has many secret techniques that are wondrous beyond imagination which cannot be divulged to outsiders. The technique I used to unintentionally absorb your cultivation yesterday is one of such techniques. After Nangong said this with pride, she calmly stared at Han Li, waiting for his decision. Han Li was lost in amazement. These 2 choices had a stunningly huge disparity. One choice was to just leave him be with spirit stones. As for the other, not only would she assist him with restoring his cultivation, she would also find him a pair cultivation partner and willingly teach him a few secret techniques. As Han Li heard this, he became more convinced that this woman deliberately wanted him to choose the second option. This was truly strange. Could it be that she had arranged a trap for him? He hesitantly glanced at Nangong and saw an indistinct but complex expression as if she was both expectant and anxious. Han Li's mind blanked in confusion. He gave his nose a firm rub and then folded his arms. With his right hand grasping his chin, he entered deep contemplation. Han Li remained silent for no less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. But Nangong could no longer wait and hastily asked, "How about it? Have you come to a decision?" Han Li lifted his head and saw that she wore an impatient expression. After taking a thoughtful glance at her, he unhurriedly said, "I've decided. I choose the first option. Senior only has to give me the spirit stones. Senior need not worry further about me. I will think about how to recover my cultivation on my own." Han Li wore an indifferent expression. When Nangong heard Han Li's decision, she stared blankly before revealing a somewhat odd expression. She stared at Han Li's face for a moment before suddenly raising her hand, throwing over a red storage pouch. "The spirit stones are in there. There are also a few commonly used materials inside." Nangong tone was gloomy and cold. Han Li didn't pay her tone any mind and caught the storage pouch without formality, sweeping his spiritual sense through it. Although he had prepared himself, he was still astounded upon seeing the many tens of mid-grade spirit stones in the bag as well as an assortment of all kinds of materials. Han Li suddenly revealed some joy and raised his head eagerly asking, "Does Senior have any more pieces of origin jade that she can spare?" The woman's eyes flashed with surprise. After wordlessly searching her body for a moment, she handed Han Li several pieces of white jade, much to his delight. He had now acquired the materials needed for restoring the transportation formation. He no longer had to go out and search for them. Nangong coldly stared at Han Li before expressionlessly saying, Is there anything else? If not, then I will take my leave. Oh. There is nothing left to trouble Senior with. Han Li shook his head after correcting his expression. Nangong Bing then gave a charming snort before turning around and leaving the tree hollow. But before she walked outside, she turned her head over and calmly said, Han Li, I don't know whether your choice was made out of stupidity or because you think yourself to be clever. A jade sword flew out from her sleeve. Her white silhouette blurred before appearing on the sword. At that moment, Han Li lazily said something from behind her. Senior, please don't forget to send my regards to Nangong Wan. Nangong Bing froze for a moment before wordlessly turning into a streak of white light, leaving the tree hollow far behind. It was unknown whether she had agreed or if she had completely ignored him. Han Li bitterly laughed and rubbed his nose, simply dropping down to sit on the ground. He blankly stared outside the entrance and became lost in thought. He still didn't understand how his cultivation was absorbed by that woman. Could it be that the techniques of the masked moon sect were truly so overbearing? Was it even more strange than the Black Fiend School's blood sacrifice? However, Han Li believed that this cultivation art that absorbed others' cultivation was certain to have many restrictions and flaws. Otherwise, the masked moon sect's cultivators would have long been at war with the cultivation world. Han Li's presumption was somewhat correct. It was a complete coincidence that Nangong Bing was able to absorb his true essence. After having made full use of her secret technique earlier, her own true essence had been greatly damaged. Had nothing happened, her cultivation would have faced a great decline. Although it wasn't enough to make her descend back into Foundation establishment, she was certain to face a loss of several tens of years of bitter cultivation. In addition, she believed that she would have fallen into the hands of the Devil Dao cultivators once her secret technique lost its effect. As a result, she clenched her teeth and activated the divine ability of her cultivation art, the true art of reincarnation. Once this divine ability was used, anybody who used spiritual power to probe her body would have their true essence forcefully absorbed by the true essence whirlpool formed inside her body. Had she not awoken early and halted her technique, she would have absorbed every last shred of Han Li's cultivation. Naturally, the restrictions of this strange divine ability were extremely demanding. First of all, it required that her true essence was in a state of great deficiency. Secondly, if she didn't absorb anybody's true essence during the duration of this technique, her true essence would explode, causing her to die. It could be said that this technique was partially suicidal. But what made this technique the most undesirable was the fact that even if the user absorbed someone else's true essence, they would only be able to recover a fraction of their lost cultivation. This technique was unable to be used to increase one's magic power or cultivation. Chapter 363. Transfer. Not long after that, Han Li walked out of the tree hollow and flew off. Han Li was even more cautious this time around. During his entire journey, he used his spiritual sense to its greatest extent. Upon hearing even the wind rustling the grass, he would immediately go into hiding. After all, it would be extremely dangerous to negligently run into a cultivator with his current cultivation. Thus, with paranoid levels of carefulness, Han Li eventually arrived back at his underground cave after taking up nearly twice the time he had been away. Only after he entered his 5 elements reversal formation did he truly let out a breath of relief. As for Crooked Soul, he was still obediently sitting at the side of the formation. When Han Li saw that Crooked Soul had remained in the exact same posture that he had left him in, he couldn't help but smile. Han Li knew that restoring his cultivation wasn't a matter requiring merely 3 or 4 years. As such, he didn't meditate or take any pills to cultivate. Instead, he spent the following days wholeheartedly focused on restoring the ancient transportation formation. Under his current circumstances, traveling to a country far away was much too dangerous. He could only hope that he would be able to use the ancient transportation formation after restoring it. Although Han Li's cultivation had greatly declined, it did not obstruct his restoration work. After a sleepless week, he had completely finished its restoration. Han Li, a normally cool-headed person, felt his heart stir as he looked at the completed ancient transportation formation. He was at the most crucial step with regards to failure or success. He had to test whether another transportation formation was safely connected to his. If the other end of the transportation formation was damaged or if it no longer existed, then it would naturally be of no use. He could only bury his thoughts of using the transportation formation and find another path forward. With that in mind, Han Li calmly placed down low-grade spirit stones one after another on the edge of the transportation formation. When he finished placing the last spirit stones, Han Li hastily took several steps back and couldn't help but look on with bated breath. This ancient formation that was created countless years ago suddenly hummed and flashed with yellow radiance before quickly fading away into darkness. Han Li's heart dropped. Could it be that the ancient transportation formation on the other end was disabled? This would mean that everything he had done was a complete waste. Han Li couldn't help but reveal complete disappointment. But still he was unresigned. He began walking in circles around the transportation formation with hands behind his back while occasionally muttering to himself. He suddenly stopped and tightly creased his brow as if he had thought of something. He then crouched down and picked up the low-grade spirit stone at the center of the formation. Han Li took a close look at it and let out a breath of cold air. The spirit stone was spent and no longer held any trace of spiritual qi. Han Li revealed a thoughtful expression before suddenly brightening up. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out several sparkling mid-grade spirit stones and exchanged them with the low-grade spirit stones he had placed down before. If he had guessed correctly, the formation didn't activate because low-grade spirit stones provided an insufficient amount of spiritual qi. After placing down the final spirit stone, the transportation formation immediately started to emit a muffled hum before erupting with huge spiritual ripples. A blinding yellow light shot out from the center of the formation spell and shot outside the cave. The 5 elements reversal formation was unable to block it in the slightest. When Han Li saw this, he was stunned. But something immediately came to mind and his face turned deathly pale. At nearly the same time, he suddenly heard huge rumbling sounds from outside the cave. Although he was protected by the huge formation, Han Li still felt the earth-quaking vibrations. Han Li's expression grew tense, and he hastily beckoned Crooked Soul as he walked toward the transportation formation. He couldn't help but hesitate. He truly had no idea where the transportation formation would take him. He had originally planned to verify what kind of place was at the other end. After confirming the absence of danger, he would then decide whether or not he should remain there. But now that the ancient transportation formation was exposed, this would be a trip of no return. While Han Li was hesitating, he heard a frightening boom from above and looked up in fright. He saw that the cave roof had been ripped away by some unknown magic tool and blinding sunlight shot through, clearly illuminating what was occurring in the cave. A large group of Devil Dao cultivators hovered above the now exposed cave. They all revealed astonishment once they saw Han Li and the ancient transportation formation shining with yellow light. "You again." A furious yell came from the crowd of Devil Dao cultivators. 3 people flew out. The one in the middle wore a silver mask, the ghost spirit sect's young master Wang Chan. 2 eccentrics stood beside him, a shriveled, white-haired old man and a young child with red lips and white teeth, the Li brothers, one who previously appeared at Yingning Castle. Ancient transportation formation. When the Li brothers saw the origin of yellow radiance, they couldn't help but look at each other and shout out in pleasant surprise. Wang Chan stared blankly for a moment. He then asked ecstatically, "Did you see correctly? Is it really an ancient transportation formation?" Wang Chan's voice trembled slightly. He clearly understood what an intact ancient transportation formation signified for one's sect. The shriveled Li brother chuckled. Just as he thought of saying something, his expression suddenly grew stricken. "Not good. That brat is about to use it. Quickly stop him." As he said this, he shot a streak of black light straight toward Han Li. He knew that once the transportation formation was activated, there would be a moment of delay before it could be used. That delay was more than enough for him to kill any junior several times over. But just as his magic treasure flew into the cave, a brilliant light erupted, and a rainbow barrier blocked the streak of black light. The old man was surprised for a moment but immediately recovered. With a sinister expression, he yelled, "Everyone attack. This brat has laid down a formation spell. We must break through it as quickly as possible or else it will be too late." Upon hearing the order from their sect elder, the Devil Dao cultivators promptly released their magic tools as if they had woken up from a dream. Even Wang Chan and the childlike Li brother struck down upon the spell formation. Han Li's 5 elements reversal formation was merely a simplified version of the grand formation. Under the attacks of 2 core formation cultivators and a crowd of foundation establishment cultivators, the rainbow light barrier immediately distorted and appeared as if it were about to collapse. At that moment, Han Li had already brought Crooked Soul with him to the center of the formation. With a command medallion in hand and tightly shut eyes, he muttered under his breath, completely ignoring the attacks of the Devil Dao cultivators. A greater displacement medallion. That brat actually has such a magic tool? The old man snarled in a fluster upon clearly seeing the command medallion in Han Li's hand. He suddenly linked his hands together and a huge amount of black light threads surged, shooting down at the light barrier below. The formation released several cries before finally reaching its limit and the rainbow light barrier exploded. Without the strange rainbow light to protect him, the overbearing wave of attacks was about to engulf Han Li. But at that very moment Han Li opened his eyes and spouted out one word with an icy tone, "Transfer." The yellow light suddenly surged. Within the yellow radiance Han Li and Crooked Soul disappeared without a trace. The wave of attacks had completely missed their mark. The Devil Dao cultivators in the sky were left dumbstruck. The complexions of Wang Chan and the Li brothers were ashen. Since they didn't have a greater displacement medallion, they were unable to chase after Han Li. A moment later, the transportation formation's yellow light suddenly faded away. Upon seeing this, Wang Chan and his guards grew incomparably furious. Naturally, they knew that Han Li, the one who had just used this formation, had destroyed the other end. Even if they found a greater displacement medallion, they would be unable to use the formation. Wang Chan, with bitter resentment still fresh in his heart, was unwilling to give up. Using his status as the sect's young master, he sent for several cultivators to guard the formation day and night for the mere purpose of preventing Han Li from escaping should he repair the formation and return. If that time came, he would make certain to capture Han Li alive and properly repay him for the great kindness of repeatedly obstructing his plans. But shortly afterwards, the Devil Dao would begin the next step of their expansion, and the Ghost Spirit sect's young master would start to oversee campaigns in other areas. As a result, this matter was quickly dropped to the back of his mind. As for the cultivation world of the Heavenly South region, it would remain in turmoil for a long time to come. In the next 2 years, a union would be formed by the remaining countries to resist the powers of the Devil Dao and Righteous Dao Alliance, known as the Heavenly Dao Union. This created a third superpower within the Heavenly South region. The 3 superpowers had near equal strength and campaigned against one another. After a short amount of time, it seemed that they had reached a stalemate. As for the 6 sects, they eventually arrived at the 9 Nations Union. They contended with the local sects for natural resources such as spirit veins and spirit stone mines, managing to establish a new foothold. Naturally, if the Moulan tribe's spell soldiers were to invade the 9 countries, the 6 sects would dispatch men to combat them. They no longer possessed the same leisure they had back at the State of Yu. As a result, many Foundation establishment cultivators and core formation experts perished in battle against the spell soldiers. Han Li's former master, Li Huayuan, was one such example, dying in an intense battle that took place over 10 years later. But in contrast, a new generation of 6 sect cultivators quickly matured. Many core formation cultivators eventually rose from the ranks of their Foundation establishment cultivators. 1. First introduced in Chapter 254. They are core formation cultivators and the Ghost Spirit sect young master's personal bodyguards. Chapter 364. An isolated island and a huge ship. My head feels heavy. This was the first thought that came to Han Li's mind upon waking up. After Han Li and Crooked Soul started the transfer, he felt immense pressure from the yellow light enveloping him. But fortunately, the greater displacement medallion promptly released a faint azure light, causing the pressure to immediately disappear at the cost of it wildly draining the spiritual power in his body. However, Han Li was prepared and wasn't alarmed. This change caused by the Greater Displacement Medallion had been described in ancient records. In an instant, the medallion stopped absorbing spiritual qi and the yellow light around him faded away. He and Crooked Soul had arrived in a dark, indistinct place. As there was very little light, Hanli was unable to clearly see his surroundings. But based on the silence, there shouldn't be anyone nearby. Hanli felt relieved and walked out of the spell formation. But he felt a sudden burst of dizziness after just a few steps. His legs grew soft and he fell on his behind, feeling the urge to vomit from his discomfort. Hanli knew that the long-distance teleportation had left him feeling unwell, and the severity of his current discomfort was caused by his low cultivation. However, now was not the time to deal with it. He quickly commanded Crooked Soul to destroy the transportation formation. Crooked Soul expressionlessly took out the huge silver sword he was previously given and chopped the spell formation into pieces. When Hanli saw this, he finally relaxed. He then sat on the ground and rested for a moment, eventually adapting to the darkness of the cave. He had a vague feeling that this room seemed to have been abandoned a long time ago. Not only was it pitch black, there was also a dense smell of decay. He touched the floor to find a thick layer of dust. This caused Hanli to feel more at ease. At the very least, nothing dangerous would appear for the time being. A long while later, Hanli's feeling of discomfort eventually passed, and he stood up using his hand to support him. After that, Hanli took out a moonlight stone from his storage pouch and was able to clearly see the room. Just as he had suspected, this place was a stone room that had been uninhabited for a long time. There was nothing of note except for a stone door across from him. Hanli turned his head to glance at the destroyed transportation formation. After a moment of hesitation, he turned his attention to the door and attempted to forcefully push it open. Much to his surprise, Hanli was able to easily open it. Hanli was astonished. A huge flight of limestone stairs appeared before him. He slowly turned his gaze upward and saw that there was no end. Just like the room, the stairs also had a layer of dust on them. It was clear that no one had came here for quite some time. After taking another look back at the room behind him, he discovered that the stone room was actually a small mountain cave. Hanli pondered for a moment before lightly shaking his head with ridicule. He then slowly climbed up the stairs with Crooked Soul following behind him. The flight of stairs wasn't very long. After turning a corner, Hanli was already able to see the exit. A huge mountain rock was blocking the round exit. Hanli wrinkled his brow and commanded Crooked Soul without the slightest hesitation, "Split it open." Hanli then took a step to the side. Crooked Soul moved forward with a large stride and grasped the silver sword above his head. He easily chopped the rock into pieces as if it were soft tofu, allowing blinding sunlight to seep in along with a burst of fresh air. Hanli took a deep breath in and out. Ever since he was teleported here, he had held his breath, unwilling to breathe due to the strange scent within the cave. The fresh air was a liberation from the suffocating atmosphere. However, he was a bit confused as to why the air was moist and had a faintly salty taste. He had never smelled such a unique scent before. With that question in mind, Hanli walked past Crooked Soul and took a look outside with eyes squinting from the blazing sun. Hanli was left stunned by what he saw. As far as the eye could see, he saw endless expanse of dark blue water. Hanli was lost in amazement for a long while before finally waking up. Could this be the legendary sea? Hanli thought with pleasant surprise. The largest bodies of water Hanli had seen previously were the huge 100-meter-wide rivers at the Lan province. He had heard of such a vast, limitless ocean in books, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt a huge shock unlike any other. After gazing at the scene from above, Hanli lowered his head and thought about his location, revealing some confusion a few moments later. He was located on a relatively tall cliff, and while the bottom of the cliff wasn't far, it bordered a huge ocean. Waves from the huge ocean repeatedly struck against the reef below. Stroking his chin, Hanli pondered for a while. The color of this ocean's water was entirely different from the description of the endless sea, as it appeared to be the color of a normal sea. It seemed that he had been transported from the heavenly south region to the coastline of some unknown region. Nevertheless, there was nothing that he could recognize here. Being outside of the heavenly south region, he felt uncertain and wasn't able to make out any familiar features in this place. With that in mind, Han Li didn't immediately set off on his magic tool. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly released his spiritual sense to see whether there were any cultivators nearby. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a strange expression. He wordlessly released his divine wind boat. With a flash of light, he soared through the sky without the slightest effort at concealment. After he was about 100 meters in the air, Han Li stopped and stood at the front of the boat, surveying the scenery around him. Everything he saw was tinted with deep blue light. The sparkling light of the sea's rippling waves blurred Han Li's vision. He was above an isolated island about 6 kilometers wide. As for the cliff he flew out of, it was only a small protruding hill on the island. Han Li stroked his nose and bitterly smiled. This was truly troublesome. Although there seemed to be no danger here, he was unable to cultivate on this island. The island's spiritual qi was extremely thin. If he wanted to mature spiritual herbs, he would require a place with adequate spiritual qi. Otherwise, the green liquid would be ineffective. In addition, due to the strong spiritual nature of precious spiritual herbs, abundant spiritual qi was required. This left Han Li feeling very helpless. Han Li sailed around the island once through and found that there weren't any other islands nearby. In addition, this small island had no life aside from mountainous trees and small snakes. As a result, he could only sigh and return to the cave. Once he returned, Han Li first slept off his headache without any interruptions. He had previously worked on restoring the formation over many days without sleeping, leaving him completely exhausted. These problems were best tackled after he had slept his fill. With Crooked Soul guarding him, Han Li slept soundly for an entire day. Once he woke up, Han Li stood alone atop the mountain and stared at the sea while lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li expressionlessly flew down the mountain and found a suitably sized stone to block the cave. Then, with Crooked Soul on board, he circled the vicinity on his boat and confirmed the direction of the setting sun before flying off without hesitation. Han Li guessed that since there was nobody on the island with the transportation formation, there must be some other island or land nearby. Otherwise, who would head out to the middle of nowhere and construct such an expensive ancient transportation formation? Naturally, Han Li didn't know which direction was correct. He had already decided to fly in this direction for several days. If there were no traces of any cultivators or mortals, he would go back and fly in a different direction. Although this method was extremely clumsy, it was Han Li's only choice in this unfamiliar sea. In any case, he had plenty of spirit stones in his storage pouch. He didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual power. Perhaps Han Li's luck was especially good that day. He only had to fly for half a day before finding a huge seafaring ship. Han Li was delighted. After all, dealing with mortals would be much smoother compared to negotiating with cultivators. But Han Li felt a bit baffled upon looking at the huge ship. The hull of the ship strangely had no mast or sails. At the ship bow, there were over 10 huge fish quickly pulling the ship forward. Although these fish had huge bodies and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, he felt that they didn't possess the slightest spiritual qi and weren't demonic beasts by any measure. If this were not the case, Han Li wouldn't have dared to go near the ship. Chapter 365. Wang. Changqing. Han Li gazed at the huge 10-meter-long fish from a distance and flew around the ship twice before finally deciding to head towards it. It was clear that those on the ship had seen Han Li coming. With a few loud shouts, a huge crowd of over 300 people amassed, filling the entire bow of the ship. Once these people saw Han Li hovering in midair, they revealed reverence and started to bow and salute Han Li. While Han Li was amazed by the display, a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd and nervously said something. He helplessly stood by as if he were waiting for Han Li's command. Han Li stroked his nose and bitterly laughed. He didn't understand or make sense of a single word of their language. The question of how to communicate with them made his head hurt. Seeing that Han Li didn't reply, the middle-aged man grew panicked and urgently said something. Although Han Li didn't understand what he said, he was able to make out what he meant. Han Li wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he spoke out in the common tongue of the Heavenly South region. If there is anyone here that can understand my words, please tell me. Han Li then swept his gaze across the crowd. The middle-aged man appeared at a loss. It was quite obvious that he didn't understand what Han Li had said. As for the others, they were also left baffled. Han Li helplessly sighed and started to use the words of several different ancient languages, using them each once through. He had initially learned these ancient languages in order to cultivate tongue-twisting incantations, but he hadn't mastered them in the slightest. Eventually, a gray-haired old man from the crowd seemed to have reacted to one of the languages. Han Li felt overjoyed upon seeing this and pointed toward the old man. "Old man, do you understand my words?" Han Li slowly spoke using the ancient language. As he didn't use the language often, he was very unfamiliar with it. When the old man heard Han Li, he hesitated for a moment before walking to the side of the middle-aged man. Also using the ancient language, he respectfully replied. This old man Wang Changqing had indeed learned this immortal clan's language when he was young. Does this immortal master have any commands? Han Li revealed a slight smile upon seeing that the old man had understood the ancient language. His figure suddenly flashed and he appeared beside the old man, startling both the old and middle-aged man. Han Li spoke with a gentle tone. As you well know, I am not able to speak the local tongue. I only passed by here to ask about a few matters. There is no need to panic. He had previously swept his spiritual sense throughout the huge boat and found that the boat only housed mortals. Because he found no cultivators, he was able to descend without worry. Han Li didn't pay notice to the mutterings of the old and middle-aged man. Instead, he beckoned to his divine wind boat in the sky, causing it to slowly descend toward the ship bow. After Crooked Soul got off the divine wind boat, the small boat quickly shrunk into a small white light and flew into Han Li's hand. After this was done, Han Li took a sideways glance. Although the mortals on the ship saw this, they didn't appear shocked at all and maintained their original reverent expression. They were clearly accustomed to seeing cultivators and their tricks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared nearly as calm. Also, since these people didn't seem to come from particularly exceptional backgrounds, it appeared that it wasn't taboo for the cultivators of this land to reveal themselves to mortals. Han Li thought with a pensive expression. Currently, the old man had translated Han Li's words for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was initially shocked before revealing pleasant surprise. He then said a long string of unintelligible words towards Han Li with an extremely excited expression. Han Li felt at a loss and couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the old man. The old man naturally understood what Han Li meant. He quickly gave Han Li an explanation. Great Immortal, this man is Sir Gu, the master of this ship. He intends to invite you to reside as a guest at his residence on the Stalwart Stars Island. He is willing to supply the resources for your cultivation. Stalwart Stars Island? Han Li rubbed his chin and gave a non-committal response. Seeing that Han Li wore an indifferent expression, the middle-aged man became even more fervent and uttered another long string of words. This time he revealed an apologetic smile. Han Li didn't need the old man's translation to understand why he wanted to invite Han Li to stay on the Stalwart Stars Island. Without waiting for the old man to translate, Han Li bluntly waved his hand and said, First, tell this ship's master that I am new to this noble land and am unfamiliar with the local conventions. Consequently, I am not able to agree to anything. I will decide whether I want to stay on his Stalwart Stars Island after I am given an explanation. Also, I currently do not understand your language. I hope he will allow me to follow this ship for a few days so that I may learn the local language and a few local conventions from you in passing. Not daring to slight Han Li, he hurriedly gave the middle-aged man a translation. When the middle-aged man heard Han Li, he revealed obvious disappointment. But still, he respectfully saluted Han Li and loudly yelled a few words behind him. Suddenly, everyone on the bow withdrew from the deck like a swarm of bees. After giving the old man his reply, he also withdrew. As such, only Han Li and the old man remained at the ship's bow. The old man smiled to Han Li and said, Immortal Master, Master Gu has agreed to your request. In addition, he has given you a room on the ship. Please follow me. Han Li agreed, indifferently nodding his head. As such, Han Li and Crooked Soul followed the old man Wang Changqing into the ship. It's certainly large. That was Han Li's first thought upon entering the ship's hold. The The ship's hold had paths and corridors in every direction and an unknown number of rooms. Whenever immortals saw Han Li, they revealed reverent expressions and made way for Han Li. After several turns, Han Li and Crooked Soul arrived at a comparatively large wooden door. Wang Changqing pushed open the door without any hesitation and stepped to the side, inviting Han Li to enter first. Han Li didn't bother being polite and entered the room with Crooked Soul in tow, taking a look around afterwards. The room was quite decent. Not only was it quite large, it also didn't feel stuffy at all. But what Han Li felt was most strange was a small odd tree in a flower pot in the corner of the room. The tree was perfectly straight and was completely branchless with palm-sized triangular leaves growing all over it. In addition, the entire tree glittered with silver light as if it were made out of pure silver. Upon seeing the tree, Han Li revealed great curiosity. When the old man saw Han Li's amazement, he respectfully gave Han Li an explanation. It seems that Immortal Master hasn't seen a silver-angled tree before. It really is an uncommon rarity. Not only is it a gorgeous sight, it freshens and cleans the air when placed inside. It is a seldom-seen treasure for seafarers. It is only because our ship master is such an domineeringly rich man that he was able to acquire 4 of them. Han Li faintly smiled but remained silent. How could he not make out that this Wang Changqing was trying to curry favor on the shipmaster's behalf? Han Li had Crooked Soul guard the door and sat down in the room's chair. Wang Changqing reservedly stood at Han Li's side, not daring to sit down as he pleased. Han Li smiled from seeing his restraint and amiably said, "Mr. Wang, there is no need to be so formal. Please take a seat. There are a few things that I'd like to discuss with you." Wang Changqing repeatedly stated that he didn't dare to in a manner of reverence and trepidation. Han Li wrinkled his brow in response and didn't press him any further. After a short moment of thought, he straightforwardly asked, "I am a cultivator that came here from another land. I was wondering if Mr. Wang could give me an introduction to the nearby regions and customs. Naturally, the more that you can tell me about matters pertaining cultivators, the better. I will certainly give this elderly man my thanks." As Han Li spoke, his expression was tranquil as can be. Wang Changqing pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Since Immortal Master came from a foreign land, then I must first tell you that this place is the Scattered Stars Sea. We are in the southwest quadrant of this area. The 3 great islands nearby are the Tail Star Island, Stalwart Star Island, and Sang Star Island. Naturally, there are also many islands of smaller sizes with both cultivators and mortals living on each. We share the same conventions as those of other territorial waters. Every island has an island lord, a cultivator with the greatest magic power that is responsible for protecting the island. If other cultivators wish settle on the island and are willing to hold an office, they will be given a set amount of spirit stones from the island lord every year, but they must obey the island lord's commands. Naturally, if one were to reside on an island and was unwilling to hold an office, they would be required to give the island lord a set amount of spirit stones every year if they wish to remain on the island." With that said, Wang Changqing paused, revealing an expression of admiration as if he held great longing towards cultivators. Chapter 366. Master Gu's Business. Wang Changqing continued, "Mortals that live on these islands must perform labor or pay spirit stones. Otherwise, they aren't allowed to reside on the island. Because of the immortal techniques that were placed on these islands, there is no need to fear assault from heavenly winds or demonic beasts. As such, us mortals may live without fear. In addition, the Immortal Master's powers are remarkable. Whenever us mortals travel afar, we spare no effort to hire 1 or 2 Immortal Masters to accompany us. That way, if we come across any demonic beasts while at sea, we will have a chance at living. Naturally, the Immortal Masters that agree to be hired would be comparatively free when compared to those previously mentioned." Heavenly wind? Han Li was puzzled upon hearing those words. He knew about demonic beasts but hadn't heard of this heavenly wind before. The previous land that Immortal Master resided in didn't have attacks by heavenly wind? The old man appeared to be marveled. "I saw no heavenly winds where I previously cultivated. What are they? Something comparable to demonic beasts?" Han Li calmly asked without care. Although Wang Changqing felt doubtful, he still gave Han Li a sincere explanation. Heavenly winds, demonic beasts and ghost mists are known as the three great natural disasters in the scattered star seas. There is no need to speak of demonic beast. Immortal Master surely knows about them more than I, but it should be known that most of the demonic beasts of the sea are beyond huge and are proficient in water attribute demonic techniques. Us mortals have no way of dealing with them. Only immortals are able to strike them down. As for heavenly winds, they are hurricanes that occur twice a year that sweep through the entirety of the scattered star seas. The areas it passes suffer from monstrous sea waves, destroying lives and shelters. If we were not on an island protected by immortal techniques, us mortals would face certain doom. It is also said that if an immortal were to be dragged into a heavenly wind, it would be extremely difficult to escape and they would likely die within. Wang Changqing appeared fearful as he said this. And the ghost mist? What kind of natural disaster is that? Han Li expressionlessly continued his questions. He wanted to understand these three natural disasters clearly so that he would be better prepared if he happened to come across them. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. He was truly shocked that the cultivator before him truly knew nothing about the circumstances of the sea or the most mysterious of the three greatest natural disasters, the ghost mist. Where was this cultivator from? Could it be that he came from a place of dry land? But this place was the scattered star seas. Apart from the nearby sea territories, there were no large territories of land to speak of. Restraining his bafflement, Wang Changqing continued to give Han Li an explanation, not daring to neglect him. The ghost mist is the most fearful and mysterious of the natural disasters of the scattered star seas. It is a black mist that often drifts erratically across the sea. Any life trapped within that black mist will not escape from it. If mortals see it, their death is already decided. As for cultivators, they are no exception either. If cultivators see it, it will be far too late for them to escape as well. Although this mist is terrible, it only appears at certain locations. It never approaches the larger islands. So long as one takes precaution, it is possible to preserve one's life. As a result, this particular natural disaster has killed the fewest people despite being the most fearsome. The old man revealed some joy as he spoke. Han Li sunk into thought after he heard this. What kind of cursed place is this? According to what was said, my plan of finding a small island with spiritual chi to cultivate in seclusion is worthless. Otherwise, I might run into the heavenly wind or ghost mist and meet a miserable end. Having seen that Han Li appeared displeased, the old man became apprehensive. Could it be that I've said something to offend the great immortal? While the old man was anxious, Han Li muttered to himself before asking, that Master Gu from before, why does he want me to go to his residence on Stalwart Star Island? Also, where is this boat currently heading? Han Li stared at the old man with a face revealing neither joy nor anger. The old man's heart thumped when he saw Han Li's indifferent expression and he couldn't help but hesitate. How could Han Li not see that there was something wrong? He eased up his expression saying, Mr. Wang, be at ease. I am only asking this to clearly understand the present circumstances. After all, I can't just casually agree to Master Gu's request without knowing anything. If I only have to help with a few minor errands, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to Stalwart Star Island. Wang Changqing knew that he could no longer stay silent, else he would greatly offend this immortal and be certain to face a bitter outcome. Thus, after a dry cough, he smiled and spoke while trembling. This old man begs Immortal Master to not blame him. In truth, this matter wasn't meant to be concealed. It was just that Immortal Master hadn't asked. Han Li sardonically rolled his eyes in his mind when he was given these evasive words. Still, the old man tactfully gave an immediate explanation of the situation. Originally, this ship had just finished making a trip for business and was en route to return to Stalwart Star Island. As for Master Gu, he was not born and raised on Stalwart Star Island, but from one of Stalwart Star Island's subsidiary islands instead. But after he became prosperous from business, he had recently decided to move to Stalwart Star Island. The truly lucrative business involved traveling to large, faraway islands, which only mortals of Stalwart Star Island were capable of doing. Mortals that were born on the main island and those born on subsidiary islands held differing statuses. Master Gu's business was originally reselling goods among the subsidiary islands. Only after moving to the main island did he take his business a step further. But after they arrived on the main island, Master Gu made an astonishing discovery. The business of long-distance trading between the Great Islands wasn't something one could casually participate in. This business had been previously allocated to a set number of parties. Only 10 clans on the island were able to participate in this extremely lucrative business. In addition, these 10 clans were not fixed and unchanging. They were decided in a magic battle that was held every 3 years. If a clan wishes to step into this business, they must request an immortal to undergo this competition. Only with their immortal's victory in the challenge would they be able to acquire the permit to conduct trade between the Great Islands. When Master Gu learned of this, he lost his head from panic. Because he had previously only performed short-distance trade, he had never hired any cultivators as there was no threat from demonic beasts. As a result, he knew pathetically few cultivators. He originally intended to wait until he had acquired a business and slowly amassed the large sum required to hire one. But now it was far too late. He had received this information close to the date of the next 3-year magic battle. He couldn't possibly have the time to look for a cultivator to hire. Although there were many cultivators at Stalwart Star Island, a majority of them were proud and arrogant. Only a pitiful few were willing to enter employment under Immortal, and most of them would only lend their assistance if they had some relation beforehand. As for the 10 cultivators he was somewhat acquainted with, they found it embarrassing to participate in the challenge. Running short on time, Master Gu was unable to find any willing cultivators on Stalwart Star Island. Without any better option, he took a trip to deliver goods back to the island he was born on, and he took advantage of that opportunity to ask for the assistance of a distant relative who had some relation to a cultivator. But he truly didn't expect that this particular cultivator had left on a distant journey. Master Gu had been truly left dumbstruck. But now Han Li, a foreign cultivator, had entered his boat. Having finally found a cultivator despite his previous disconcerting failures had left Master Gu overjoyed. Although he didn't know the level of Han Li's cultivation, it was better than being forced to give up and wait for another 3 years. Therefore he had previously attempted to rope Han Li in at all costs and have Han Li fight on his behalf. Having heard this, Han Li was left completely speechless. When he heard that cultivators were hired by mortals to go to sea, he found this unbelievable. But now, having heard that cultivators fought magic battles on behalf of mortals for the qualifications to do trade between large islands, Han Li was temporarily at a loss for words. It seemed that although cultivators in this area were an aloof and remote crowd, they did not feel that it was beneath their dignity to work under mortals. Instead, it seemed that mortals and cultivators shared some sort of tangled relationship here. However, he'd rather avoid participating in a magic battle for Master Gu's long-distance trade qualifications. He was not so desperate for pay, but he still felt somewhat uncertain. With a faint smile, he slowly asked, "Mr. Wang, I am truly inexperienced. I still have something I must consult with you about. If there is anything Immortal Master does not understand, please ask. This old man will do his best to answer." The old man respectfully replied with haste, "I find myself at a loss. If one wanted to carry goods between islands, why would they have ordinary mortals ferry them across the sea? Are immortals unwilling to use their storage pouch and other such magic tools? Isn't flying both faster and safer?" Chapter 367. Settling down with the Guarantor. Wang Changqing bitterly smiled in response. Immortal Master jests. Although there are a few immortals with storage pouches, they are incomparably precious. How could they lend them to us mortals and ferry our common items? Furthermore, every transaction between the large islands consists of great quantities. An immortal's storage pouch may be wondrous without comparison, but it can only hold so much. Even more so, immortals wouldn't do something so beneath their dignity as freighting goods. Wang Changqing gave Han Li a careful explanation. Han Li nodded his head without speaking and sunk into contemplation with narrowed eyes. After a long while, Han Li indifferently said, "Master Gu wishes for me to act on his behalf, but I am powerless to do so. Because my cultivation isn't high, me agreeing would only shame him. I request that Mr. Wang report to Master Gu that he should find someone better qualified. As for the service of bringing me to Stalwart Star Island on his boat, I am able to offer a few spirit stones in remuneration. Han Li spoke slowly and clearly, but his voice was cold and detached. When the old man heard Han Li's rejection, his face paled slightly. He then pitifully pleaded, "Great Immortal, please assist my clan's master. In order to pursue this business, Master Gu already paid a great price to the ship's staff. Master Gu has also paid a great sum of spirit stones for the right to participate in the challenge. If he does not acquire the qualifications to trade between the Great Islands, the Gu clan will surely go bankrupt. Us laborers will also lose our jobs and will have to find different opportunities. My cultivation is truly inferior. Also, I do not wish to provoke any quarrels upon arriving at Stalwart Star Island." Han Li expressionlessly shook his head in blunt refusal. Seeing that Han Li's refusal was certain and that his tone was strict, Changqing didn't dare to continue his pleading. He could only resolve his spirit and chat about the local customs with Han Li, telling him urgently needed knowledge. An hour later, Han Li noticed that the old man's mind was wandering. He sent him away to rest, telling him to come back when his mind was clearer. Changqing had felt tired for quite some time. Seeing that Han Li had shown him consideration, he didn't decline and followed his suggestion. After the old man left and respectfully closed the door, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Although he had some wealth on hand and even held some spiritual medicines that benefited mortals, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving any to the old man. He couldn't possibly reveal his wealth in this unfamiliar land. Otherwise, he might provoke unnecessary trouble. Even fatal disaster wasn't an unlikely possibility. With that in mind, Han Li sat down cross-legged on the bed. He then swallowed a yellow dragon pill and began refining his qi. He must restore his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, strength truly speaks loudest regardless of what land one resided in. After meditating for only a short moment, he heard faint footsteps from outside his room. Although Han Li didn't open the door, he had released his spiritual sense outside earlier and could see everything that occurred. The old man called Changqing had returned with Master Gu closely following behind him with an appearance of great worry. Han Li wrinkled his brow. It seemed trouble had come for him. It was obvious that this Master Gu hadn't given up yet and came to bother him. Were this the Heavenly South region, Han Li could stop them in their tracks with an ice-cold shout, and they wouldn't dare to enter. But he was a new arrival in an unfamiliar land. He mustn't appear too unreasonable. Without waiting for the two to knock on the door, he said with a mild tone, "Please come in. The door isn't locked." Master Gu and Changqing were shocked. But then they immediately realized that this great immortal had invited them in. They hastily tidied up their clothes before respectfully entering the room. At this moment, Han Li had already gotten off the bed and was now standing with his hands behind his back. "Great Immortal, Master Gu wishes to personally discuss this matter with you. Could Great Immortal please give Master Gu an opportunity?" Changqing had previous contact with Han Li and knew that this immortal wasn't someone to be deceived. Thus, he directly stated his business for coming. Han Li first glanced at the old man. Then he smiled and said indifferently, "Of course he can. But you should first advise Master Gu to not set his hopes too high." Changqing revealed slight embarrassment, but he gave an honest explanation to the middle-aged man regardless. The middle-aged man's face blanked upon hearing this. But immediately after, the middle-aged man said something that first startled Changqing before causing him to reveal a queer expression. Han Li watched detachedly from the side and remained expressionless. "Great Immortal, our Master Gu says that so long as you lend your assistance, the Gu clan will bestow a large sum of spirit stones to you, regardless of whether this matter results in victory or defeat. If you truly manage to win the rights for the Gu clan to perform trade between the Great Islands, Master Gu is willing to even become your guarantor, allowing a foreign cultivator such as yourself to become an official resident of Stalwart Star Island. Most of all, the Gu clan is willing to respectfully offer 3/10 of the 3-year trading profits to you, even if you do not wish to take up an official position at Stalwart Star Island." Once Changqing said this, His gaze became dim as if he found Master Gu's offer to be incredulous. Han Li was somewhat surprised and stroked his chin. Baffled, he asked, "What? In order to live at Stalwart Star Island, one needs a guarantor? I never heard you say this." Although Han Li's words were mild, Wang Changqing broke out in a cold sweat and hastily explained, "Immortal Master misunderstands. Foreign immortals at Stalwart Star Island can be divided into two types. One type is there for a temporary stay. They are unable to hold office and generally live there for a few years, leaving or staying depending on their own preference. The other type have guarantors from the great nearby clans and are able to stay as long as they wish. Not only do they have to pay less spirit stones to stay on the island and have the ability to follow the formalities to obtain a permanent residence, but they also have the qualifications to hold office and have the right to participate in the decennial Great Spirit Land Contest. Depending on one's performance in the contest, they are given land with a corresponding density of spiritual qi. This old man neglected to mention this to you because finding a guarantor for a foreign cultivator on an island as large as Stalwart Star Island is an exceedingly complicated matter. Fearing that Han Li would misunderstand, Wang Changqing explained this all in a single breath. Han Li's expression became gloomy afterwards. Han Li doubtfully asked, "What happens to those cultivators who aren't able to find a residence on Stalwart Star Island? Are they unable to acquire a place to cultivate?" The old man replied, "Of course not. Those immortals from subsidiary islands are able to participate in the competitions. However, they can only participate in the main island's contest in order to obtain places of cultivation. As for why Stalwart Star Island is the main island, that is because the island has the best spirit veins and densest spiritual qi in the local sea. The other islands possess greatly inferior spirit veins in comparison." With all this information, Han Li's expression incessantly switched between clear and gloomy. These rules were an obvious tactic for the cultivators of the main island to ensure they held higher cultivation. All cultivators wanted a cultivation area that held great spiritual qi. Regardless of whether they were nurturing spiritual herbs or cultivating, it was always better to have a place with denser spiritual qi. Han Li tightly tensed his brow and paced back and forth with a lowered head. He then raised his head and turned to look at the middle-aged man surnamed Gu, who held an expectant expression. Seeing that Master Gu held such a hopeful expression, Han Li sighed and slowly said, "Please inform me about the cultivation levels of the other cultivators that will be fighting. If I can handle them, I will make an exception and fight on your behalf." Han Li revealed a helpless appearance. Wang Changqing became overjoyed and hastily gave the middle-aged man a translation, causing him to become rapt with joy. Afterwards, Han Li inwardly mused, "If those cultivators aren't foundation establishment by relying on my puppets and incisive magic tools, I should be able to win without a problem, even with my current meager cultivation. As such, I should still be able to cultivate the 3 Essence Revolutions technique. Naturally, I'll also want to cultivate that external reincarnation technique and great development technique. They should prove to be effective life-saving measures." 4 days later, a large cheer echoed throughout the huge ship. They had finally reached Stalwart Star Island. Han Li followed the lead of Master Gu and Wang Changqing as they excitedly handled the formalities on the island for Han Li. After all, an unfamiliar cultivator to the island must be reported at the docks in order to avoid being mistaken for a malicious intruder. As Han Li followed after the two, he silently sized up the entire port. He was left with the impression that it was truly grand. Regardless of the quantity or size of the ships, it was fundamentally incomparable to any of the small ports from the Heavenly South region. Unexpectedly, there were 7 other remarkably huge ships similar to Master Gu's ship already moored at the port. Smaller ships naturally numbered many times more. Although Han Li didn't count carefully, he estimated that about 300 ships were docked at the harbor. As for the crowd of people bustling about the harbor and ships, it was far more than that. This was the first time that Han Li saw what he thought to be an ocean of people. Chapter 368. Farmstead. But as Han Li was counting the number of mortals, he also felt the faint aura of several cultivators. It seemed these cultivators were in charge of maintaining order at the port. As Han Li was thinking this, he and Crooked Soul were brought to a stone room inside the harbor. The room was very simply decorated with only a wooden desk and a chair with a wrinkly old man sitting in it with his eyes shut. Upon hearing Han Li and company enter, this immortal opened his eyes. A cold light suddenly shot out as his eyes opened. Han Li's heart shuddered upon seeing it. This person was unexpectedly a Foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, his magic power was no less than Han Li when he had been at his peak. This wrinkly, yellow-faced old man ignored Master Gu and Wang Changqing and directly swept his gaze toward Han Li and Crooked Soul. After seeing that Han Li was only a qi condensation cultivator, his expression became lazy once more. But after he took note of Han Li, he seemed to have glanced at Crooked Soul several more times. If you have business, be quick about it. Otherwise, don't interrupt my rest. He spoke dispiritedly and displayed some impatience. By relying on his highly retentive memory, Han Li had acquired a rough understanding of the local language from Wang Changqing. Although he couldn't speak it, he could understand the meaning of others with some difficulty. But since he didn't have any experience interacting with the cultivators of this land, he didn't say a word and only smiled as Master Gu and Wang Changqing spoke with the cultivator. Master Gu respectfully addressed him as Immortal Yang. Then he moved closer to him and whispered something before turning around and pointing at Han Li. It seemed he was explaining his origins. Afterwards, he placed a few spirit stones in his hand. Grasping the spirit stones in his hand, Immortal Yang's expression greatly eased up. He then took out a green jade medallion and stiffly asked Han Li, "Your name?" Han Li. Han Li was able to say his own name fluently. As for how the other party would write them, he didn't care in the least. Immortal Yang's hand flashed with green light, enveloping the entire jade medallion. After a short moment, the radiance faded away, revealing two strange symbols that Han Li hadn't seen before. The yellow-faced old man then tossed the jade medallion towards Han Li. "Properly put away the medallion. If you lose it, you must immediately come back here and receive a replacement. Otherwise, you will face punishment as a trespasser on Stalwart Star Island. Naturally, if you settle down here later, you will no longer require the jade medallion and can return it. As for that refined corpse behind you, it obviously doesn't need one." After saying this with a raspy voice, he no longer paid them any attention and closed his eyes once more. Master Gu tactfully left at once. However, Han Li seemed interested in how he saw the Crooked Soul's true identity with a single glance. After taking a good look at him, Han Li silently left the room. Shortly after Han Li left, that Immortal Yang opened his eyes once more. He muttered to himself with slight bewilderment, "That refined corpse is truly odd. It is clearly a dead body, but it still releases spiritual qi. Could it be some sort of new corpse refinement technique?" The old man then sunk into a long period of contemplation. After leaving the port, Master Gu hired a carriage being pulled by strange ox-like goats, quickly bringing them deeper into the island by traveling along a large road. Along the way, there were countless similar vehicles going about their own business. But once the carriage passed through several small bustling towns, they saw far fewer carriages. As they traveled along a few small roads, pedestrians and carriages became exceedingly sparse. After hurriedly traveling for half a day, the carriage finally arrived at a farmstead that occupied over 2 acres. The farmstead grew many odd crops that Han Li hadn't seen before. There were crops that resembled grains and rice. However, their leaves were thick, flat, and of a violet-red color. There were also crops that resembled cabbage. They released a faint scent, and although it possessed an extremely similar appearance to cabbage, there were no such cabbages that were as tall as half a man in the heavenly south region. There was even some that bloomed small blue flowers. More than 10 farmers could be seen at each vegetable field. They were toiling at the fields in groups of 2 and 3. This provided quite a serene view of the farmstead. As Han Li gazed at the farm with interest, the carriage had arrived at the large entrance of the farmstead's manor and stopped. Han Li brought Crooked Soul out with him and took a look around. The manor was surrounded by green pine trees and neighbored a rather large hill. It appeared somewhat unusual, but could be considered to be quite tasteful with a serene environment. In addition, the manor was surrounded by earth walls 6 meters tall and 1 meter thick. Many houses lied within the walls, appearing to have been built recently. So this is the Gu clan. Han Li silently uttered a word of praise. But as he carefully examined the pines, his expression inadvertently changed because of an astonishing discovery. The trees that surrounded the manor faintly revealed the aura of a formation spell. It was obvious that a restriction had been placed here. Although Han Li didn't view the formation spell to be exceptional by any means, it was still enough to trap a low-level cultivator. While Han Li was feeling somewhat suspicious, Master Gu got off the carriage and spoke with an apologetic smile. "Immortal Han, please take a rest at the manor. I'll call for some subordinates to prepare some of the island's specialty wine for the Immortal Master." Han Li took a random glance at the surroundings of the manor and replied with a smile, "Let it be. I don't wish to disturb Master Gu's home. It'll be fine if I reside there for the time being. After our affairs have been handled, I will search for a more permanent residence." Han Li then pointed in a direction off to the side. Master Gu and Wang Changqing followed the direction Han Li was pointing to and saw that it was a small solitary hill. They couldn't help but be dumbstruck. But after seeing that their many enthusiastic invitations had failed, they could only allow this strange immortal to head towards the small hill. They gave each other a mutual glance of helplessness before walking into the manor. Han Li brought Crooked Soul with him on the small sloped path towards the hilltop. He then took a glance down at the Gu clan manor from above. He saw that Master Gu was heading towards the huge residence at the center of the manor while being escorted by a crowd of women and men. By the time he had arrived there, most of them have dispersed. Only a few beautifully clothed individuals followed him into the manor. Han Li smirked slightly and turned around, busying himself with his own affairs. He first went to find a relatively flat and even piece of land at the back of the hill. Then he quickly uprooted several of the thicker pines and cut them into pieces with magic tools. Afterwards he had Crooked Soul. An hour later he had completed a simple small wooden house on the hill. The house had a wooden table, wooden chairs and even a wooden bed. In the following month Han Li stayed in his house every day, taking medicinal pills and refining qi, striving to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. As for Master Gu and Wang Changqing, they visited several times during this period and discussed matters pertaining to the contest. Afterwards they hurriedly left, not daring to further disturb Han Li's cultivation. But as Master Gu was a sensible person, he sent delicacies up to Han Li's home every few days for his enjoyment. Han Li gladly accepted them without a trace of politeness. Many kinds of exceptionally sweet fruits were among these offerings, much to Han Li's enjoyment. They were clearly the island's local specialties since he had never seen them before. During the last few days of the month, Han Li had managed to restore his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi condensation. He found this very surprising and felt his heart become more assured. According to Master Gu, none of the cultivators that the 10 clans had requested possessed a high level of cultivation. Apart from a few exceptions, a majority of them only possessed a cultivation at the 6th or 7th layer of qi condensation. As for the lots which would decide the fights, so long as Han Li's luck wasn't exceptionally terrible, he wouldn't have a problem in the contest. In addition, Master Gu had scoured the nearby seas for 3 impressive magic tools to increase Han Li's odds of success. Han Li barely classified these items as high-grade magic tools. He could only roll his eyes inwardly and accept them so that Master Gu would feel at ease. 2 days after Han Li restored the 5th layer of his cultivation, Master Gu and Wang Changqing paid Han Li a visit with nervous expressions. Han Li wordlessly entered their carriage drawn by strange beasts, and they hurriedly traveled to some area located at the center of the island. 4 hours later, they arrived at a city that seemed to be entirely constructed out of white stone. As they entered the city, they saw a large amount of mortals guarding the city entrance. They wouldn't bother anyone leaving the city, but entering the city would require one to show a command medallion, similar to the one Han Li possessed. But when Han Li was about to enter the city, the guards took out a cylindrical object and shook it at Han Li several times. After it shined with a green light, they gave Han Li a respectful salute and moved to only inspect the medallions of Master Gu and Wang Changqing. Chapter 369, Challenge 1. Han Li sized up the soldiers. Although they didn't possess spiritual power fluctuations, they were full of vigor. It seemed they had trained in some shallow martial arts, but what caught his eye the most was the cylinder. There was actually such a wondrous item that could differentiate cultivators from mortals. Han Li couldn't help but take another look at the cylinder. Wang Changqing saw this and gave Han Li an explanation with a smile. That is a spirit plate. It allows us mortals to identify who is an immortal. Spirit plate. Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear this, but he immediately thought of the palm-sized jade plate embedded in the cylinder and faintly nodded, not saying anything further. Han Li then detachedly watched as the carriage traveled on the white stone street towards the center of the city. There were countless pedestrians on the street, coming and going without stop or rest. The deeper they went into the city, the livelier it became. A majority of the people wore white. Those that didn't wear white wore a dull yellow, faint green and other such mild colors. There was no one wearing any bright colors. In addition, those that didn't wear white were clearly of high status. These well-dressed individuals would often have 3 or 4 shabbily dressed subordinates closely following after them. Because there were far too many people and carriages on the street, their carriage was forced to slow down. After spending a long time traveling with such slow speed, their carriage finally arrived at a huge plaza in the city's center. The plaza took up about 5 acres and was filled with a huge crowd. All Han Li could see was a vast sea of black-haired heads, hurriedly flowing in every direction without end. Shops lined the plaza, each one fully packed with customers. At the very center, the shops seemed to be made up of temporary booths. They were abnormally overcrowded and were accompanied with fervent chatter. It appeared to be bustling with unusual amounts of activity. Han Li estimated that with the density of the crowd, there were at least several tens of thousands of people in the plaza. It was naturally impossible to further advance in the carriage through such a large crowd. Master Gu took the lead and descended from the carriage, bringing Han Li and company towards the palace-styled building at the side of the plaza. The palace was over 30 meters tall, far taller than the other buildings around it. The huge gate of the palace was guarded by a line of soldiers with sparkling long spears in their grasp, preventing anybody from casually approaching. This is the Stalwart Star Island's first market day of the 3rd month. That is why there are several times more people here at East Stone City. Basically, the residences from many cities and towns on the eastern part of the island all come here to trade for rarities that would normally be hard to obtain. As Master Gu was leading the way toward the palace, he turned his head and gave Han Li an explanation with a faint smile. Master Gu stepped forward and spoke with the gate guards. A guard then waved his hand, signifying that they could pass. Master Gu hastily called out to Han Li and Wang Changqing before heading in. Once they passed through the gate, it became much more shaded and quiet. In the corridor past the gate, there were several tens of individuals of seemingly high status having whispered conversations in groups of 3. When they saw Master Gu arrive, they seemed to look at him with hostility. But at this moment, the purple gate at the other end of the corridor opened, revealing a white-clothed youth of about 20 years old. His appearance was delicate and refined, much like that of a frail scholar. The youth gave Han Li a friendly glance before speaking courteously to Master Gu. "Are you Mr. Gu? The others have already arrived. Cultivators that are participating in the challenge must go further in." "As for you, Mr. Gu, please wait outside." From a single glance, Han Li was undoubtedly sure that the youth's cultivation was about the same as his current cultivation, the 5th layer of qi condensation. Master Gu could only give Han Li an expectant look before stepping off to the side. Han Li followed the youth through the gate. Afterwards, the gate immediately shut. "My surname is Wen, but fellow Taoist can call me Wen Chong. You seem quite unfamiliar. Could it be that you're new to our Stalwart Star Island?" "I am Han Li. I've just arrived here last month." Having a month of practice, Han Li was able to speak the local language without problem. "Hee, how admirable. Daring to journey from your homeland with your current cultivation, Taoist friends' courage and insight must be outstanding. I wouldn't have been able to do it. I've never taken a single step off this island since birth." The youth spoke with admiration. Han Li faintly smiled but didn't say anything in response. Han Li followed the youth, eventually arriving at a round hall. There were over 30 cultivators there, sitting and standing, each wearing various expressions. A shriveled old man sitting across from the crowd of cultivators spoke quickly. It seems that everyone has gathered. Let's start drawing lots. Each fight will be decided in one round. Killing is forbidden and will result in disqualification. He was the only Foundation establishment cultivator among a room of qi condensation cultivators. It seemed he was the cultivator in charge. Once the youth surnamed when entered the hall, he hurriedly went to stand beside the old man and await his orders. The old man didn't pay the youth any attention. Instead he took out an azure jade cylinder with over 20 bamboo sticks. To participate in the challenge, draw a lot. Once the number of challengers matches the number of the representatives of the incumbent merchants, the remaining challengers will be qualified to challenge them. The majority of the crowd stared at the jade cylinder as it was enveloped in a layer of azure light, concealing the sticks within. Naturally, the light repelled spiritual sense, and upon doing so, the owners of the spiritual sense seemed to have suffered and couldn't help but sway. Those that didn't use their spiritual sense to probe the cylinder revealed schadenfreude. These cultivators naturally wished for Han Li and the other challengers to suffer a disadvantage. As for Han Li, who possessed powerful spiritual sense, he would have no problem forcefully breaking through the azure light. However, this would be far too eye-catching. As such, Han Li could only helplessly look at the others in dismay and take his turn drawing lots. When Han Li went up to draw his lot, he was unexpectedly able to see through the azure light, but all he saw was strange silver characters. He wrinkled his brow in response. He had completely forgotten that he still couldn't read the local writing. But still Han Li expressionlessly drew a lot as if nothing had happened. Number 1. The old man coldly shouted. The two cultivators that drew that lot immediately walked forward. The old man bluntly said, "You two will compete on the stage over there. There is a formation set up, so there is no need to fear destruction from magic techniques. It will be your victory if you are able to take away their lot. So long as you don't kill your opponent, I don't care what methods or tricks you use." "Yes, senior." The two participants bowed to the old man before walking towards the elevated platform at the back of the hall. The platform then flashed with white light and the two disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, the two reappeared on the platform, revealing slight fatigue. One of them animatedly gave the old man 2 bamboo sticks. The other dejectedly walked out from the hall. Number 2. The old man coldly shouted. Because the battles of qi condensation cultivators were simple, victory was decided extremely quickly. Battles ended almost as soon as they began. But Han Li was baffled to see that regardless of whether they won or lost, they were exceptionally happy. Number 7. A cultivator walked out as soon as the old man yelled, but his opponent hadn't revealed himself. Number 7. The old man yelled again with a gloomy expression. Han Li suddenly walked out and hastily apologized. "Senior. I apologize. I had misread my number. Thought it said 9. The old man didn't pay any mind to what Han Li said and impatiently waved his hand. Han Li then tactfully went up to the platform with his opponent. After a flash of white light, Han Li and his opponent appeared in a world of white mist. The area spanned about 100 meters and was covered by the white mist in every direction. The middle-aged cultivator spoke to Han Li with confidence. "Your cultivation is lower than mine by 2 whole layers. There's no need to fight. Fellow Taoist should forfeit. Else I might accidentally give you a heavy injury." Seeing that this expert was only a 7th-layer qi condensation cultivator and hadn't released a protective barrier like he had, Han Li faintly smiled. Chapter 370, Challenge 2. What's so funny? I only wished to not injure you out of kindness. When this cultivator saw that Han Li didn't seem to care, he couldn't help but become angry and increasingly flaunt his status as a superior. Han Li tapped the floor with the tip of his foot indifferently saying, "It's nothing. I only feel that this competition is going to be easier than I had imagined." "What? You dare to look down on me?" The middle-aged cultivator's face completely reddened. He raised his hand and revealed many glistening items. But before he could act, he suddenly saw the person in front of him blur. His vision then blackened and he fell to the floor not knowing what had happened. A short moment later, Han Li carried the unconscious middle-aged man off the stage with an indifferent expression. When the other cultivators saw this, they were stunned. There was a clear difference in their cultivation, but the victor was Han Li. This was far beyond their expectations. Even the old man, who had appeared moody from the very beginning, revealed an odd expression. He took a deep look at Han Li. Although he didn't say anything, he seemed to know how Han Li had taken action. Han Li chuckled and calmly handed the 2 bamboo sticks to the old man. He then dropped his unconscious opponent to the floor and went over to the group of victorious cultivators. The old man saw that the middle-aged cultivator was still unconscious and lightly shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. Number 8. When the final victor was decided, the old man looked at the 10 cultivators that hadn't gone on the platform and lightly coughed. He then spoke with an indifferent tone. We will now start the challenges in order of number. If you feel that your magic power is severely exhausted, you may take a moment to rest before facing your next challenge. However, these challenges must finish by today. It will count as a forfeit otherwise. Also, challengers are forbidden from challenging those who have already fought. As for the extra 11th challenger, they will be allowed to challenge any one of the winning incumbents after the 10 winners have been decided. Now let's start. The first challenger selected the incumbent with the lowest cultivation and entered the stage with him. As his opponent's cultivation was only of the 6th layer and his cultivation was of the 7th, it appeared that he had high odds of winning. But after the time it took to make a cup of tea, the 6th layer cultivator left the stage first. As for the first challenger, he reappeared in a miserable state. He was ashamed and quickly left the hall without a word. The remaining challengers revealed changed expressions. As for the victor, he returned to the other 10 without the slightest of care. Next. The old man shouted. He didn't reveal the slightest surprise, as if he had expected that cultivator to win. Senior, my magic power is deficient. I wish to rest for a moment. The second chosen cultivator spoke with a slight blush. Number 3. The old man didn't care whether his magic power truly hadn't recovered and shouted the next number. The following cultivator lightly creased his brow and also avoided the next fight. As for the 4th challenger, he appeared to be unwilling to lose face and summoned the courage to choose an opponent, entering the stage. In the end, the same result occurred. The 4th challenger was heavily injured, causing the remaining challengers to all be shaken. Having seen this, the following 2 challengers took the opportunity to delay their fights. They thought that they would be able to make a better choice after seeing how it ended up for the others. The old man's face stirred for a moment before slowly calling out Han Li's number. Number 7. Han Li silently walked forward and pointed to an opponent with a 6th layer cultivation. The opponent was a burly man. Having seen Han Li fearlessly select him, he suddenly revealed a malicious smile and walked toward the stage in large strides. In contrast, Han Li walked forward with slow steps as if he was deliberating about the coming match. Soon Han Li and the burly man disappeared into the white light. Everyone looked in the direction of the stage with interest. The old man then closed his eyes as if he had extended his spiritual sense. But after a short moment his cheeks slightly moved. He then opened his eyes and revealed a trace of astonishment. With a flash of white light, a person appeared on the platform. The many cultivators hurriedly turned their gaze. The light faded away to reveal Han Li. He didn't have the slightest injury, but he was dragging his opponent who had his entire body scorched. He leisurely walked off the platform as if he hadn't spent the slightest effort. Not only were the challengers stupefied, even the incumbent opponents also had looks of disbelief on their faces. As for Wen Chong, who stood behind the old man, his mouth was gaping. He didn't close it until some time later. Han Li dragged his still-breathing opponent towards the old man and left him there, before returning to his original position with a leisurely stride. When the other challengers saw this, they couldn't help but turn their gaze and reveal a trace of reverence. Han Li coldly smiled in his heart. It seemed that regardless of where he went, strength was the most effective method of speech. Perhaps it was because Han Li's unexpected triumph inspired confidence in the remaining challengers. The following challengers didn't avoid their fight and immediately chose an opponent. However, this only resulted in defeat and heavy injuries. The challengers who had delayed their fights were appalled. With their competitive spirits completely extinguished, each one of them had eventually decided to forfeit. After all, they knew that they were no match. Only an idiot would decide to fight regardless. As such, the old man declared that only Han Li, on behalf of the Gu clan, had acquired the qualifications for main island trade. Afterwards, the old man handed a blue jade slip to Han Li and told him it would be settled once he gave that to the Gu clan. The old man then unceremoniously dismissed the cultivators, chasing them out of the hall with his voice. Han Li handed the blue jade slip to Master Gu in the corridor. His expressions were quite marvelous. He appeared incredulous, astonished, and finally ecstatic with joy. Immortal Han, I am grateful beyond words. Please feel at ease, the Gu clan will definitely fulfill their promise with you. By the time he said these words, Han Li, Master Gu, and Wang Changqing were already sitting in the carriage and were on their way back to the Gu clan estate. As he was speaking these grateful words, his hands were tightly grasping the jade slip as if he was afraid that it would fly away. It made for quite a funny scene. Leaning against the back of the carriage, Han Li said with a slight smile, I believe Mr. Gu isn't someone who would abandon their benefactor upon achieving their goals, especially when the benefactor in question is a cultivator. With the warning laced in Han Li's words, Master Gu and Wang Changqing paled and repeatedly said that they didn't dare. Not long after that, Han Li returned to his wooden house on the hill. Crooked Soul was still obediently on guard. Han Li only managed to refine Qi for 3 days before Wang Changqing went to find him. He had come to inform Han Li that Han Li could now go the Immortal Mountains Immortal Records Pavilion and acquire permanent residence at Stalwart Star Island. They would also provide him with a cultivation area. After all, the cultivators of the island all had their own Immortal's Cave. Since he hadn't participated in the Great Spirit Land contest, his area was certain to have thinner spiritual Qi, but it would still have enough to be considered an area of cultivation. Han Li pocketed the guarantor's document that the Gu clan had given him and flew towards the center of Stalwart Star Island. Crooked Soul was naturally left behind to guard his small house. On his way, Han Li flew past 7 cities and several tens of small towns before finally catching view of the Immortal Mountain that Wang Changqing had mentioned. It was a huge, azure, tri-peaked mountain that penetrated through the clouds. The sight was truly majestic and beyond lofty. Innumerable smaller peaks surrounded the huge mountain. Han Li was unable to tell how expansive the mountain was from a glance. He blankly stared at this immortal mountain while lost in thought. Aren't you fellow Taoist Han? Han Li suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind. Han Li was slightly alarmed and hastily turned around. The voice sounded familiar. Not far behind him, the gentle and frail Wen Chong was looking at him with a smile, flying on his wheel magic tool. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Li responded with a chuckle. So it was fellow Taoist Wen. What a coincidence. Hee. I didn't expect to see you. Fellow Taoist Han was actually able to defeat a cultivator from the Protector Squad. I really admire you. Protector Squad? Han Li was startled to hear this. Chapter 371. Immortal Records Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Han. The 10 cultivators to be challenged were hired at great expense by the great clans from the island's Protector Squad. Although their cultivation isn't high, their experience and techniques are superior to that of common cultivators, as they have fought demonic beasts at sea and sparred with the cultivators from other islands. Not to mention opponents at the same layer, it wouldn't be odd for them to defeat common cultivators with a cultivation of 3 layers above them. When Chong clicked his tongue with an expression of praise, Han Li smiled and spoke modestly, "It was nothing. I was merely lucky." Han Li had quite a bit of experience with regards to battle. The youth looked in the direction of the Azure Mountain before turning his head around and asking with a smile, "Ah, yes. Fellow Taoist Han came here to handle some formalities at the Immortal Records Pavilion?" As this wasn't a matter worth concealing, Han Li calmly answered, fellow Taoist when guessed correctly. I wish to handle the formalities for settling down on this island and choose a cultivator's residence. Having heard Han Li's destination, Chang immediately offered a suggestion. Hee. I've been to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion several times already. How about I bring fellow Taoist Han there along the way? It would be hard to look for it alone considering the size of the Azure Cloud Mountains. Han Li was slightly surprised to see him act so enthusiastically, but he still expressed his thanks and agreed. As such, the two flew side by side towards the large mountain. While the youth was leading the way, he gave Han Li a garrulous explanation of the mountain range. On our island's Azure Cloud Mountains, in addition to the three great peaks, the Heavenly Pillar, the Heavenly Knight, and the Heavenly Gate, there are also 367 smaller mountain peaks. The amount of caves among these mountains are countless, and it is said that many of them are capable of being a cultivation area. Naturally, although the majority of the Azure Cloud Mountains have large spirit veins, the density of spiritual chi varies. It is generally said that the taller the mountain's peak, the denser the spiritual chi. As for the 36 mountain peaks with the densest spiritual chi, they are the prizes of the island's decennial Great Spirit Land contest. Those who feel that their cultivation is greater than the lords of these 36 mountain peaks may challenge them at will. The victor shall become the master of the peak. The differences between the peaks aren't very significant. It is said that as long as a cultivator managed to enter Foundation establishment, they would be able to acquire one of these mountain peaks as a cultivation area. As for chi condensation cultivators, they can only obediently find a valley or cave to use as a cultivation area. Foundation establishment cultivators are able to claim an entire mountain peak for themselves? Han Li was greatly surprised. The youth said with a self-mocking tone, "That's right. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the island have already occupied most of them. Us chi condensation cultivators shouldn't think of such hopeful matters." Oh. Thoughts churned through Han Li's mind, causing him to grow somewhat excited. Han Li suddenly thought of something and casually asked, then the three tallest mountains should have the greatest spiritual chi, yes? Of course. The tallest peak, the Heavenly Pillar, is the cultivation area of our island's Master Moulan. It is forbidden from entry. It is said that our island's lord is at mid-core formation stage, and his divine abilities are devastating. As for the Heavenly Gate and the Heavenly Knight mountain peaks, they are respectively occupied by Master Yuanwu and Master Changqing. Although the spiritual chi is somewhat lacking in comparison to the Heavenly Pillar, it is still several times denser than in other areas. Chang stated with a somewhat envious expression. Han Li slowly asked with raised eyebrows, "Fellow Taoist Wen, are those two core formation seniors as well?" Chang nodded with a pleased expression. Not only are they early core formation cultivators, they are also Tao companions. Han Li unconsciously frowned. Stalwart Star Island unexpectedly had 3 core formation cultivators. This was truly beyond his expectations. While Han Li was lost in thought, he arrived at the center of the Azure Cloud Mountains with Chang. They occasionally ran into other cultivators on the way there, but after giving the two of them an indifferent glance, they all flew away, minding their own business. A few minutes later, Han Li and Chang finally arrived at a relatively tall mountain peak. The peak had a small 2-story pavilion of unknown age. Not only was its exterior thoroughly worn out and of an outdated design, it also hung a sign on its gate that was missing a corner. The words, "Immortal Records Pavilion," were crookedly written on the sign. Han Li blankly stared. Although he saw the sign, Han Li could not bring himself to believe it. He couldn't help but turn towards Chang and ask, "This is, although I don't want to admit it, this really is the Immortal Records Pavilion." The youth spread out his arms with an appearance of helplessness. The youth waved his hand and gave Han Li a warning just before he took his leave. "All right, I'm going to leave now. However, fellow Taoist Han should take note that the senior in charge of the Immortal Records Pavilion has a strange temperament." Han Li indifferently gazed at the youth as he disappeared. After mindlessly shaking his head, he landed in front of the pavilion and walked in with a calm face. Just as he approached the gate, he heard a somewhat gloomy voice. "Come in. The gate isn't locked." Han Li was shocked by the sudden announcement, but he couldn't help but walk toward the pavilion hesitantly. After entering the pavilion, Hanli was left stupefied. The interior sharply contrasted with the outer appearance of the pavilion. It was magnificently decorated. The floor was covered in sparkling fire-red silk, and the walls were made of gold and jade while countless amounts of sparkling gems glittered on the ceiling. Corners of the building were decorated with many species of gorgeous plants that Hanli had never seen before. There was also an odd stone bed across from him, sparkling with a strange blue light. Although he didn't recognize what it was made out of, they were certain to be some sort of precious materials. A haggard, middle-aged man was currently reclining on it. His clothes were made of dazzling, fire-red demon fur. He was embracing a huge, white pearl as he indifferently glanced at Hanli. Hanli suppressed his amazement and bowed. He then asked with a respectful tone, "Hello, Senior. This one wishes to handle the formalities for taking up residence." "May I ask if Senior is in charge of this matter?" The middle-aged man lightly sighed before spiritedly asking, "Taking up residence? Do you have a guarantor?" "I do." Hanli immediately took out the document that the Gu clan member had given him and stepped forward to give it to the man. Hanli didn't dare to belittle him as his spiritual power fluctuations clearly revealed his status as a powerful late Foundation establishment cultivator. The middle-aged man took the signed document from Hanli and swept through it. His eyes then flashed with bright light, sizing Hanli up. Caressing the pearl in his embrace, the middle-aged man indifferently asked, "I have heard that there was a new cultivator on the island that was able to defeat a member of the Protector Squad while at the 5th layer of Qi condensation. Could that have been you?" Hanli was somewhat surprised, but he hastily replied with a modest tone, "Junior only won through a fluke. It wasn't really like that." "Humph. A fluke." The middle-aged man snorted with a cold smile. Hanli inwardly frowned and felt puzzled. The battle only took place several days ago. How does this person know about it? The middle-aged man tightened the demon furs on his body as if he saw the confusion in Hanli's mind and calmly said, "That person you defeated from the Protector Squad is my unbecoming disciple. Having lost to someone with a lower cultivation than himself, I've sentenced him to secluded study as punishment." Hanli bitterly smiled after being stunned for a moment as this was far too coincidental. Hanli became somewhat worried. Could it be that he intended to teach Hanli a lesson on behalf of his disciple? The middle-aged man squinted at Hanli and spoke with an icy tone, "Don't worry. This is a matter between you juniors and I won't take advantage of you as your senior. I hope that you will fight my unbecoming disciple one more time. After that I won't pursue the matter any further regardless of the outcome." Hanli felt his heart relax. Since it is senior's request, junior naturally will not refuse. The middle-aged man was surprised to see Hanli so willingly consent, but soon after he revealed a satisfied expression. The middle-aged man's hand flashed with white light and the pearl disappeared. He then stood up and slowly said, "Next I will be handling the matters of your residency." The formalities for residency were actually quite simple. The middle-aged man merely took out a golden book and wrote Hanli's name in it. Hanli also exchanged the green jade medallion he had received from the harbor for a blue jade pendant. The jade pendant twinkled with blue light and was a low-grade magic tool. According to the middle-aged man, the pendant possessed minor waterproofing effects. The effect was quite practical. Next, the middle-aged man tossed a silver booklet towards Hanli. "All of the places shining with golden light have already been taken. The white ones are unoccupied. Choose one to be your cultivation area." Cough, cough. After quickly speaking just a few words, he started to cough without end. The middle-aged man seemed to be afflicted with a truly serious illness. Chapter 372. Minor Expanse Island. Hanli slowly unfolded the booklet before discovering that it was a complete map of Stalwart Star Island. Gold and white light intertwined on the map and flickered with a mysterious radiance. The areas that were sparkling were concentrated at the center of the island, the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Hanli discovered that the Azure Cloud Mountains were even more expansive than he had imagined. They occupied an entire fourth of the island's area. As Han Li carefully examined the sparkling areas of white light, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. There were half as many of the gold lights as white lights. However, the white lights were of varying brightness. Some were blinding while others were dull. The mountain peaks that were marked with blinding light weren't even considered by Han Li, as the middle-aged man had already explained. Qi condensation cultivators don't have the qualifications to choose the mountain peaks. As for the other areas, they don't have those restrictions so long as they are an area marked by white light. This was exactly the same as when Chang had told him, but there were only valleys and caves left to choose from, and these all possessed dim white lights. After looking at the map for a moment, he raised his head and asked the middle-aged man with a serious tone, "Junior wishes to ask a question. Are there any restrictions on how large an area I can use to establish my Immortal's cave?" The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised but soon replied with a mocking tone, "You may set up any formation spells and restrictions you choose within a radius of 5 kilometers, so long as you have the room for it, that is." Han Li calmly said, "Then can Junior pick this place? Since this place is also marked by a white light, shouldn't there be a spirit vein there?" He lightly tapped a certain spot on the map, causing a white light to flash to yellow. Han Li then handed the picture book back to the middle-aged man. "There." The middle-aged man's pale face revealed surprise upon seeing where Han Li had pointed. The place was an area outside of Stalwart Star Island. It had previously been flashing with a weak white light. That is Minor Expanse Island. The island is only about 35 kilometers long, but it does have a small spirit vein that is a few kilometers long. We laid down a small defensive formation spell and established a small village on the island. A few hundred people currently live there. The middle-aged man spoke with a mysterious smile that revealed hints of mockery. Han Li remained silent. He knew that since the middle-aged man wore such an expression, this island was certain to have its complications. This small island is of little interest to Stalwart Star Island. We only held on to it because it would be a shame to abandon the spirit vein. Its spiritual chi density is greatly inferior to that of other islands, and its area is small. It's true that other cultivators won't bother you if you choose that area, but its spiritual chi density is only 2/3 of that found in the Azure Cloud Mountains. As such, your cultivation speed would be quite a bit slower than the cultivators staying on this island. There were previously other cultivators like yourself that loved to bitterly cultivate in isolation. However, those cultivators would inevitably return after only a few years. They would rather spend a large amount of spirit stones to choose a new cultivation area than to continue staying on that island. After all, spiritual chi density is the most important factor to cultivators. Furthermore, those who select this island must also undertake the responsibility of protecting it. You would be the one to pay for the spirit stone expenditure of the island's defensive formation spells. Naturally, you would receive a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation from the residents of the island, and you won't have to pay tribute to the island's master. But I must warn you that the spirit stones you receive in compensation won't be enough to sustain the daily usage of the defensive formation. The island's spirit stone consumption has been sustained up until now by Stalwart Star Island. The middle-aged cultivator lazily pointed out the rule while tapping the bedside. After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li eventually asked in a soft voice, "If I choose that small island, doesn't that mean I would in fact become the island's master?" "Hee, you could think of it that way." The middle-aged man replied with some surprise. He had already laid out the island's shortcomings. If this youth still wanted to choose that island, it was none of his business. The middle-aged man thoughtfully sized up Han Li once more and inwardly sneered. He would spend a huge amount of spirit stones before long, and come to complain without end. He was convinced that within 2 years at most, this young cultivator would come back with gray hair and a haggard complexion to choose a new cultivation area. Why else would such a position, being the master of a small island, remain uncontested until now? After some more thought, Han Li spoke without further hesitation. "All right, this junior will pick the Minor Expanse Island." Having heard that Han Li was certain, the middle-aged cultivator didn't hesitate. He took out a golden brush and lightly dabbed the island on the map. The island's white light immediately turned golden. He then searched his robes for a jade slip which he then wrote a few characters on with his golden brush before tossing it to Han Li. Han Li lowered his head to look at the jade slip and saw that there were 2 golden characters on it. They seemed familiar, as if it were his name written in the local characters. This jade slip is evidence that Minor Expanse Island is your cultivation area and contains the names of the island's inhabitants. Make sure to hold on to it properly, the middle-aged man indifferently said. Afterwards he put away the booklet and laid back down on the stone bed. He then waved his arm at Han Li, obviously shooing him away. Han Li gave him a quick salute before tactfully leaving. Exiting the Immortal Records Pavilion, Han Li had no inclination to sightsee around the Azure Cloud Mountains or meet other cultivators. Instead he directly flew back to the Gu clan estate. On the morning of the next day, Han Li left a letter for Master Gu on the desk in his room. Then he brought Crooked Soul with him to the closest village and bought a map of Stalwart Star Island and its nearby territories before heading straight towards the harbor. Wang Changqing had told Han Li previously that the island's largest city, Stalwart Star City, was located in the western part of Stalwart Star Island. That city had a street called All Sky Street where cultivators traded items. Although Han Li wished to go there and see what the cultivators overseas possessed and learn their cultivation arts, his current cultivation was pathetically weak. As such, he was fearful to go to an area with many cultivators and reluctantly dropped the idea. As Han Li flew to the harbor, he muttered to himself with ridicule, "With my strength lacking, my courage suffers as well." He didn't choose a cultivation area at the Azure Cloud Mountains, favoring the vacant Minor Expanse Island where the spiritual chi was thinner. This decision was so that he wouldn't have to go through great pains to conceal the secret of his small bottle. Only at an isolated island far away from other cultivators would he be able to freely cultivate the spiritual medicines required to massively increase his cultivation without attracting any unwanted attention. Although his cultivation speed would somewhat suffer as a result, the spiritual chi would still be enough to cultivate spiritual herbs. After all, he mainly relied on consuming refined spiritual medicines for his cultivation. Having thinner spiritual chi wouldn't influence him too greatly. Han Li flew out of Stalwart Star Island's huge island-wide restriction from the port. Following the map, he headed straight towards Minor Expanse Island. On the map, the island was located right beside Stalwart Star Island. But only after flying for an entire day on his Divine Wind boat was he able to spot it. After flying once around the island, Han Li found the entrance to the island's formation spell, a small dock. Han Li then slowly descended towards it. There were very few people on the dock, with only about a dozen fishermen sitting on small boats beside the port. Once they saw Han Li and Crooked Soul descend from the sky, they got off their boats and gathered together to see Han Li. The crowd walked towards Han Li and saluted him one by one. A particularly burly man with a dark face separated himself from the crowd and paid his respects to Han Li. It seemed this person was the head fisherman. This humble one is He Gui. He pays his respects to Immortal Master. Is this Minor Expanse Island? Although Han Li felt that he wasn't mistaken, it was best to be prudent. He Gui asked with a puzzled expression, "Yes, it is, Great Immortal. Has Immortal Master come to replace the spirit stones already? It hasn't been that long since they were last changed." Having heard that this really was Minor Expanse Island, Han Li let out a breath of relief. With a faint smile he spoke to those present. "I didn't come to replace the spirit stones. From now on, I will be the one providing the spirit stones for the island, as this small island has become my cultivation area. You may all call me Immortal Han." Under the astonished gazes of the fishermen, Han Li called out to Crooked Soul, and they flew towards the center of the island. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.